Got a few characters to introduce you to, so get ready. Let's go. It's that time again. It is story time. Right, so I'm going to start off with the henchman, the main man. He's called the Cockney Orc, right? The orchestrator. We call him Cork or Corky, or just the Orc, right? Now, he's an angry, but just not to me, yeah? And I here's how I met him. I was in a shop one day and Scousers being Scousers, I was just talking about him, obviously, as you do. Lemo! I said to him, where are you from, lad? London? He's like, yeah, mate, yeah, you a Scouser? I said, presuming so by your accent. I'm like, yeah. I said, what are you doing up these ways, lads? What are you down here for? He said, I come to see an old family friend. I was like, have you, lad? Yeah. Staying with him or in an hotel? He's like, I'm staying with him. He makes owns a bar around there, so it sounds better. I'm like, yeah, not half as it does, doesn't it? He said to me, why don't you come out one day? If you're around, you know, pop into that bar. I said, mate, you lads, what bar is it? He said, it's called the Alpine. I said, the Alpine in South End? He's like, yeah, that's the one, you know it? I'm like, do you know? I said, lad, that's my mate's bar. He's like, no way, it's a small world, isn't it? So I told, what car's he in? So I walks out with him, brand new spanking Bentley Jeep. So I got his number and went on my way. Now, my mate who's dad's his family friends, remember he didn't introduce us. I met him in the shop, I didn't even know he knew him until he said. So whatever goes on next graft-wise isn't his business, is it? You know what I mean? So it works out that my mate's dad's legit, and the Corky, the orchestra, was there in a family, like, sort of fashion. So my mate knew he was active, but it was only a 50-50, but because Corky is his dad's mate, he's never spoke to him about earning or graft or anything like that in any way, do you know what I mean? Which is, it does sound crazy, but I do get it, because would you ask your mate's kids, does you want to graft or not like that? You just wouldn't, would you? Do you know what I mean? But this Cockney is like, he's proper heavy, and I mean, he's like proper heavy. Looks are deceiving, right? This kid is a proper wide boy. He's heavy, he's got contacts all over Europe and that, yeah? So we call him the orchestra, call him Corky, or we just call him the Orc, or the Cockney Orc, that's what we call him. Right, so then we've got Dennis the Mush, right? Now, Dennis the Mush, he's like proper head of the Scotland firm, and I mean like proper heavy. So we call him the Big Agus, or the Mush, or Dennis, or just whatever, do you know what I mean? Whatever mood with him at the time. So with Dennis, right, I've met him on a few occasions, but it takes me like 3 hours on the way home to like realise what he's been saying to me. His accent's just like proper, it's heavy, with me and him being in the same room, like a Scouser and a proper jock. It's like we need subtitles or something, but he's the main buyer. He's proper tight with the Orc, and he's like the main man up the road, you know what I mean? So I don't really know nothing personal about him, only he's proper heavy, and he like collects these little like toy cars, like they're not toy cars, they're worth Brewsties, you know what I mean? But he absolutely fucking loves these toy cars, mate. They're like worth Brewsties, some of them are worth like 10 grand, and you know, shit like that. There's like, he's got limited ones that are 60 grand. I know it because every time I go to and see him, he always shows me the latest one he's got, and like he shows me how much the car catalogue. But he just like, I think he just takes it everywhere with him, you know, like, as if he's got different versions of it, like for different pockets and in his glove, you know, he's like one of them fellas who just proper into it. He absolutely loves them. Now, I've heard stories about what's happened to people for even just picking one up and taking out the case without asking him, do you know what I mean? He's like proper heavy. It's one of them things, like, and, you know, him telling me that I can hold his latest car every time I go to see him. It's like I've passed this big milestone or ritual in his like little inner circle, do you know what I mean? Because some of his mates haven't even ever held one. That's what I've been told. They've never even held one. We're not even allowed to hold them. You know, just like the street workers and all that, like that, whatever. But one thing I will say though now is, do not fuck with this man's toy cars. Honest to God, they are worth more than your life to him. Then we've got Rav, right? Rav is proper stereotypical jock gangster. He's the second in command for the Big Agus up the road, you know what I mean? So he's like proper up there with him. He's sort of like he does all his, you know what I mean? He does the work that he can't be asked with, and then just reports back to him. So in Scotland, there's loads of heavy G's up there, yeah, but Dennis the Mush, who's Rav's boss, is proper top tier, and Rav himself is just proper, he's just absolutely off his cake, mate. You just hear things about him all the time, do you know what I mean? And it's mad because I'm the only one out of the Scouse firm who Dennis the Mush will ever meet. So I've met him, like I said, a few times earlier on, but this Rav though, he's absolutely crazy, he's crazy. So we basically just go through Rav for communication or whatever, do you know what I mean? Now, me and Rav, our relationship, I like to think of him as a mate, but he just cards to his chest like I do. And rightly so, do you know what I mean? All his firm are just absolute lunatics, literally though. They're just up for it regardless. And it's like mutual respect between the firms, but you hear stories of Rav. Rav's the henchman, we call him the jock kid up the road, we call him Little Agus, you know what I mean? He's just a proper heavy kid who you don't really want to start fucking around with. Then there's Troy. Troy's the it man. He doesn't have any banter names because he probably shoot around like you're talking about him, so we just leave Troy to being Troy. He's just Troy or Troy the it man. Now imagine Troy to be like the introvert kid in school who digs holes in fields, you know what I mean? Stays off most days or is always late when he does turn up. probably never did his own work, but teachers didn't mind, to be fair, because they were probably scared of him. So they probably just left him alone in school. That's just like what type of kid he comes across as. He's one of them kids that'll like kill every single ant who sees them, and if there's loads of them, he'll make a point to get the ones that escape too. You know what I mean? Like catches fish just to kill them and then throw them back in the water dead. Horrible kid, but he's reliable, yeah. Now, rumour or myth has it that when he was in school, he went on a trip to like some army barracks thing, you know, like I don't know whether it was like the army preparation course or something like that, and he would demonstrate with an SE80. It had a SUSAT on it as well, so they were giving them, and they were allowed to strip and assemble them, you know, just like the mag, the breech block, put them back together, and then towards the end of the day, they were allowed to shoot down a range. It was supervised by an NC, obviously, so they were supposed to fire in single shot mode, but then he flicked it to full and just let the old mag off. Apparently he was wrestled before he could put a new mag in, but the lad was young, so they let him off. But he almost caused an negligent discharge charge. That's what I've been told, like, so I think he was just from then captivated. Only when he's got older, he's forgot to join the army and become a hitman instead. He doesn't talk unless he has to, but it's probably for the best, because he's a bit of a strange kid if you don't know him, do you know what I mean? Again, it's probably for the best that you don't know him, to be fair. He gets the job done on time, first time, every time. This is Degs right now. Degs is one of my best oldest mates ever. He's like the longest person who I know on earth now to this day I will still speak to. And I met him when we were kids, we were only little kids, and his ma split up with his dad because of whatever reason. He was from from Manchester. So we come to Liverpool and moved into my street. I was about 9. He's a few years older than me, but our ma's got on well, do you know what I mean? So we just sit there killing Street Fighter for hours, and I was Street Fighter 2 for hours while he was downstairs on the wine. And, you know, he was a clever fella. He went down the education path of college, uni and all that stuff. He's got like a group of companies. He's proper smashed legit. Well, that's what he says to us anyway, but, you know, I doubt he's 100% legit. Lemo! But is he 100% legit? Do you know what I mean? Who knows? And even if he wasn't, and he was doing, like, stuff in that world, you know, he probably, even if he told you, he probably wouldn't even know what he was doing, he wouldn't understand what he's doing. He's just one of them kids, you know what I mean? He's, like, proper on it, like, all degrees and, you know, just all that stuff, right? And what he does, though, he's like me voice of reason. That's what I call him, voice of reason. The reason why is because he's got this, like, weird hypnotic, stancy voice, like, especially if you're on a limo. He just calms you down. The amount of times we listen to him and being glad I did is just countless. In fact, it's absolutely endless. He doesn't like any of the lads who hang around with a taller Scouse fan. I'll introduce them in a minute. He just thinks they're all too much, but he knows his place and he knows what the lads are capable of and what they're like. So he just says it to me, really. But he's just one of them people who's always abroad. He's a family man. Like, you can ring him. You can be with him one day and then ring him 12 hours later and his phone rings different. And, and he's always somewhere different, like Morocco, Spain, Greece, Turkey, Amsterdam. Always on one somewhere, just doing whatever it is he's doing, what no one knows about except for him, do you know what I mean? But he's always got time for me regardless of what he's doing, no matter what time. Even if waking up in the night, all hours, which I do regularly, to be fair. But I think he secretly likes it. It's just, you know, it's like he's just solving problems in the underworld sort of category without him being in it. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's got no risk. It's just like he likes being part of it, but he's not part of it in that sort of way where, you know, there's nothing to risk and nothing can happen to him. And it's the best way to be fair, do you know what I mean? And I respect this kid and treat him like a brother. Right now, this is my proper firm. This is the Scouse firm. I'll wait till he get on these, right? I'm going to start off with the first one. I'm going to start off with Tosh, right? Now, Tosh is like, we call him Tosh because when we were kids and that, we all had Super NESs, yeah, but he had like Apple Macintoshes, like the first versions and all that, so so he gets called Tosh or Apple or iPhone, iPods, Toshy, Tosh Mac, Tosh Knob. He's an handsome kid, you know what I mean? He gets all the birds and that. He's one of them lads who, like, every birthday, it's the fella going out where, even though he's never done nothing wrong, you just know wherever he goes, the rest will follow, do you know what I mean? But he's a proper nice, sound, loyal lad to the core. And he's got a weird relationship with one of my other mates who I'm going to tell you about next, right? It's mad. It's mad. He just gets dragged into things, but it's weird how he does and he allows it because he knows the script, but sometimes he burns me head out, but not for the same reason as the next kid does. It's different levels, but it's because this kid knows better. Tosh knows better, yeah. He's too clever for all that shit, but he still does it and he still gets involved and he still fucks up with him. So I've got to, like, take the blame for everything that they do because they're my mates, they're my proper mates. So even though I'm in charge of them and I'm their boss, sometimes they forget it. They class me, you know, we are mates, don't get me wrong, we are mates, we're like brothers, but, you know, there's got to be law and order and certain things, and these two, mate, they're just like a pair of naughty little kids, I swear it. You know what? the amount of shit these kids get me into is just unbelievable, right? Now, this is Levo, right? We've got a few names for him. His name's Levington, but he hates that name, right? I don't know where his man or dad got that name from, but it is a belter name if you think about it now, but growing up, he got leaded for it, so we call him Levo or Levy, do you know what I mean? Now, Levy is an absolute, and I mean an absolute, he's as loyal as it gets, but wherever he goes, it's just like, he's like a drunken pit bull, yeah? He's got absolutely zero logic and reasoning, and it's just crazy. He's got, his strong points aren't like the things what you'd expect him to be doing, what we do you know what I mean? Now, I met Levo a few years back in a party, the kid's hilarious, but he's just compulsive, yeah? He's wild, but he's my proper good mate, so he gets away with all kinds. Some people don't understand him, or loads don't even like him, they hate him, and they can't understand why I'm not close to him. It just doesn't make sense to you, but sometimes opposites attract, don't they? It's only he's a funny kid, and he's been through some heavy shit. He's like one of them kids who was in out of YOY when he was a kid, just always in trouble, always just doing little stints, and not every sentence is on, I'm just like a little 6 months. A little 10 months, like a little 5 months. No, just one of them kids who's just like, lads, what are you doing? You're getting nicked for all the daft reasons. But I seen past his front early on since when I met him, and he knows that, and I know that, and he knows that I know that. But don't get me wrong, he's a proper hard kid, yeah. But he's got different parts to him where only certain people can see, yeah. And if you're lucky enough to see them and he shows you, then you can see a totally different person than what you'd think he's like. Or is that just me? Do you know what? Thinking about it now, that could even just be me. You know what? He's an absolute nightmare. He's an absolute nightmare, and he just drags Tosh into all kinds, and I'm just end up screaming at the pair. I'm like, what have you done that for, lads? This is Cripple. Cripple's the pie and mash. He's just always been called Cripple because when we were kids, he thought he was hard in a bar. He ends up getting, and he's never walked the same since. So, it's just what he's known, it's what he's used to. And he gets leathered for it, even still to this day. It's years and years later, but he just still gets leathered for it, you know what I mean? So he's the pie and mash because he's not really good at running away. he has to just feed the pie. Now, he's got 2 houses. He's got a proper lovely family home, and he's got a normal house. What's the pie? Do you know what I mean? So he's in between the two of them and all that all the time. He's older than us, right? He's not an hard fella, but he's just getting on a bit. So we can't really do nothing. That's just how it is. Right now, finally, there's me. I am the Scouser. You should know I am by now. Yeah, you've been here for weeks, months, whatever. So I'm the leader of the Liverpool firm. I've got my own Liverpool firm, and the lads I've just mentioned to you, they're in my firm. So we do bits of our own work, we do loads of our own work, we do bits with other people, we do bits up the road, bits down the road, bits over the roads, everywhere. Wherever the door is, we'll sort of half go with it, you get me? The main person who I get the work off is the Orch, yeah, Corky Koch. He's the orchestra, so that's who I normally get the work off, yeah, that's who I normally like. That's who pays the most, and the things he asks you to do, they're not even that heavy, do you know what I mean? So it's easy money, it's constant all the time with him. He's always got something going on. So that's how it works, that's how the hierarchy sort of works right now. You don't need to know much about me, do you? You already know me. So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to go straight into the story. It was a Tuesday, this was the arrangement. So my phone rings and I can see that it's Corky. So I answer the phone. Corky's like, Scouse, what's happening, lads? I said, what's happening, lads? He's like, listen, we're 3 boxes up from that last work. He said, but I need to go up the road to the big Agus. I'm like, yeah. He said, like, can you sort something with me? I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I need to bring it halfway to yours, and then can you get it from your end to the top end? I'm like, yeah, go on, son, that's fine. I said, where's it going to? He's like, Rav. I said, all right, same place. Like, yeah. So I said, all right, no problem at all. I said, do me a favour then, mate. I said, when it lands, when it needs to land, will you take it to Cripples for me? So he's like, Friday at latest need to be at Rav's. He said, but I'll get it dropped to Cripples tomorrow, mate, by about 6 o'clock. So you've got time to sort it. Nice one, Scouse. I'm like, go on, no problem, lads, I'll belly. Went, you paying for it with me, or is it already sorted? He's like, lad, he's going to pay you. Is that all right? I'm like, sound, mate, sound. I said, well, yeah, will you maybe just keep that under the door for me today, and I'll keep this then straight. Is that sound? He's like, yeah, of course, lad, I was going to say that to you anyway. Saves sending it up again. I'm like, come on, sound, mate, sound. So then, push the phone down. So ring his level, didn't I? Phone's just ringing out, so I'm just proper blowing his phone up 4 times, and runs down, blah, blah, answer machine. So I'm thinking, he's defo blanking me in a party there. And like, what time is it? On Tuesday afternoon, like, what, 4 o'clock or something like that. So her phone's Tosh. Tosh is like, yes, lad, what's happening? I'm like, what's happening, lad? I said, lad, where's Levo? We spoke to him, I've seen him since the gym this morning. He's like, lad, I spoke to him earlier on, but I think he's off his bar on a party with that bird from the other day. I'm like, what bird, lad? He's like the old bird. I said, lad, like 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday. No worries, fucking messing him, you know. I swear, man, he's going to go to bed early at 9 bells. He's just like, oh, lad, he's horrible, isn't he? What's happening anyway? I said, lad, we need to take a pass up the road to Rav by Friday, and you and Lever come with me. I said, so make sure he's signed for Thursday. He's got 2 days, time to sort his shit out, lad, and ring me by Thursday if he's on one for them days, you know what I mean? But I need you to come to mine later, because I need to go and see the man lads for me for tonight, about 8:30. Same place in Manny, yes, sounds. He's like, sounds, I'll be yours for about 7. I said, go on, lad, sounds, see you later, yeah. So must have been about 10 to 7 or something like that in the night time. He knocks at mine. I'm like, what's happening, lad? He's like, what's happening? I said, I need to do me a favour. He's like, what? I said, lad, I need to go to get something and go and see his up from Manny. He's in the same place where he normally is, lad. Is that sound? He's like, yeah, come on, no worries, lad, no worries. He said, do we need to get it off? I said, no, it's sorted. I said, get on me later when everything's sorted, lad, sweet. He's like, yeah. I said, come on, sweet, sweet. So then later on comes, I'm just doing what I'm doing, all that. I'm still trying to get all the soft lad. He's just not answering the phone. He's just fucking on the missing list, him. So Tosh rings me, he's like, what's happening? I said, what's happening, lad? I said, just sorted. He's like, yeah. I said, come on, nice one, lad, nice one. So then I thought, you know what? I'll just try and sort this tomorrow and see what's going on with him. Soft lad, you know what I mean? So Wednesday morning comes, yeah. And I was up a little bit later than what I am normally, because I had a bit of a late night, just like, you know, just doing bits and doing things we had to do and all that. So the phone goes down to it. I'm like, what's happening, lad? He's like, what's happening, lad? He said, what's going on? Then he said, that kid's just knocked here, and that's just landed. What am I doing with it? I said, no, lad. I said, just staying as it is. He's like, what, signing? So I don't have to bunny up and on all day. I'm like, no, lad, no. I said, I'm going to fly the pie on Friday morning with Tosh and Levo and get up off you be about 11, lad. He's like, sound, lad. He said, Levo's just been ringing me then, lad, but I blanked him. I'm like, what, this early in the morning? I said, lad, don't give him anything, you know, don't give him nothing. He's got his own shit, lad. He's a proper sly ass. And Kip was like, yeah, I know, lad, I know. So I'm like, come on, lad, sound. So Kip was like, yeah, I'll see you later, lad. So I'm like, yeah, I put the phone down and all that. Then I had the day off on Thursday because I was doing things with the kids and all that. So I mean, I had to go and, you know, just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So I just thought, you know what, phone's off, just leave it as it is. And I'll go and do what I'm doing for the day. So I had a little day out, just, you know, just proper family day, just swerved, all the graphs swerved, everything like that. Everything was sad because I knew we were going there tomorrow, which would be Friday, and I'd have to be there by a certain time. So later on in the night, I turned my phone back on because I was thinking, where is he? When Levo doesn't phone yet, it means he's just flying in a party somewhere, just doing all kinds of shit. And I'm thinking, you know, if he's not ready for tomorrow, watch what happens. I thought, I'm not even messing. If he's not ready tomorrow, I'm going to fall out because he's an absolute... So Tosh is sound, he's just had the day off, he's doing what he's doing with his beard, whatever. But Levo's just on the mission list, and you're like, lad, have you spoke to him? He's like, no. If he's been trying to get bits, he's like, what, still? I was like, lad, he told me on Wednesday that he was there, and then, you know, he's, lad, what's he doing? He's like, lad, I don't know, lad, I don't know. I'm like, have you spoke to him last night? He's like, no. I said, lad, make sure he turns up tomorrow. He's like, lad, I will. So then later on Thursday night, he phones me, and then Levo phones me, and I'm like, lad, where have you been? He's like, oh, lad, listen, it's sounds, I'm staying in tonight, I'm not doing nothing, lad, it's proper sounds, I'll be there. Don't worry, lad, you worry too much, there. Oh, lad, turn it in, just make sure you're here tomorrow with him, and that's the end of it, lad, yeah. So then I just thought, you know what, I'm having an early night, because I can't even be arsed with it. My head was half, like, gone a little bit, you know what I mean? And I was thinking, it's proper stress, and you've got to go and see him, and then you've got to go to see Rav, and do you know what I mean? It's a proper headache you can do without. So Friday morning comes and I'm up early and all that, and the next thing the doorbell goes, opens the door. Who is it? It's Tosh and Levo. They're at mine, and he looks sound, Levo looks sound, and I'm like, no way. He's like, I told you. I'm like, lad, sound, all forgiven. Get in, do you want to brew? What's going on? Let's have a little chat, everything sounds, all that. And I'm thinking, no way, do you know what? He's not a bad kid, this one, you know. You know what? I've been a bit harsh on him. You know what? I've been a bit harsh on him, you know, and I was like, you know, for the last few days I've been half stressed, and, you know, he's his own man, and, you know, just like talking myself out to what I already thought about him, like an absolute bellend. So I'm like, he's sound. So I said, right, let's roll. Here's what we're going to do. Tosh, you're in the front with me. Levo, you're in the back. Now, we're going to keep the parcels in the car. They're not going in the boot because that's just stupid because we need to take chase. So if we do end up taking chase and we can scatter, someone grab the parcel, scatter, someone else scatter the other way, and I'll take chase because the plug will, if there's only one plug car, he'll definitely just follow me, but it'll have to be before any choppers or anything come out, yeah. So everyone's sound, we're all sound, it's all good, I'm feeling good, the vibes are happy, it's a sunny day, yeah, we're on a road trip, let's go, we're flying. So it's like a 3.5 hour drive. So I thought, you know what, I'll phone Rav and I'll just make sure he's awake. But Rav, he don't even know whether he's been asleep. It's just Rav, I don't even know whether he sleeps. I don't know. He's just like, he's just like this weird fella, isn't he? So I phoned him and I'm like, what's happening, Rav? It's Scouse, lad. He's like, morning. And I'm thinking, what? I honest to God, I don't know what else he said. All I heard was morning, yes. The rest just sounded like he was scuba diving in the bath talking to me underwater. But he's like, not wanting to repeat himself. And even if he did repeat himself, it wouldn't even matter because he'd have to repeat himself about 10 times before I got him. So I'm like, lad, Sam, Rav, yeah, same place, 2 p.m, 2 p.m. Yeah, today, Rav, same place, 2 p.m. You know, just trying to get like coherent, like, yes, you know what I mean? So he's like, yes, Scouse morning, hippopotamus, cars raining, bagpipes or trumpets. And honestly, God, that's all I heard. Obviously, that's not what he said, but that's just all I heard. So I'm like, sad. So we set off. We must have set off about, it must have been about 11 in the morning now. So I'm driving, Tosh in the front and Levo's in the back. So Levo's in the back, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, what? I said, what are you doing? He's like, nothing. I said, lad, what are you doing? What are you fidgeting around with? I was like, just weird shit. So he went, oh no, lad, he pulls any out. I'm like, what are you messing? Why have you got that? I said, what are you doing? Why have you brought that, lad? He's like, lad, for on the way back. So I was messing around with him, right? Now, yeah, I get on this, right? He was sitting behind Tosh, right, in the back of the car, and I'm in the driver's seat, so I've looked over, and like, I went to snap the Henry off him, but not like, I didn't really want the Henry. I was just like, you know, like, just going for it. And he just done this weird, like, it was just like a proper weird moment where he just looked at me and his kite just like dropped. And I was thinking, why is he just like quick in my head? It was like just dead, like it was just slow motion in my head. I thought, why is he? So I pulled back up and I'm thinking, what's he on about? And he's looking at me and I'm thinking, what's just happened there? It was like a weird moment, you know, like he reacted well too much for what it was. I didn't even lean over properly. I just went to grab it. And he just like proper parcelled, you know what I mean? So I shrugged it off and I'm thinking, he must have already been off his barn or something in me. There's no way he's not. What that? It was like a proper weird moment, like a glitch. It didn't make sense, but I thought he's probably already on it. So then, you know, we're getting there about an hour and a half later. You can stay at Level just sniffing his box off in the back. Sausages buzzing off and they're having like just all letting each other. But I'm like starting to half fume, so I'm just like listening to the tunes. I'm half fuming, just keeping me wits about me. You know, we're flying, you know, windows, mirrors, everything like that. So I'm just ignoring Level on purpose. He's trying to talk to me, I'm just ignoring him because I know what, I'm just gonna flip, right? I'm thinking in my head, you know what? It's not even near yet. Yeah, we might still have to take chase. It's nowhere near over. He's flying off his barn in the back, absolute wet one. I knew I shouldn't have brought him. I knew I shouldn't have, but he's one of them kids where if you don't bring him somewhere and he finds out, he gets all jealous and thinks you don't like him no more. Do you know what I mean? Just one of them kids who thinks like he's missing out on something. Like when you're allowed out after school and all your mates are playing footy without you. That's what he's like. That's just what he's like. So I'm half fuming him, but I've blended it because he's being sound and he's reasonable, he's being numb because he's got a high tolerance to Lemo because he's never off it, do you know what I mean? So Tosh is going to him, save me something on the way back. I'm like, lad, save me something on the way back, do you know what I mean? Let's go, once we're on the way back with sounds, you know, home and clear, let's roll. So we pulls into this gaff where we were meeting him and that, like in the spot where Rav and his mates are. Everyone sounds, you know, this is different vibes with connections. It's not like, there's no aggro, it's not going to be nothing like that. So no one's packing, nothing like that. It's just proper sound. What's on, lad? What's on, lad? And then Rav says to Levo, all I heard was stupid Levo. You've got Charlie all over your face. But it was like a sort of moment killer, you know, like it was a bit, I can see where he's come from because I didn't even notice myself. And then when I've looked at him, he's got all Lemo all over him. And I'm thinking, you amateur. So I'm looking at Tosh and Tosh is like sort of half laughing because it is funny, but it's not funny. But Levo's off his barney, so he's took it all to heart, you know what I mean? So I just looks at Levo and I'm like, lad, you are messing, you know, you are, but he's like half fuming. Next thing, he just pulls this thing out right, just whips the thing out, runs over to Rav, puts it to him, takes the bag of dough off, walks backwards, aiming at Alden, and just shouts, you cheeky, who do you think you're talking to? And I'm just like, what? What is happening? So I've looked at Tosh is just like, Levo's like in the car, so I've just been like, so I'm thinking, what am I supposed to do? So I've just ran to the car, Tosh just followed me, he jumps in the car and span off, and I'm like, lad, what the hell are you doing? Are you mad? Proper fuming on him. Tosh just doesn't even know what to say. What's just that? Where's that just come from? Levo's like, lad, I forgot I had it on me. I only got onto it when you tried to grab the limo. And I'm like, lad, I knew it. I said, I knew it. That was proper weird. You absolute bellend. Why did you just leave it in the car? He's like, I don't know, lad, I couldn't be asking fuming on me. I'm like, so you just robbed him instead? Lad, are you out of your fucking mind, lad? And he goes to me, yeah, but lad, you're the driver, you're the one that drove away. And I'm like, lad, are you messing? What did you want me to do? Just say cut and let's reset the scene and give him his dough back and carry on like I'm just to whip the thing out on him, to rob them. Lad, you are absolutely mad. You are proper joking, lad. What am I supposed to say to him? I'm only messing, lad. We were only joking and trying to blend it. Are you messing, lad? So now what? We've got the limo, the money and the thing in the car driving back. absolute wet one, lads. I swear to God, you do my anything, you lads. And I'm absolutely fuming on him. I'm fuming on him, right? My phone's blown up with Rav. I'm raging on him. I'm like, lad, you absolute knobhead. This looks like I was in on it. So I thought, shit. So just turn my phone off, right? Drops them off. Liverpool on the other phone says to him, lad, move the pie now, go to the other house and move the pie, don't keep that pie there, and don't even go back home until it sounds. And he's just like, whoa, I'm like, oh lad, I'll tell you later, lad, just do that, and that's it. So the number what I've turned off is what Rab's got, and what the Corky's got, right? So no one can get me under the phones except for my mates. It's a different number. So my head's gone, it's proper fell off, and turned my phone off. I'm thinking, I need to think about what's going on. Now, they don't know where I live, do you know what I mean? So it's all right, but they know where the pie is. Do you know why they know where the pie is? Because they send bits there, do you know what I mean? So they know where that is. So he's had to get out the house, which is, I'll ask what's he doing. So he's like moving all presses, moving all bits. That's his job. He's got to do that sharpish, you know what I mean? Because by the time it takes one of them to get there, you've got about 3 hours, do you know what I mean, lad? You better hurry up now, because if he comes from down there, or he comes from up there, lad, they're going to meet in the middle at your house, yeah? Get out the house now, lad. So my head's proper fell off, right? And I'm just thinking, I cannot believe what's just happened there, and I can't even understand it. I can't understand. What are you thinking? What are you on about? How do you think that sounds? Even if you've lost your head, even if someone said to you, how do you think that sounds? That's not sounds. That's in my head, and I'm thinking, do you know what? My head's proper gone. So I was fuming, I was thinking, do you know what? So I just had to calm it all down. It took me ages. I thought, you know what, I'm going to have a little bevy in that, just to calm me down. So I'm on the bevies, I'm having a little stripe, and it's just getting worse in my head. It's getting worse in my head. I'm thinking, he's absolutely wrecked everything again. He's wrecked everything again. Then Tosh phoned me, like, lads, you all right? I'm like, lads, am I all right? Yeah, I'm sound. Are you all right? And he's going, lads, it's all of us. I'm like, lads, it looks like we were in on it, lads. It looks like that's what we went there to do. It looks like it was a plan. It looks like we've just set them up. Lads, no one in the world is going to believe that he's just done that because he said that he's got lemon on his face. No one in the world is going to believe it, lads. Lads, we're absolutely, I promise you now, we are absolutely. And he's just like, oh, so on phone level, I was like, oh, lad, listen, I'm sorry. I'm like, lad, your sorries mean nothing to me, you know. And it's just a word now. It's just a word, because every time you do it, and every time you say sorry, lad, I believe you. Lad, I believe you. I always believe you, lad. Lad, you're an absolute fucking hindrance, lad. You're a liability, lad. I seen you this morning, I told you a proper sound. Lad, I'm questioning myself about it. Lad, you're an absolute knobhead, lad. And that's the end of it, lad. You're a knob, lad. So I'm just thinking, oh, no. So I've just gone to bed and all that, gone to bed and that. Wow, wakes up in the morning. There's just missed calls, there's just texts, there's just off everyone. Everyone's on me, case the Hawks on me, the Hawks on me. Everyone's just on me, they're all on me, right? And I'm just like, I don't believe this, mate. She answers the phone, hello?
Hello, how can hello you? Do you know what you've done? That's no more stuff. It wasn't for me. You've just with the wrong people. I swear to God, you are going to know where you are. I'm going to get a blowtorch on you and I'm going to right off you. You Scouse. Wait, lad.
Rav, listen, lads. Listen, it's not what it seems, lads. It's not what, honest to God, I know what it looks like, and, you know, it's played over in that. And, lads, you know, but you're throwing all crazy texts around, lad, like I'm some sort of muppet, lad. I'm no muppet, lad, and you fucking know I'm not. So, I don't know what you're going to do about it, like, but, you know, we've still got the bits, lads. The bits haven't even gone nowhere. We've still got, I've got the bits. Yeah. Now, that dough, what soft asses took off yous, that was my dough anyway. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't understand why, like, he did it. I've got no reason why he did it. All he's done was take the dough off you, what was my dough, and I've got the bits anyway. So it's not like he's robbed you. He hasn't robbed you. He's just, you know, got the bits. But I've got the bits. So the bits are here for you. Now, I'm not being a fart, I'm not being a shithouse, not like that. But, lads, you know, I don't know, lads, listen to me. Just calm down, right? Just listen, let's just calm down. And let's just talk about it, right? Because it's going to go heavy, lads. And I know you're heavy, but we're fucking heavy as well. So where's it going to end, lads? What's it going to end as, lads? What tit for tat, whoever gets you first. Do you know what I mean, lads? It's not worth it, is it? And I've got fucking him down there, fucking fuming on me, lads. Corky is absolutely fuming on me, lads. I know it's nothing to do with you, lads. I know it's nothing to do with you. I know you did absolutely nothing at all, but, lads, you shouldn't have said that to him, lads. Now, you know what he's like. You know, you know what he's like. You just asked if he's got a lemon on his face. What's it got to do with you? Nothing, lads. You were probably half pissed anyway. You're always pissed, lads. No one says to you, oh, you've been on the whiskey. Nobody don't, lad. No one says that to you, Judy. So why did you think it was okay to say that to him? Do you know what I mean, lads? Now, you know, where you are, lad, you know, you're a shark in the fucking, in where you are. But lads, we're not where you are. We're where we are. Do you get what I mean? We're where we are, lads. So where we are, when you come by ours, you're no one, lads. Just like I'm no one when I go to yours. So start shouting your fucking mouth off to me, lads. Like you're going to blow. You're not going to do nothing to me, lads. You're not going to come nowhere near you, lads. Because you know if you come down here with your firm, lads, you won't get home. Just like I wouldn't get home if I went up there with my firm. Yeah, so let's just fucking pack that in right now. Let's pack that in right now and go to amicable solution. And the amicable solution is, I've got your bits. I've got the dough. That was my dough anyway. That was my dough. Yeah, Corky owed me that dough. That was what was happening. So I know you might think, oh yeah, well, you know, you come down, you done this, lads, I never done none. I just bailed because, what would you do, lads? Yeah, just what would you do? Calm down, what would you do? What would you have done to that? Lads, there you go. So what would you have done? You'd have done the same. You're not going to start saying, you know, pause, let's just go. There was no going back off it. But I didn't, that weren't me. We weren't in on that, that weren't a setup. Why would we set it up? It was my job anyway. They weren't even my bits, they were Corky's bits. You know I'm not going to rob Corky. So that's basically what's happened, lads. It's him, he's a soft cunt, lads. Yeah. So what we're going to do is, listen, what I propose to you, right, is, now, I'm coming up there, lads, I'm coming up to see you, right? And it's going to be me and Levy, I'm going to bring the boxes. Yeah, you've given the dough, we've got your boxes. Yeah, so if I go up there now with him, yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to start all that? Because lad, we'll come up and you can search us before we even go in the room. Yeah, we're not going to be packing, we're going to have nothing on us. So, you know, lad, this is me talking to you, me and you. Forget about what he's done. Forget about what's what. Forget about what. I'm talking to you. Lad, I've dealt with you for years. Yeah, I'm talking to you, me to you. Yeah, lad, you trust me, I know you do. Just like I trust you. I know you mightn't and you might think it's a bit iffy now, but lad, that's not my fault. He's a fucking knob. That's what he did. He did it because you said that to him, lad, and you know, he was off his barn, lad. He shouldn't have been, but he was. But you were bevy, lad, there's no way you weren't. You know, I couldn't even understand half the words you were saying anyway. So, you know, lads, let's just like, sort of take a step back. Let's not cause World War III. And let's just see what we can do about it. You know what I mean, lad? Yeah, you with me on that? Sounds alright. Nice one, lad. Nice one. Alright, so I've got your words on it, lad, because, lad, I'm coming up here fucking, you know what I mean, lad, vulnerable in the middle of fucking where you are, with just me and him. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to make sure he won't have nothing on him. I'll make sure he's got nothing on him. I'll make sure he's got nothing on him. Yeah? Alright, go on. Alright, let's just all relax, lads, yeah? Let's just all relax, right? And I'll speak to Corky. I'll phone Corky in a minute. Yeah? I know he's fuming on, and I fucking know he's fuming on me, lad. I've seen a text off him, lad. And, you know, it is what it is, lad, but I can't just be spoke to like this, lad. And that's just how it is, lad. You know what I mean? That's just how it is, lad. You know the script, lad. You know, you wouldn't let no one speak to you like that, so why am I letting everyone speak to me like that, lad? Yeah, I'm not asking, it's my mate. Yeah, well, so what? So what? Yeah, look what your mate done. Look, what was the fucking, what's his name? Jim, whatever his name is. What did he do, lad? Yeah, he glassed him, and what did I do? Not to give him a walkover because of you. So you owe me a favour, lad. You owe me a favour, lad. Well, this is the favour, innit? So I'm calling it in now. Are you going to do me a favour or not? Alright, go on, we'll sign in, lad. We're happy, yeah, we'll go for a scram. Yeah, we'll be... I know, lad, I know you're not going for a scram with Levy. Listen to me, lad. Right? Levy will apologise to you face to face, and then I'll fuck him off. He can go back on his own. Why? Nah, you won't put him. You won't put him to bed. You won't put him to bed. You won't put him to bed. Lad, he's my mate. All right. Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll come up on my own. I'll come up on my own with 3 boxes. Yeah. All right, go on, sounds. Go on, Rav. Listen, lads. Let's just try and fucking let's just try and let it not change. I know it has changed things, but let's try and let's keep it fucking, you know, we don't want collateral damage, lad, either way. Do you know what I mean, lad? You know, use it everywhere, lad, it's where's it gonna end, lads? Where's it gonna end? And then what, we don't do nothing with each other no more, and then what, lads? Where's that gonna, you know, think about it, lads? We're into swine, lads. We've got to do what we've got to do. Now, he's made a mistake, lads. I don't know where his head was at. Lads, I've had fucking murder with him. I've had murder with him over it. I don't know where his head was at. But I've sort of, we've got the bits are here. That's what I'm saying, the bits are here, lads. So I'll come up on me, listen, I'll come up on my own and I'll bring you 3 boxes. Yeah? Sounds, we go for a scram, me and you. Yeah? Yeah, I don't know what you're saying to me, you know. Slow down, lad. Just say yeah, just say yes. Yes, okay, Saturday, 7 o'clock, 7, lads, I don't know, speak a bit slow, mate. 7 o'clock on Saturday, me and you, on our own, nobody else. I'll bring the boxes. Yeah. We can go to that Chinese cafe, what you know. Yeah, we'll go there, your favourite place, lad. Now I know you like food. I know you like food, and you know I know you like food. So let's go and have a scran, talk it out, and squash this shit, lad, because, lad, it's going nowhere. It's going nowhere, lad. It's going nowhere, lad. You might get one of us, then we'll get one, lad. We're going to lose people, lad. We're going to lose our mates over what? Over fucking Levy, lad. You shouldn't have said nothing to him, lad. Now, I know you'll say what you want. I know you. Lad, listen, just, lad. Rav, lad. Slow it down, bro, yeah? You're talking to me. I've done nothing wrong to you. Yeah? You're talking to me, lad. Don't talk to me with disrespect, lad. Doesn't matter if you respect me, lad, but you're not respecting me now. You're talking to me like a piece of shit, lad. Yeah? Like you're someone like I've got to listen to. Lad, I'm doing this out of pure, like, just being sound, yeah? He didn't even take the boxes with him. I've got the boxes here, yeah? Let's just, listen, let's just word it differently, yeah? We come to you, yeah? You give me the money, and we forgot to give you the boxes. That's all that happened, lad. That's all that happened, lad. I swear to you, lad. We forgot to give you the boxes, lad. So now we've remembered that we need to give you the boxes, and I'm going to bring them up to you on Saturday. And me and you are going to have a scran. We're going to go and get all out. We're going to have a 4-course scran in the Chinese, what you like. And we're going to be sound, aren't we? Yeah? Go on. Yeah. Yeah. Go on, sound. Nice one, Rav. Nice one, lad. All right. Yeah, sweet. Promise me. Go on, I'll come up on my own then. Go on, ta-ra, mate. So Saturday comes, right, so I thought, I'm just going to open my own, so Levy's just like, I'm just like, lad, go away from me for a bit, yeah, burn me head out. Tosh like, lad, I'll come with him, like, lad, he doesn't want no women. He goes to me, lad, how are you just going up there on your own? And I'm like, lad, I trust him, lad. He's like, lad, are you mad? And I'm like, do you know what, lad, listen to me now, I've worked with him for years, lad. I've worked with him for years. Now, if someone said to me, what's Rav to you? I'd say he's me mate. Yeah, that's like, you know, it is what it is. But if someone said to Rav, is what's Scouser to you? He mightn't say me, he mightn't say he's my associate. And if he does, I could be in trouble here. Do you know what I mean? If that's how he looks at me, you know, I've told him we're going for a scran, it is what it is. So he's telling me it's all booked, you know, about being on the phone and since and all that. But this is the day, this is the Saturday. So I am like thinking like, you know, what, you know, he might be able to swallow that, and, you know, and then Corky's being proper fuming on me, like proper, and I mean being cheeky, where I'm like I know me place in the game and all that, but who are you talking to like that, lads? You know what I mean? Who are you talking to? You know, I'm not just getting spoke to by some cockney like that. Yeah, I don't give a, you know, I don't care who you are, lads. Who are you talking to? Yeah, so if you're saying that to me, what are you saying to other people? Do you know what I mean? You know, you're belittling me. You're doing something's going on, you're belittling me. Yeah? Who are you talking to, lads? But there's nothing I can do, because I'm not big enough, we're not big enough. No, it's another tier, it's a different level. We're not big enough to deal with the comebacks of what that would happen. There's just, but on the flip side though, do you know what, I'm just talking crazy, what am I talking about? So that's what's going on here. What are you even contemplating, lads? You know, slow your roll, you're not a gangster, you're not a man, who do you think you are? And then you're like, but then, you know, you have got Sloy, but then you've got to ask yourself, well, imagine, like, where would Sloy go with it? Because Sloy's like, I've known him for years, he's been on the scene for a while, and he's done loads of things for me, and I pay him more than he asks anyway, and now it's got to the point where I think he asks for less, because he knows I'm going to pay him more, and he knows that's what it should be. That's like, you know, it is what it is, that's just the vibe I get from him. He's the sickest kid ever. Now, if you don't know him, he's like, he's strange, but I do know him, so he's not strange to me. I get him. I get his sense of humour, which, like, when he says jokes or punchlines, he doesn't laugh. And, like, that's funny. It's weird. It's weird. It's just like, he's just dead, like, just cold. He's cold. He's a cold kid. Right, so I've got him on my side, but have I got him on my side, or is he just going where the dough is? Do you know what I mean? So it's open to, I don't know, I've got it, and then, you know what, I'm just thinking, do you know, what are you on about, lads? Just shut up, stop taking mad, that's just a different side, that's not your logical reasoning, just forget about it, it is what it is, you're on the way up, you've got the boxes, Rav sounds, let's see what happens, let's go for the meal. So goes down to see him, right, so as soon as he gets there, there's about 10 of them, and I'm just thinking, what? Now, when I say there's about 10 of them, I know for a fact every single one of them are armed in one way or another, whether it be heavies or whether it be whatever, you know, you get what I mean? Lads, you just drove up the road on your own, and it just dawned on me, it was like a cloud just come over me head. You've just drove up the road on your own with 3 boxes to a firm who've just had heavies pointed at them while you've robbed them in their views, jumped in a car while your mate's leathering the boss and span off. Do you really think nothing's going to happen to you now? You haven't got nothing on you. You put your ass on your sleeve there. This could easily be the last minute of your life. And I'm thinking, you know what I mean? What are you on about? They're all just like proper staring at me. So I thought, you know what, there's nothing I can do now, because if they've got things on, they're just going to start just putting them through the car, so I'm just going to get absolutely ended looking like a mushroom. So, chin up, chest out, let's go, jumps out the car, what's happening everyone, yeah, get out with the boot bumps, get the thing, walks over, puts it on the table, just says to me, Rav, in front of all your boys, I never said in front of all the boys, but this is what it is. Rav, listen lads, there's me hand, there's me ass, he's a bellend, I don't know why he did it, but I do know why he did it, because you shouldn't be speaking to him like that. Now, I know you'll speak to him how you want to speak to him, because you told me on the phone, I understand it, lads. No disrespect to any of you now, and I know that you could just put me to bed if you wanted to. But, here's what I'm saying to you. There's the bits, yeah? Now, you owed me a favour, we've spoke about it. So what, lads? And he just went, no, it sounds, they're all doing something. But it weren't sound, and they weren't all doing something. I just had this eerie feeling that I shouldn't be walking away from you, but I'm looking at Rav's eyes, and Rav's looking at me in this weird way. It's weird. I felt weird about it. So I'm like, just thinking. So he says, he just like turns around, and I don't know whether he's nodded to someone or what, but they've all just like down to us, and Rav's like, yeah, do you know what, Sam, let's go. So I said, well, he said, yeah, we'll go in your car. So I'm like, listen lad, I said, I'm not being funny, I'm not being disrespectful, I'm patting you down. He's like, go ahead. So I passed him down, he's patted me down, no one's got no weapons on us, straight in a one-on-one, I'd absolutely wiped the floor with him, so I'm just like, Sam, let's go. So I'm thinking, as soon as I get in the car and get out of here, I'm safe. But is he's going to just do me? It was just horrible, it was horrible, it was just the horriblest thing ever. Levy's done that. Do you know what, Levy, lads, I swear, honest to God, you know, when I get back now, watch lads. So jumps in, gets in the car with him, and we go to this Chinese gaff, right? And you know what? True to his words, he had a grand booked, a table booked, yeah? But it was only for one. What are you on about? So that's, I've seen it. So he's like, table for two. He's like, oh yeah, table for two. But I've seen it, I've seen the booking on it, I've seen it was table for one. Now, is it an accident, or weren't I supposed to be here? So my head's going now, and I'm thinking, what's going on here? So I go to sit down, and we're having a scram, we're having a laugh, and all that's going on. And now I don't know him personally, I don't know nothing about him, right? I just know that he works for Dennis the Mushin, and that's it, and he's a heavy kid, but I've known him for a long time. So we're on the bevies. I said to him, lads, I've got a big bag of lemon here. I said, what do you want to do? He said to me, yeah. I said, should we get a hotel? He went, no. He said, come to my house. And I'm thinking, what? He said, come to my house. So I thought, you know what, all right. So I'm thinking in my head, you know what, this is a different level, this now, because I'm going to Rav's house, you know what I mean? I'm going to Rav's house. It's like personal, isn't it? You know, I don't know nothing about him, so I'm thinking, there's no way. I'm thinking, you know what, I don't even know, you know what, I'm thinking, you know what, lad, you can't start doubting him now after everything we've just like, he's opened up to me, he's told me all kinds of shit, you know what I mean? He's I don't know, it's like he wants to tell me something, but I don't know what he wants to tell me. Just that makes sense here. Have you ever thought that someone's like waiting for the right time or waiting for the right moment to just hit you with something? Because that's just what it felt like, right? So when we're going down, we're in the car, back in my car, right, and we're going to Rav's house right now. Rav's house, I expected it to be some big crazy mansion, to be fair. I thought he'd absolutely smashed it. Honest to God, I thought he'd absolutely smashed it. I thought he'd be like proper heavy ranges, or, do you know what I mean? I'm not that ranges and heavy and that, but you know what I mean? There's standard in it when you're doing what you're doing. So, said to him, come out then, so we go to this, we get to his house, and we get to his house, and I'm thinking, you know, it was an alright house, alright, but not for what, like, I thought you were active and all. So I said to him, is this where you live? He's like, yeah. I said, sound. Not like in a bad way, but I walked in, he's got a beard, his beard's proper tidy, you know, like, proper, like, not like that, not anything like that, but just, you know, he's a large guy, yeah, so it's just because he must have dough, but he hasn't got dough, because if he had dough, we'd be in a better house than this, and he'd have a better car outside. So I just, you know, maybe she just likes me as a funny man. So we're sitting there, so we goes out, we're having a little snipe in the conservative, we're all having a laugh, and we're having a laugh. He's got the heavies out, we're talking. And then he just hit me with this, right? He goes to me, listen, I don't want this to go no further. He said, and it's between me and you. He said, but it's going to be one of them things where, when I tell you, it's going to change everything. Yeah? He said, now, I've known you for a long time, and, you know, I don't know whether what you're going to do next, but I've got a very good idea, and especially with your mates. He said, I've seen them, the wild, this, and I said, yeah. I said, I know. I said, lads, all off me ban. I said, oh, lads, I said, I'm sorry about that, you know, lads. And he's going, I believe you 100%. He went, there's no way I don't believe you. He said, and I believe you so much so that I was supposed to do something today. And I went, what do you mean you do something? He said, I've been paid to do something. I said, you've been, what? What are you on about, lads? So it's changed the game, right? I'm sitting here, I've just gone, boom, boom, just come down like a lift, mate. I've just come down like you've never seen. I'm all just like, because I knew somewhere, right? So I said, what? So I'm looking around thinking, has he got someone in this ken there? So I'm standing up and he's going to me, no, listen to me. Wait, me, it was Corky. I said, Corky? I said, what do you mean, Corky? He went, because of what happened, he said, I was on the phone to Corky, he said, and he said that you've crossed the line, it doesn't matter whether it's levy or not, and you're probably just chatting shit, and this guy started telling me all kinds of things that, you know, other people they tried to set up, and, you know, and I'm like, what, lads? He said, listen to me, he said, Corky wants you off the scene, he wants you off the game. I said, yeah. He said, yeah. He said, and that's that. He said, and what's happened is, he said, we were supposed to do it for him today. He's paid. And he said, yeah. I said, is that why you were all standing there like that? He was like, yeah. I was like, no way. I said, no way. I said, all right. I said, so it's obvious that you haven't, or if you had, I wouldn't be here now. So what are you getting out of it? And he said to me, do you know why I started in this game with this firm? I said, no, why? He said, because I got blackmailed. He said, I got terrorised, I got threatened. I went, what do you mean? He said, well, when Corky was younger, we were kids and all that in the room and whatever. He said, he built me up with something, and then he gave him a stash. I think it was only something like a box, you know, there's something like that. But when you're first starting off, it's a heavy load, isn't it? You know, first time I've ever seen a box, you're like, what's that in there? So he put it in a gaff, and he ends up getting to home, but like the same day. You know, they proper bang on, like Corky being on the phone, like where he was, like I'm in the pub, and the next thing his gaff's got at that moment, you know, just bang on. And I'm like, yeah. I said, is that what he's like? He's going to me, yeah. He goes to me, listen, there's been loads of times he's backdoored you and that. And I'm like, what do you mean, lad? You know what, the kid played a great game, But it's a different kettle of fish now, because now I'm getting told by someone who I believe 100% because of the conditions we're talking in, and what he could have done and should have done but didn't do. Yeah, that means he likes me genuinely. There's no way he doesn't, because I would have got put to bed and that's the end of it, and no one would have ever seen me again, and no one would have done, that was just been it, right? So I know that, and he knows I know that, and we both know that, so I now know that this is real talk, plus the limo I had was absolutely belter, so I know that it's just brought out all kinds of them, you know what I mean? And he's like this kid who I've known for ages, who I've just always been like, he's heavy, him, his frame, and everyone's heavy, you know, and all that, and he's just open, it's just like, it was like talking to one of your good mates. And he's just hitting me with all kinds, and, you know, I got threatened, and this night, lad, he threatened me bird, he threatened me kid, and he has a kid, and the kid was like about, I think kid's about 14, 15, you know, he was going, when she was a baby, he's done, and I was like, oh. I said, what? He said, and the bills got bigger and bigger, so over time, he doesn't even pay me wages, and I'm like, that makes sense, and I'm like, lad, what do you mean? He's going, but I can't tell Dennis the Mush, because Dennis the Mush, he's his good mate. And I'm like, yeah. So he's using his authority of being outside his with Dennis the Mush to bump Dennis the Mush's grafter. But Dennis the Mush is turning a blind eye because he's part of the corky, yeah? But let's just get things straight now. I've just been told by Rav, who's proper heavy, who works for the Mush, that Corky, the orchestra, has asked him to do me when I bring the boxes up. Think about that. So now it's like, this has got to be first come, first served. There's no matter what, because if it's not, it's going to be me who fucking gets it. Right? I can't get it. So I'm like, sounds. So he's the first person who comes into my head. You ready? Who said it? I just thought Levington. I thought Levy. I thought, where's Levy? I thought, where is Levy? So, you know, like I'm sound and all that, but he's going to come looking for me. He will find me one day, because I know who he knows, and I know that if everybody starts asking about, he'll eventually come back on me one day. What if I'm with my, what if, yeah, what do you get, well, and because I know how heavy he is, I've got to take it proper serious. So, alright, Sam, do you want to do all that? Then we'll do all that. So, here's what we'll do. Goes back, gets in, just legs in, revs in. He's like, lad, don't say, I'm like, lad, I promise you now, I won't say a word. Shook his hand, looked him in the eye, lad, I won't say a word, lad, I won't say a word. But you can't say a word, but I know, because if he tells him that I know, he knows he's going to already know what I'm going to do, because there's no way he doesn't, and if he doesn't, then he's missing the label, mate. You've got me all wrong if you think that that's what's happening now. So gets back, buzzed on the phone, just on the car, just like flying, just like ba 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 ba, on loudspeaker, just got Levy, just like, Levy, where are you? He's like, what I said, lad, told him, he just went, what? He went, lad, he went, that little rat, so what are we going to do? And I'm like, lad, let's go, let's go. He's going, now. I said, nah, nah. So now I said, lad, I'll come to yours, where are you? He's like, I'm in mine. I said, go on, come to yours, like, boom, flies down. Gets Levy, Levy's all ready to go already, just absolutely itching, just proper up for it like you've never seen, just like, oh lad, he's going to be lads after him, he said, lads, I hate him anyway, like, lads, I'll put about 10 in him. I'm just like, lads, that's what happens when you let you're like, your mate's off the lead, yeah, that's what happens when you let Levy off the lead, mate. So, comes to mind, gets blacked out and all that. So, phone's tossed in bed with some bird as usual. Says to him, lad, what cars have we got there? He says, I haven't even got the cars. He says, there's a car in Crips. He says, go and get that if you want it. It's already done. Why, what are you doing? I said, never mind, because if it's all we want to come and it's just, let's go, let's just leave. And, you know, we'll need me and Levy, that's it, you know, we're both up for it. So he's like, sound, so I said, go ahead. So he goes up there, grabs that car, comes back, ends up going to this cafe, it was like an all-night cafe. So we're sitting there for a bit, right, we've got our ballies on like Benny hats. You're just looking like proper workers, or you know, just like signing a blender. So he goes to me, are you ready? I said, am I ready? He said, lad, I said, you're mad, aren't you? He said, I was ready when I first phoned you, otherwise I wouldn't have phoned you. I said, so do you think I am, lad? So it tells him that, you know, it's basically, as I'm seeing it now, because I know who he is and I know what he's capable of, I know that I've got problems, I've got major problems, right? Because even because Rav sounds about it, he's still not. Yeah, he took it to heart that much. And just, that's just what he must have been thinking anyway, innit? He must have just thought that anyway. Yeah, get rid of him, whatever, and I'll take over a little bit what he's doing, all that. You're mad, aren't you, lads? You're mad, aren't you, lads? Get on this then. So me and Levy just flying down, like, takes his house to get down there. Now I know where he lives because I've been there before. Yeah, I've been there before. But he doesn't know where I live. So that's what you've got to understand. When you start playing games like that, and you put them, like, dough on people, or you ask people to do things for you, and you don't think they're up for it, lads, what are you on about? Yeah, what lads, that's your own fault, yeah, absolute, you're cheeky, mate, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Now, I do owe everything to Rav, because he could have just not told me, and did what he did. It's not off his back, it's absolutely nothing to him. But when I've got on what's happening, I've realised that it's better for Rav, because Rav owes him dough, Rav's in his pocket. So if I do him, which I'm going to anyway, because there's no way I'm not, because who you're talking to, it's me or you, there's no way it's not, then it's better for him. Do you understand what I mean? So I see that where he's come from that point of view, and I understand. So, Simon, let's go. Yeah, let's go. So as we get round the corner, we must have been probably about a mile away, something like that. I hear Levy and he's like, what's happening? So I was just saying, I'm like, lads, what are you doing? And I can hear on the phone, how you mate? And I'm like, I know it's Robbie because of his voice. So I'm saying to him, lads, what are you doing? He's going, what? I said, what are you doing? He said, Robbie. I'm like, lads, tell me phone him back, I put the phone down there. So he puts the phone down. I said, what are you doing? He's like, what? I'm like, lads, what are you on about? He said, why have you brought your phone? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, what do you mean? What are you on about, lads? Why would you bring your phone with you, lads? Well, lad, it's sad, lad. It's not sad. It's not sad. And here's why it's not sad. Because if it ever comes bang on and you ever get, like, you know, put in the eye of it, or you ever, like, become a suspect, you go through your phone records, lad. You'll see where your phone was. And in this area, a mile away from his house. Lad, what are you on about? He's going, I'm like, lad, no, what's on fumes? I just slammed on. I said, do you know what, lad, you're an absolute bellend, you know, lad, I don't even know what's going on in your mind, you know, lad, every single thing you do, we just drove down here for hours, lad, oh, lad, are you messing? I'm like, no, he's like, lad, how's it? I'm like, lad, it's gone. I said, no way. I said, not happening, because as soon as it gets cell-sighted, they start chasing down, lad, you've only had that phone for about a month, haven't you? Yeah, lad, there you go, lad, is it on contact? Yeah, oh, lad, you've got a phone on contact in the area where something heavy's going to happen, a mile away, lad, that pinpoints us to this area, yeah, and here's why it pinpoints us, because they'll get on it, lad, they'll start checking all the cameras on the motorways, yeah, lad, they'll see the car, they'll go through red plates, they'll see that this car's a plater, lad, they'll look at who's driving it, boom, 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 see you later, pair of us and nicked, yeah, lad, I'm not going to jail for it, yeah, he's not worth me going to jail for, fuming, and so I'm thinking in my head, you know what, maybe it might be for the best, because we did go in all without any sort of, like, reasoning, without any sort of logic, we were just gonna go and do it, do you know what I mean? It was on emotion, it was impulsive, so I thought, you know what time's it now? By the time we got back up like towards the north end, it must have been about, dropped him off from there, so I gets home, and I walks in, it's about 3:45 in the morning, so I'm thinking, I thought, I can't go to sleep now, so I thought, you know what, I need to speak to Degs, right? I thought it's a bit late, like, but Degs is Degs, you know what I mean? So I just thought, you know what, I'll just have a big fat stripe, I'll have a little bevy to calm myself, because these don't know where I live, do you know what I mean? So if they knew where I lived, I wouldn't have went home, I wouldn't have been able to go home, defo, because I don't know what's going on, I don't know whether the Hawks phone Rav's been like, I couldn't do it, so then the Hawks, I don't know what's being said, but in my head I've got this little thing, like, just, it's playing my mind, why would Rav do that, why would Rav do that, you know, he owes his owner, so why wouldn't, you know, is Rav just like being sound with me, he's putting me first, and what he's doing is, he's going to get something out of it, by me going to do him, because then he's debt free. I can understand where, Lemo, leg it lad, leg it now, so I can understand where he's come from, but the Cockney to do that to me, it's like, lads, that means he's just proper, Lemo! Oh lads, you'll go out, I'm not messing, lad, you'll go out, so that just means you've proper, had it all wrong from day one, you've believed him, you've trusted him, you know, you've done things with him, but the things you've done with him, and the things he's done for me, which, you know, it's a two-way thing, it's like Lemo! Now the Hawk has told me, face to face loads of times, right, listen mate, lad, you know, I trust you, yeah, I like think of you highly, like I put you before my own firm, now I don't know whether he's just saying it, chatting shit, but he does, you know, he's good to me, he is good to me, you know, he is good to me, and he has been all along, like, just like I have been for him, and like I said, he's done things for me, I've done things for him, but for him to, like, you know, he already had the dough, it was my dough, so what's he actually lost? Nothing. All he's done, yeah, from the Hawks point of view, right, listen to what's happened, he's already had the dough, and then sent 3 boxes to the trip, yeah, now, as far as the Hawks concerned, he's out the equation, yeah, so only going by outside he is with Dennis is the reason why he put it on me like that, you know, if he's told Rav to do me over that doesn't make sense to me, it's starting to not make sense the more I'm thinking about it, you know what I mean, I'm thinking about it, my head's spinning, so I thought, you know what, I need to phone Degs, yeah, so I thought, you know what, I'll just give Degs a ring, yeah.
You alright, lad? What's up?
Channel, lads, it alright?
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, mate. Yeah, I've got her next to me, mate. Give me 2 minutes, so let me go downstairs. Concerned, mate, phoning me at this time. You get me worried, mate. Tell me what's going on. Wow, lad, every time you phone me, it's worse and worse. What do you mean you've been down there? Especially taking him, bro. What you thinking? Do you know what, yeah, Troy's your best bet, mate. That way you're out of the picture, and you're definitely not taking him and jeopardising no one, are you? But where do his loyalties lie, bro? Like you say, he's where the money is, innit? I know you two have got like a fucking like a thing going on, a connection there, so go with your gut, mate, you're usually right. But if your gut says no, bro, then you're gonna do it yourself, mate. Don't take him. He's the one who caused this mess up in the first place, innit? Think about that. Is it factual? Yeah. If it is, mate, you've got to put him to bed, haven't you? 100%.
puts the phone down and goes to bed, yeah, so I'm just like, you know, my head's gone, I'm spinning, and, you know, and what Deggs just said to me is just like playing over, you know, you're 100%, you're 100%, you know. Do you know what? No, I'm not 100%. Do you know what? I'm not 100% because, I don't know, I was a bit irrational earlier on, you know, hearing that from Rav, but the Cockney's like, I'm deeper with him, I'm tighter with him than I am with them. I need to be more bitch with him than I do with them, and, you know, the times he sat to me, and, you know, the old Cockney doesn't chat, he's 100% on what he says, and that's why he is where he is, so I mean, the kid's a proper leader, he's like, you know, he's not a rat, well, he's not that I know of, he might be, but not that I know, I've never told him like that, do you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I've seen him do proper everything to people and all that, but he's just never been like that with me because it's like he's seen something in me, do you know what I mean? I don't know what that might have been, but he did, and, you know, I sort of have, like, I've got respect in his firm, do you know what I mean? I've got respect in his firm, and when I go down there, it's just, you know, what's on, lad, you're the guest, and even his mates who I don't know, they're all like, what's on, I'll be walking to the clubs all the time, and like, what's on, lad, what's on, do you need anything, do you want anything, you know, Scouse, what's on, lad, you know, everyone calls me Scouse, they know me. It's like to that point where I could go down there on my own, walk into one of his clubs, and be just VIP, yeah, and no one, not even, you know, I've phoned him, I've spoke to him, and I've done, we've been on the phone, it's not just about business with me and him, really. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm going back, and ever since I met him in the shop, and then I went down and had a bed with him, in my mate's bar, it's just like, he's been like just me mate, me proper mate, you know what I mean? But obviously you can't have proper mates in that game, so I don't know where I'm at, and Deggs, he's just wailing at me, what he's saying, because he's just like the voice of reason, he's just always like, but he's saying to me, that he knows what I'm like, and he knows me, and he's like, lad, if you are right, then you've got no choice in it, which I understand, and he understands. Now, Deggs never really agrees with me on many things, but on this, he's with me, so it's like, you know what, I need to think this through, but so I'm thinking, you know, who can I speak to here now? And thinking, Troy's heavy, Troy's like the person who you phone, and then that's it, you just know it's done, there's just no two ways about it, it's just done. Right now, is Troy my mate, or is he, you know, on the payroll? But I think he's my mate. Now, he'd never tell you, but it's just like, I've seen him the way he is with me, and I've seen the way he is with other people. He doesn't speak to them, but he tries to like crack little jokes with me, only he doesn't laugh at them. So, you know, I've been for a scram with him, yeah, I've been for a scram with Troy, and, you know, I don't think no one else has. I don't know where he lives, I don't even know what city he lives in. He's just one of them. He's like, he just reminds me, like, I don't know if I'm right or not, I'm taking a guess here, but no one of them people who's just emotionless, like proper cold and calculated, and, but then the other side of him is like, he's got kids. I know he's got kids, but I don't know anything about them. He'll put a selection out and choose which one's right for the job. Is it going to be long distance? He's like that kid, you know what I mean, who I wouldn't even mess with, so he wouldn't have you a one-on-one straight there, because it'd be a waste of his time. He'd just put about 5 in you, go home and have his dinner. Do you get what I mean? So anyway, I'm just chancing, so my head's spinning, what am I on about, what are you doing? You know, you're going round the head, you're going round the world, you chance it, you're beating around the bush. Are you going to phone him or what? But yeah, I'm going to phone, but what am I going to say to him? What can I say? What am I supposed to say to Troy? What am I supposed to say to the hitman? Alright lads, get on this then, right, I'm having beef with Cockney and Ravana. Do you fancy putting them all to bed for me? What? You just be like, what if he's like, what are you talking about? They work with them, they're like, because he goes where the dough is, do you know what I mean? I should imagine so anyway. I imagine to just go where the dough is, where the money is. That'd be like what a hitman would do, wouldn't it? I can't really see him taking sides, do you understand? But I'm a straight up person, I'm a live for now kind of guy. What time is it now? It's about 11 o'clock in the morning. I need to know this answer. I need to know where Troy's at with it. Right now, I haven't spoken to Troy for a while, and I don't even think he's got this number, but it could go wrong. This could be like the nail in the coffin for me. How do I know he's not going to say to them, listen, he's been on me, asking me to do use. If he does that to him, mate, I've got so much riding on this, but my instincts are telling me that, you know what, I reckon Troy's your boy, you know, but there's only one way to find out, isn't he? So I'm like, I just thought, I need to get hold of Troy, yeah, and just like put it to him, and just see where he's at, you know what I mean, because it's important, isn't it?
Who's this? Yeah, what's up, lad? You got me attention, but nah, I ain't no rat here, lad. Fucking hell. You should already know where I stand. Fine, I'll be there.
So the next day he gets up and all that, and it's about that time I'm going to fly up there to go and meet Troy. So I haven't even told Deggs about it. I haven't even told Deggs about it, you know. Deggs is going to be like, what are you on about that? So flies up, goes to his office now. Deggs is smashed it. He's like the CEO. He's absolutely smashed it. So you can just do it. And where his office is, on the very top, and it's like, where it's like the floors of his building, he's on the top, and there's only his office at the top right now. Deggs is like, he's funny in that, but he knows Troy, but he doesn't know him, but he's heard off me about him. So imagine being him, and he just looks at me and he goes to me, why are you here? I can see in his face that he's like, why are you here? It doesn't make sense. I said, what's happening, lad? Like, all right, trying to blend it. I'm waiting for him to say to me, what you want, lad? I'm like, how's business, lad? No, the proper small talk. And I'm looking at my watch, and he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and it's like, it's got awkward, but not awkward because he's my mate. So he's like, what are you doing here, mate? I said, what are you on about, lad? I said, some lad come see you. He's like, yeah, but what are you doing here? And the next thing, the woman comes in, and he says, there's someone here to see you. So he's like, I said, lad, it's for me, you know. He's like, what? I said, lad, it's Troy. And he went, Troy, dear man. And he went, what? He went, lad, are you? I said, like, lad, listen, he's outside. We're going to have to let him in now. Troy comes in right now. Troy is just there, like, just looks at him. And you can just tell he's just, like, weighing him up, do you know what I mean? So the eggs have just gone, but he's not saying nothing. So I said to Troy, what's that? I said, yeah, this is Degs, your mate. He's like, all right, Davey. And I looked at Troy, and Degs looked at Troy. And we just haven't connected them, just sound, lad. He's like, is he all right? I said, yeah. So we're talking, and Troy's just putting it on the cards, and he's like, yeah. So he says to Degsy, Davey, go and get me some water. I'm like, just Davey. I know he's the CEO of this building. So Degsy just gets up and goes and gets him some water. I just like, lad, you've got a hitman sitting in my office, telling me to do things in my own office, but it's sound. And I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, I'll just blend with him later. So we're getting on with talking and that, and it's all going on now. You know what, Troy, it was like, it changed things. It changed things because the way we were talking, and he was saying to me, he said to me, you know, he opened up to me, and while Degs was there as well, and he didn't have to do this, but it was good. It was like, it was nice to know that what I had done, not that I'd done him any favours, but I'd done things like, you know, that I didn't have to do, and you know what I mean? And he was saying to me then, this time you paid me this much when I only asked for this much. He said, not coming out. You know, like just proper remembered everything at the top of his head. So in his head, he must be like proper calculated, like remembers everything. So he stood up right, and now normally he gives me a handshake, yeah. He gave me a hug, and I was thinking, no way, so I'll give Troy a hug. And I'm looking at Degsy over his shoulder. Degsy's just looking at me and say, wow, what's happening here? So he's like, Davey, nice to meet you. I'm like, so he's got off, Troy's got off. Degsy's like, lad, what? I said, lad, listen to me. I said, now I've got him on my side. It doesn't even matter, lad. I said, it doesn't really matter, you know. He's going, what do you reckon? I'm like, lad, do you reckon? I said, what do you think? I said, think about all those, think of Levy and think it's, lad, you know, we're a firm to be reckoned with, lad. Well, lad, if they want it, it's going to be first come, first serve, but that's what it's going to be. It's not going to be where victims getting sat off and all parrot and that. It's going to be first come, first served. He said, well, have you spoke to Rav? I said, no. I said, I haven't spoke to no one, lad. He said, well, what are you doing today? I said, I'm not doing nothing today. He said, I'm just going to write it all up. I'm going to sit on it, sleep on it, have a little think about it. I'll phone you later. I'm going to go and get my kids, lad. I'm going to go and do whatever I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, Sam. I said, I've just got the kids, like, new stuff and all that, new games and new toys, and you know what I mean? So I'm going to get them. I'm going to go to, like, a play centre or something with them today, and then they're going to stay in mine tonight. And then, you know, I'll drop them off in the morning at the Mars, and then I'll phone you. I don't know, lad, let's just see what happens from now till then, you know what I mean? Because, you know, lad, anything could happen, couldn't it? So, goes to man, as a proper boss there, goes to play centre and all that. Everything's sound now. I said to the kids, yeah, you need to get a bat. Hold going up from my car, so get the kids out the bat. And I sees it's a missed call off Corky. And I'm thinking, wow, what's happening here? So I thought, and I can see he's left a message on the answer machine as well. So I thought, wow, what's happening here? I thought, my head was gone. So when I got the kids, dried them, got them in the pyjamas and put them in bed, and then presses play on the answer machine, get on this.
What's happening, Scouser? How'd it go with Rav? Are we all happy and back to normal now, bruv? I've got a new job for you. Come up and see me next week.
And I'm thinking, wow, what's going on here? Because his tone and all that was proper sound, and you know, I've got a job for you and get on, you know, and I'm thinking, no way, this is crazy, this, so I'm going to have to phone him back. So it rings him back, right? Now when it rings him back, he's just normal. He's like, what's happening? I'm like, what's happening? And I'm thinking in my head, this doesn't sound like someone who's like, he's surprised that you're speaking to him. He's like just proper normal going into one. This is proper, in my head, obviously I was saying on. Now, he doesn't realise that me and Levy were a mile away from his house last room. Obviously, do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, my head's gone, I don't know what I'm thinking, it's just all. So I'm talking to him, he's like, yeah, it's sound. He said, when he went there, I went there, there was about 10 people standing there, all arms to the teeth and all that. And he went, and what, anyone saying to you? I went, no. He said, good. He said, I told him not to. I went, what? He said, I spoke to Dennis, and I told Dennis that nothing's happened to you because, you know, you've got the bit, you know, you've explained yourself, it was all Levy's fault. Now, Dennis will listen to me. I don't know whether he took it upon himself, but I had to just be straight with him because when you told me you were going down there, I know what they're like, you know what they're like, but the fact that you went down there on your own, it showed like what type of person you are. So I didn't want to like cross the line and, you know, try and protect it all, but I just said to Dennis, listen, nothing's happening to him. Yeah, make sure nothing happens to him. If he turns up how he said he has, with what he said he's got for you, and the way he's been with you, yeah, nothing's happening to him. And that's that. I said, yeah. I was like, yeah. He's going, what? I'm like, nothing, lads, nothing. He goes, what's up? I said, nothing, lads. He's going to me, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm sound, lad. But I'm trying to think too much, so I can't really. I said, lads, I'm with my kids now. I said, let me phone you back. And he was like, go on, child. So I put the phone down, and I'm just like, no way, this is proper crazy, this is proper crazy, what's happening here? He sounds genuine to me, but Rav sounded genuine to me as well. So what's happening here? What's going on here? Yeah, what is happening here? Now, I don't know, I can't explain it, I don't understand what's going on, my head's spinning. Then Rav's telling me that he told them to put me to bed, and then I've nearly gone down and put him to bed, but only never because his phone rang. And then, do you know what I mean? I'm meeting up with Troy, it's going proper weird, but it's going mad. So then, in my head, right, I just get this crazy, and I said, do you know what I thought? Who's give Rav the order to do that? Has Corky spoke to Rav himself? Or has Dennis told Rav? But Dennis wouldn't have done that because Corky and Dennis are mates, aren't they? So I don't really get it. I don't understand what, you know, they're in a different country, you know. Dennis is up there and you know, Corky's down there, something like, he got anything to gain, he wouldn't be able to take over down there, and do you know what I mean? So, I don't know what's going on, so my head's just spinning, and I mean, like, I can't even sleep, and my kids are there, and I just can't think straight. So I go to bed, gets up in the morning, drops the kids off. I thought, you know what, I'm going to have to phone Rav, because I feel like he'll speak to me because of what he said to me, and like, he opened up to me and all that. So I phoned Rav up, yeah. Rav, who gave you the order to put me to bed? Was it Corky spoke to you, or did Dennis speak to you?
Dennis told me to do Scouse. I don't speak to Corky. He goes through Dennis.
So straight away I'm just thinking, no way. So he hasn't given the order direct, Dennis has, but then why would, you know, to me, Dennis has just gave that order, yeah, to get rid of Cockney, but why would he just mate? So I says to Rav, alright then, Rav says, well yeah, I said, let's go into one a little bit, mate, because you know, this is serious, lad, you know, my life was on the line here, lad, you're supposed to be the one that did it. You've got orders from Dennis, but I've spoke to Cockney. And he went, what? I said, lad, I've spoke to Cockney. Cockney sent me a message just as if everything was sound normal, and like he wasn't surprised that I was just normal, do you know what I mean? I said, what have you told Dennis? He said, I told Dennis that it never happened. He said, I tell him that. I said, and what was he like? He said, he didn't take it that bad, to be honest. He said, he weren't like fuming and all like that. He just said, oh, okay. So he weren't really that bothered. So if he weren't really that bothered, Cockney's going on like nothing's happened. Rav didn't do what he was supposed to do. Where does that leave me? Does that leave me in a position where everyone's trying to do me and I don't even know who it is or where it's going to come from? Yeah, so I've already been with Troy. Troy's sound, Troy's on my side. I've got Levy, yeah, I've got Tosh, yeah, we're sounds, yeah, we're proper sounds. So I don't know where I'm going to go with this one now. So I says to Rav, alright, sounds. So I said, yeah, Rav, can I ask you a few questions just between me and you? He said, yeah. What's your relationship like with Dennis? He said, well, I work for him. I said, I know you work for him. I said, but what's it like on a personal level? He said, I'm not personal with Dennis. I said, you know, see, because I've had this impression that you and Dennis are proper tight. And he's like, no. He said, no. He said, he's done a load of things bad to me. He's done this, he's done... I'm now in a different position, with a different mind frame than what I was, because, yeah, let's go back to when I went up there on my own and there was like 10 lads standing there and all that. From what I thought of what was going on then, to what I can see isn't what's going on now. It's a totally different setup, isn't it? It's a totally different setup. So these are all just like, maybe they haven't put a front on, but maybe I've just seen what I want to see. You know, just like, because I'm not nosy, I don't delve into people's, you know, business, or I just do what I'm supposed to do and all that. But now it's come to me, now it's on me. Yeah, now I'm like, I feel like I'm in the middle of a circle and I don't know who's against me or who, and then the Cockney, you know, I trust the Cockney, I like the Cockney's proper sounds. Rav, I like Rav's proper sounds. Dennis, as far as I'm concerned, he's proper sounds. Do you know what I mean? So, someone's done something. Now, I don't think Rav hasn't done nothing, yeah, and that's the end of it. So, in my opinion, he's out the equation. Now, the Cockney's talking a good talk and he's walking a good walk, right? So, what about Dennis, right? What about Dennis? How am I supposed to speak to Dennis now? Because if I say that I want to speak to Dennis, and Dennis did do this, he's just going to either put me to bed or deny it. But Dennis isn't really want to talk himself out of things. He's that stubborn. He's like a stubborn old gangster, do you know what I mean? He's just like, I'll say what I want, I'll do, you know what I mean? So I've got to approach it cautiously, so I don't know what I'm doing here, so I don't know where I'm going with it. So I said to Rav, do me a favour. He said, well, I said, can you contact Dennis for me and tell him I want to see him? He's like, really? I said, yeah. He said, you sure? I said, am I sure? I said, yeah, I'm sure. I said, lad, I need to know what's going on. Yeah, I said, as long as you, because I know the setup between Dennis and Rav, and I know that all them soldiers are Rav's soldiers, they're his own soldiers, they're nothing to do with Dennis. Now, they might be loyal to Dennis through Rav, but, you know, I can't really see them doing that, because if they were loyal to Dennis and Dennis gave the order, they wouldn't have listened to Rav. Yeah, they all listen to Rav. So Rav's got major pull, hasn't he? He must have. So I said, all right, sort it out then, right? Sort an arrangement out for me to come and see him. He's like, all right, Sam, mate. He said, I'll get back to you in a few days or whatever. I said, all right, Sam, mate, Sam. So I pushed the phone down. Now I'm thinking, do you know what I thought? Where's Tosh and Levy? So text Tosh or text Levy. He's like, get to mine some point tonight. Levy's like, lad, I'm in a party. Go back, lad, I don't give a fuck where you're at. Get to mine tonight now. Just go back to where you're at. Go and get Tosh or wherever Tosh is. Just find each other and come to mine. Yeah, so he's like, all right, so then Tosh phoned me back. I'm like, what are you doing? He said, I'm with Robbie. I'm like, what are you with Robbie for? He went, lad, he's just knocked now. Robbie, right, I'm going to tell you about Robbie. Robbie he's proper hard. He's a proper hard kid, right? But his sexual preference is men, right? That's okay. There's no problem with that. But he's camp, but he never used to be. Does that make sense? So where Robbie, Robbie just come out the closet one day, like, he come that far out the closet, he was down the M6, do you know what I mean? And we all knew anyway, because we used to say things, but we wouldn't say nothing to him, because he's hard, he's have it weird, he's not asked, he'll have it weird. So he's come out and he's made a big thing of it, and he's been like, I've got something to tell you, So we all just knew anyway, because he phoned us, he's like, I've got something to tell you, can I meet you and all that. So I'm like, he's coming up the closet, everyone's like, what, sound. So he comes in, so Robbie comes to mine, and everyone was already here, now we have a little sit-off, having a little party, a little snipe and all that. He's like, I've got something to tell you. I'm like, what? He said, I don't know what to say for you, and I went, lad, are you gay? And he went, yeah. He said, yeah. He said, how did you know? I said, lad, how did you know? I said, lad, because you turned that camp, you make camp people cringe. And he's like, what? I said, lad, your voice has changed. It's like, I don't know, lad, it's like, I don't know what's happened here, because in my understanding of somebody who's gay, it's a sexual preference from birth, isn't it? That's what I'm understanding of now. I've got nothing against anyone who does anything, yeah, I'm totally just down with anyone who's anyone, and that's that. Yeah, I've got mates from all walks of lives and all different aspects and all different religions, all different sexual preferences, all different races. Means nothing to me, and I mean that from my hands on my heart. It means nothing to me. I don't care where you're from, what you do, how you get down in your own sexual way, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, just it's your life. Yeah, it's your experience on earth. I'm no one to tell you none. I'm not going to fall out with you because you like males. What are you on about? We go back a long way. So he ends up being sound. And now over the weeks from that, he's got worse, right? He's got worse. His voice has changed. Hiya lads. I'm like, lads, why are you doing this? It's weird. It's like I've got another couple of people who know, and they're gay lads too, and they work on the doors and stuff like that. And you wouldn't even be able to tell. Not that, like, I don't want to offend no one, but just from my personal own Scouse point of view, yeah, I know door lads who are gay, and they just sound, what's on, yes, sounds, and that's just how it is. So why has he come out like this? And the lads who I know who are gay, they don't like camp lads who are gay, because they're like, lads, we don't want girls, we want men. And I can understand what they're saying by that to a certain extent, but why do we want men who wear makeup, lad? And you know what I mean? And he's like, that's a different type. I'm like, oh, is it? Yeah, I'm brand new, I haven't got a clue about it, so I'm just learning, asking questions. So for me, I'm like, Robbie, what lad? So when he's with me on his own, he's not like that. Bizarre, it's like he's got different characters. So when he's on his own with me, he sounds, now, if he knows he's coming to mine, or we're going somewhere, just me and him, he just wears normal clothes, yeah? Now, when he comes out with us, I know it's still normal clothes, there's nothing wrong with it, but why is he always in pink and that? Yeah, like pink pants, skin-tight pink pants. Yeah, I paid this for that, lad. No one cares, yeah. No one cares how much, yeah. You're walking around in skin-tight pink pants. But he's a big kid, he's proper hard as well. So, he's one of them kids where, if someone says something to him, they'll just put them out, and that's that. In a heavy way. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So no one says nothing to him, because they already know him from before that. And he started going with Chris lately. Now, Chris, you don't know Chris. Chris is another person who's going to introduce, he's not going to be in this one. But what Chris did, he didn't believe in none, he didn't believe in no religion, he thought it was all loads of, you know what I mean? And then, I hadn't seen him for about 6 months. So, I'm standing with my mates, and I'm having a drink outside this shop, right? And this shop's on a main road in Liverpool. Like, it's every part of Liverpool. So there's me and a few mates standing on the door. They're not on the door as a security guard, just on the door having a drink. So I'm smoking this joint. And next thing, Levy goes to me, lad, what do you mean, get on him? I said, get on him. He's like, get on him. I said, do. He's like, lad, there's Chris. And what do you mean there's Chris? And I'm looking up and I can't see no one. I'm like, what, where? He's going there. I'm like, where? He's there. I'm like, what? And as I've looked closely, I've zoomed in on him. It's Chris. So I'm looking at Chris and he's just like, he's dressed in, I don't even want to disrespect him because I don't know what it is, I'm not too sure on it, but as far as I'm concerned, it's like Muslim attire, yeah, it's like, you know, the big long robe with the hat and, you know, I don't know whether that's what is used to pray and I'm not too sure, so I'm not going to say that, you know, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just full on Muslim attire, isn't it? So as he's walking up to me, he's got this big cheesy grin on his face, he's like, salam brother, and I'm like, what? Now, that's just a normal greeting in Arabic, isn't it? Salam alaikum, it's a greeting in Arabic. So there's nothing wrong with that. But why is he saying it to me? Yeah, why is he saying it to me? So I've looked at him, and it's gone too far by the fact that he's walking down the street like that for me to think it's a joke. Do you get me? So I'm laughing, but not laughing at him. I'm just in my head thinking, what's going on here? And Levy is fuming. Levy's fuming. Levy just starts leading him and all that, and he's just going, what? I'm like, Levy, jibbing, lad. He's like, I won't, lad, I won't. He said, what's going on here, lad? Like, what's happened to you, know, and all that. He said, well, lad, he's obviously found religion, hasn't he? So he's going, lad, what are you on about? So they're just talking all that, I'm talking, I'm like, I don't believe this is mad, this. So then about 3 days later from that, right, I'm sitting in the house, and I get a phone call, and it's Tosh, and he's like, lad, and what he went, lad, Chris has been nicked. I said, what for? He went, lad, proper scene. I said, what do you mean, lad? He said, lad, it was a few days ago. He said, about 2 days ago, he said, when we see him at the shop and that, he's gone back home, and whatever's gone on, these bailiffs have knocked at his house. And I'm like, yeah, something, yeah, what? I said, yeah. He said, and he's opened the door and being like, yeah, come in, I've got nothing for you to rob. Now, Chris is like a minimalist, yeah, he's a minimalist, and he's got stashes, so if you look at him in real life, let's look at your bank and all that, he's got nothing. So he keeps his house minimal, yeah, he's got like a tell, he just keeps it minimal, right? Now, in his house, he's built a little, like, I don't know if it's a prayer room, but to the untrained eye like mine, it looks like that. That's okay, lad, if that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing. You know, like all like scriptures, and I think they're called hadiths on the wall, I don't know, I'm not too sure, do you know what I mean? It's a different language, so he's got this like curtain, and when you look through the curtain, it's just like a different world to his house, you know what I mean? Now that sounds, there's no problem with that, so he's brought these bailiffs in, I think the bailiffs are from the Marston group, he's brought the bailiffs in, he's been going to them, listen, I've got nothing for you to take, whatever you want to take, you can take. So as they're walking around the room, right, now, what Chris does is, Chris works, he does like, it's not like a job, but what he does is, he's got this, Chris's mum, right, works in a nursing home, and what he does, just, I know what, he's a nice lad, it's kind of his art, doesn't have to be, he goes down, he cleans like all, you know, the yard, and, you know, he just does that for them, just anyway, they all love him and that. So he's got these chemicals, right now, the chemicals are only like brick acid, you know, like just for whatever, and cleaning detergents and that. So he's got these three or four barrels, like 25-litre barrels, but he's put them outside the room, outside his, like, let's just call it his prayer room, I don't know what it's called. So as the bailiffs, yeah, this is dropping madness, as the bailiffs are going walking around the house, they've gone upstairs and they've seen these barrels, right, and then his curtain's been open, so they've opened it and gone in the room, and he's like, take your shoes off, you're not allowed in this room with your shoes on, so like, we don't even want to go in the room, so they've looked in. Now what they've done then is, what I can imagine they've done is, they've flapped and thought that something heavy's going on, right? So the next morning, Chris is in his minding his own business. Now, Chris isn't one for the law, he hates authority, he hates them. So he gets a knock on his door, right, and as he looks out the top window, it's not even busy, it's just men in suits, right? Men in suits, so he puts it on, he's like, what? And they're like, we need to speak to him. He's like, who are you? He's like, you know, this ends up being a terror squad, right? So he's like, what are you on about? So they'd be like, listen, we're coming in one way or the other. He's like, you haven't got a warrant. He's like, we don't need the warrant, open the door now, I'm going to take the door off. So he's like, well, let's have it then. So they took the door off, right? They've ran in the gaff. Now, as they've ran in the gaff, he's pulled two blades out and been standing on top of the stairs like anyone comes up here. So one of them's tasered him. So he's ran and jumped, climbed out the top window and jumped out and broke both of his ankles. So as he's on the floor, they've tased him again and nicked him, right? Now that's what's happened to him. So he's been nicked, he's been released because they found out what it was, but now he's in hospital, right? So that's just like, it was all over the paper and everything, honestly, proper crazy shout there. So that's like what he's about, so look at it from the busy point of views. it was obviously a false alarm, and it was just wisecracks, but because he reacted like that, he's ended up just getting it, you know, and he's been charged with him, assaulting the police, you know, and all that. They just did it for whatever they can. He's on a delayed charge while it's sorting all out, and he's in Aussie. I goes down to the Aussie to see him, and I'm in the Aussie, I'm talking to him, I'm like, what? He goes, me lad, nah. He's going, you know, I'm supposed to be going abroad, I'm supposed to be going to the place of where it all started, and I'm like, I don't know what you mean. And he's like, you know, it's a place in it's called Mecca. I'm like, oh, I said, I've heard of it, lad. He said, yeah. He said, that's where I'm supposed to be going, lad, in a few weeks and all that. I'm like, you'll be alright, you'll be sound. He's like, yeah, so I'm talking to him anyway. He ends up getting off on that. I ended up talking to Robbie, so I said to Robbie, what's happening? So Robbie's like, I'm going to a party tonight. I said, we were. He said, Levy. I said, you're going to a party tonight with Levy? He went, yeah. And I thought, that doesn't sound right, that. I said, these parties, he said, these birds are all lappies and that. And I'm like, yeah. I said, where is it? So he told me. I said, I'm on them. I said, there's such and such. He went, yeah. He went, are you coming? I said, I might too, you know, lad. I said, I might too. So, and I'm going a bit off topic here, but I just need to get these little stories out because they're just hilarious, you know what I mean? And you just need to understand what I did, you know, the shit I have to deal with these lads, right? So, I get a phone call, it's about 11 o'clock in the night, and it's Levy. He's like, lad, he comes to this party, everyone's asking about him, and such and such. I said, yeah. I said, where's Robbie? He said, lad, he's just in the other room with all birds, and that he's a proper, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, lad. He goes to me, lad, Robert Tequilo. I'm like, oh, lad, Jimmy, lad, Robbie Tequilo. Proper funny, that, isn't it? I just shout that, isn't it? So I end up going down, and as he goes down, there's all birds, and I'm like, what's happening? And they're all like, oh, yeah, no. Robbie's ends up being there, like, let's just say, you know, like the way birds have like a gay mate. Well, that's now Robbie, and I'm just like, this is weird. This is like all just gone mad and all that. So Levy says to me, like, come upstairs. He's like, come on, so he goes upstairs down the steps and all that. And Robbie walks in, he's like, what's happening? Like, he knew what we were doing. Levy's like, get out now for a waste there. And I'm like, lad, and Robbie's going, shut up, lad, you won't now. Robbie, one-on-one straight with Levy, maybe he would do him, I don't know, but then Levy proper give it to him. Levy hurt him bad. There's no way he wouldn't. So it doesn't matter if you can fight Levy. Levy, you just don't want to mess around with Levy, do you know what I mean? He'll do you, definitely, 1,000,000% he'll do you. So he's like, so then he changes his tune totally, and he's like, yeah, I'm only messing, like, come here. So what he'd been going about in the party, Robbie, I weren't there at the time, but Levy told me that Robbie's been going about that his eyebrows were 1,500 quid. And I'm like, what do you mean? Are we eyebrows 1,500 quid? All shaped and, you know, just like letting it all go in. He's letting it all go. So I said to him, what's this about your eyebrows? And he's going to like them and all that. I'm like, yeah. So Levy says, yeah, I have a stripe. So as Levy, yeah, this is Levy. As Levy puts Lemo on his hand, as Robbie goes to snip it, Levy grabs him in a headlock, spins him round, throws him in the back, pins him down, squirts all shampoo in his face, gets a biff, and just takes both brows off. I'm just like, lad, like, Robbie's just screaming like, I'm like, oh my God, it's not even to do with me. It's not to do with me. But I know quite well that if he goes downstairs with no eyebrows, and then me and Levy walk downstairs, it's just no matter what, it's going to be my fault, isn't it? I'm going to get the blame for it. So I'm like, lad, swear that. So I've just gone downstairs and left him to it, right? Levy's ended up just smacking him everywhere, just like, not like proper hard, but just letting him just all off his barrier. And I can just hear Robbie screaming, and I know it's supposed to take quiet. So I just told him I'm quiet because I've gone down the stairs, you know what I mean? So I walked in the room and that. Now when I walked in the room, everyone's all in the main room. It's a big dining room with a living room on it. So there's tunes on, there's all birds there. It's a proper sound vibe, you know what I mean? I walked in like, what's happening? And this bird just staring at me. Now this bird, she knows me. She's saw me and all that. But she doesn't really like me, do you know what I mean? Just like, I don't know why she just doesn't. It's all just one of them things. So she goes to me, where's Robbie? I said, he's upstairs with Levy. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, what do you mean? I said, he's upstairs with Levy on the type of that. She's like, oh, yeah. So everyone's like, I've just sat on the other side of the room and I'm just like quiet, I'm not even saying that, I'm just thinking, and I'm thinking, what's he doing up there? What's going on here? So next thing, Levy comes in, just like, and just looks at me, and I'm like, what's happening? He's like, all right, lad. Everyone's like, he's like, all right, lad. But he's changed, he's gone dead quiet too. So he's sitting on one side of the room and I'm sitting on the other side of the room, we're both just looking at each other. And he's trying to tell me something, but he can't, but I know, and next thing, the door just bursts open. Look what he's done to me. All the shit's being ripped off him. He's got no eyebrows. He's got a big line down his head, lost off a bit. I'm just like, oh my God, I've just burst out laughing, right? Levy's burst out laughing. Half the girls are laughing, but, you know, they're half human. And it just turns around and they're like, what, you and you? I was like, that's nothing to do with me. And Robbie's going, no, it wasn't him, it was him, pointing at Levy. Levy's like, lad, shut up now for a waster. I'm like, oh, I don't know what, I'm like, lad, we need to go. I said, Levy, let's go. He's like, what? I said, let's go. He's like, where's the, let's go to Tosh's. He's like, ah, oh, lad, I'm like, lad, let's just go. Everyone's starting to leave now. So we bailed, he's crying, and I mean proper crying in tears. There's 15 eyebrows have been ripped off. His shirt's been ripped off, and he's got a big line down. His, like, he had long hair, not like long hair, but like, I don't know, so like, not like where you could grab it, but now he's just got a big line down, like, oh, mate, what have you done to him, lad? So he jumps out, he gets off, and I'm just laughing, I'm like, lad, so he goes to Tosh's. Tosh's in his, but Tosh's with some bird. He's like, lad, I'm with some bird. So we're like, it'll only be a minute then, like, because we got a taxi, we have to get a taxi from the party to Tosh's. So we said, let's phone a taxi, we walked in, everything sounds, all that, everything sounds like. Levy goes to Tosh. Is that your bird? And this bird's gone to bits. So I'm looking at Levy, and I'm looking at Tosh, and I'm looking at this bird, and this bird has just gone bright red. So Tosh says, yeah, why? And he goes, how long have you been with her for? And he's like, about 6 months. And then he's like, lad, I was with her the other night. I went, what? He went, lad, I was with her the other night, and I'll tell you what a bedroom looks like, and just told her. I was just like, oh my God, she's gone to bits. Tosh was just like, oh, I'm just like, how's he just done this everywhere? What are you doing? I'm like, we need to get off. So next thing, he got a ring back from the taxi, I'm getting off. I said, Tosh, what are you going to do? He went, I'll just sort it. And I'm like, that's heavy, Danny's going to me. So imagine how devil he is, the bear. Imagine explain that's going to have to be got off. So then Levy and Tosh turn up at Robbie. I'm like, what's that? They all come in there. I'm like, listen, I need to fill in on what's been going on here. He's like, what do you mean? So Levy's already on it because obviously he was there, but Tosh is like, took a step back. He's not on it. Deggsy's not on it neither. So I'm like, yeah, here's what's happened. And I told him everything, being like, and then I got told I was doing this, I was getting put to bed, and then he said the word God. Tosh was like, lad, this is proper mental head case stuff, this, innit? And I'm like, innit, lad? I said, so look from my point of view. He's like, is that why you've been quiet? I said, yeah, lad. I said, that's why, because my head's been gone off it. I said, no. Cockney sent me a voicemail, so I spoke to him, and then he's like telling me he stood on for me and told Dennis not to do that. And then Rav told me that Dennis gave the order not to Cockney and all this and all that and all that. So Tosh was like, who do you believe? I said, lad, I don't know. I said, what you do? I said, that's what you're usually here for. And Robbie's like, lad, he said, what are you going to do? I said, I don't know. And Tosh was like, I'm game, lad. And Robbie's like, I'm game. And you know, Levy's game anyway. So he's like, I said, we have to try and make an appointment with Dennis and go and see him. So let's do the appointment, yeah. So Levy's like, lad, I'm bringing someone with me. I'm like, I know you are. I said, everyone is. I said, I am as well. I said, you know, if it gets out of hand, lad, then we're just going to have to do whatever we need to do. I said, I spoke to Troy. Now, Levy likes Troy, but Troy's never spoke to Levy. But he likes him because, like, Levy's that sort of person. Like, he loves things like that. I said, I spoke to Troy. I said, something to Deggsy's office and that. They were like, what? I said, well, how did Degg say? I said, lad, he was fuming. I said, but he was calling him Dave, you know, lad. And I was like, you're funny, you, lad. I said, I don't know. So here's what we need to do. I need to speak to the Cockney, right? But I need to speak to him freely. Now, I don't know whether I'm not well in or deep enough to do that. I don't know whether he'll let me speak to him freely, but I need to understand what his relationship is with Dennis, yeah? Because as far as it could be a number of things. It could be Dennis has said that to Rav because Dennis wants Cockney out the way, yeah? And he thought that him telling me that would make me go and do the Cockney, yeah? But then Dennis could have just done that because he wants me out the way. But why would Dennis want me out the way? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. I've never done nothing wrong to Dennis, except for what we did with them Bob. Yeah, lad, you start all this. This is all your fault. Do you know what I mean? Don't even say sorry to me. Don't even say that, right? Robbie's like, what happens? I'm like, Robbie, I'm not even going into it, lad. There's been all kinds going on, lad. I'll fill you in later on about it. Do you know what I mean? We'll tell you in a minute. Just shut up and just listen to me. So I've phoned Rav and I've told Rav to make an appointment, yeah? Now, Rav just got back to me and told me that Dennis is free to see me on Saturday. So we've got a couple of days now where I need to start like getting into the Cockney and maybe go down there, have a bevy with him, you know what I mean, and see what's happening. Levy's like, but what if he does you? I'm like, lad, he won't. I said, I already know he won't. I said, I just know he won't. He's like, lad, you just bouncing up everywhere on your own, thinking you're on one. I'm like, lad, I don't think I'm on one. I said, but, you know, if it weren't for me, lad, we'd always be getting sat off and everything by now. So, you know, you've got to thank me for it. It was all your fault. You did all of it. He's like, I know. So I've said, come on anyway, I'll see you later. So they've gone back and done what they're doing all that now. I'm just thinking in my head, I need to speak to the Cockney. So I'm going to go about this because I need to ask the Cockney what his relationship is with Dennis and how tight they are, but without making it bang on, or, you know, I need to see where, like I did with Troy, I need to see where his loyalty's like. Is he with me or is he with Dennis? Now, I think they're with Dennis, there's no doubt about it, because that's just all I've ever known. That's all I've ever known. So I'm going to have to front it. I'm just going to have to front it and just see what happens, aren't I? So, let's go. So rings the Cockney up, and he's like, what's happening, mate? What's happening? I said to him, listen, lads, I can speak freely. He's like, of course you can. I said, what's your relationship with Dennis? Like, and where do I fit into it?
Dennis, I can't stand him really. He can't stand me. We're just associates. He's never got over the fact that I just bird. I trust you to look out for yourself and to look out for me.
So now in my head, I know, don't I? Or do I? What do you think? Think about everything that's going on for a second, right? Just think about everything, just, you know, just go back and just think of every single thing that's going on here, right? It's all boiling down to this, innit? Because it must have been in it. There's no way it isn't it? Must have been in, right? So Saturday comes. So I'm in the gym with Tosh and Levy. And we get off from the gym, must be about 10 o'clock. So we get back, we're having a coffee and all that, whatever, right? And Rav phones me. He says, Scouse. I'm like, what? He says, lad, Dennis can't see till next Saturday. I'm like, what do you mean? Till, lad, I thought, you know what, it sounds for me, it's better. It sounds better for me anyway, do you know what I mean? So Levy starts laughing and just whips this Henry out. And I'm like, lad, what are you doing? Just gets his bank card out, just racks 3 proper every step, just says, sounds. What's that? And then it'll be out tonight. And I'm like, hang on a minute. I'm like, so I looked at him, I'm like, what, that's my Henry? He's like, what? I'm like, have you just sucked out the microwave? He's like, oh, yeah, lad, what, lad? I'm like, lad, you're messing you. So I just start laughing, like, wait till it then. So I'm like, come on, fuck it, let's go, why not, innit? Why not? So rings he's off from the minor division and Mark from the league division just to see what they're up to. And he's over down your neck of the woods, like, you're going to go out to Manny. There was a night on in Bowlers, I don't know if you know, but if you know, it was in Bowlers. And we know the kid who owns it, but it's not really me mate and all like that, but I'm on him, do you know what I mean? And one of the doormen there, Tits, right, they call him Tits because he's just absolutely massive. So he's there, he's on the door there and all that, so, you know, it'll be a good night, you know, just like pull out of the pool, just get down a little, you know, just pressure off your shoulders, just have a little night out, whatever that's going on. See if you're a lad you haven't seen for a bit, just, yes, sound, sound. Rings Marky. Marky's like, yes, lad, what's happening, my brother? Yes, lad. And I'm just like, yes, lad, what's happening? I've spoken for ages. Like, no. Marky is like, he's the lead division, yeah? So I'm just like, lads, we're out tonight, and Manny, Ezo, me, Tosh, Levy, Robbie, and everyone else wants to come, I'll bring you ever. He's like, yes, my boy, defo, yes, my lad. That's what they say, like, where he's from. He's like, proper boss. He's proper sign of lead division, you know what I mean? And like, he's always dead happy when you see him, or if you talk to him, but you can just tell that some heavy shit's going on in his life. He's had some like heavy shit going, and you know, his firm, they're all proper sound. And me and Mark, we go back like 15 years, do you know what I mean? About 15 years. But as for Ezo's like my good mate as well. I met him in jail years ago. He's just always been my mate ever since, you know what I mean? But I only ever speak to him like once every 2 or 3 weeks. But when I do speak to him, we've got loads to talk about, because he's not into footy, you know, like that. So Liverpool and Man U and all that, he's not even asked about none of that. He doesn't even talk, he's just not asked about that. You know, he's into dough and that's what he's into, so, you know, it's sad. Ends up talking with him and all that. Yeah, so I said to him, yeah, but time you're next to the woods, yeah, we're going to Bowlers. He's like, yeah, it sounds without. He's like, yeah, said this right, lad. So he's just like, yeah, it sounds, I'll bring some of the lads, you know what I mean? So Marky's coming. So phone text, he just made some blag up. He's just like, yeah, but you just know, Lemo, don't, lad. So he said, Lemo, lads, go there. So phone's sweet. Yeah, he's like, hello. I said, what time, lads? Do you come out tonight out? He's like, no, thank you. But then just like, it was like the most awkward invitation anyone's ever given anyone in the world for anything, do you know what I mean? Like, proper weirdly, like, awkward. So I'm like, sound, so I put the phone down, like, yeah, sound. So, comes to it, right, so me and Levy turn up, jumps out the car, and Tits, this lad's only on the door. They call him Tits, like I said before, because he's just some big, massive man taller, but he's the owner's inner circle, like, good mate, you know what I mean? And he's the head of the dome for that club, and whatever else he does for him, do you know what I mean? Whatever that may be. I don't know the owner well enough where he's come out to say hello, apparently, but that's interesting, do you know what I mean? Nice one, mate. Yeah. So the next thing, Robbie turns up. Robbie's in like a white 340i, just jumps out with his like proper skin type V-neck top on, just like, and Levy's just shouts, what's happening? It's Robert De Quiro in the house, mate. Robbie's proper viewing me, Tits, Levo. I just absolutely crying. Right, Tosh turns up in his like Lamborghini with 3 tiny birds, just jumps out like as if, it's like, lad, roll the red carpet up for him, mate. Here's Tosh knob. So then next thing, Enzo turns up, but there's like, he's turned up with like most of the money division. There's like 4 cars, they're just all like, hey, what's that, Scouse lads? Where it's like, no way, this is going to play proper every day. You can just tell, you know what I mean? So it's just like, what's happening, boys? Yeah, proper boss vibes, everyone's flying, proper flying, the gaffer's bouncing. Yeah, so me and Ezo ends up in the office, like this office upstairs. Level! So we end up in the office upstairs, and we goes in to have a Skype and all that. So I says to Ezo, what's been going on anyway, lad? You know what I mean? Fill me in, lad. I haven't seen you for whatever. And he's like, I know, lad, I know. He says, hey, Scouse. I went, what? And he went, you never answer me. I said, I said, what do you mean, lad? He said, lad, he said, no Dennis. I said, Dennis up the road, big haggers. He went, yeah. He went, lad, he pulled the fucking blade out on me. I said, what? He said, he pulled the blade out on me because I picked one of his little shitty man boy toy cars up. And I just tried to like, oh my God, lad, what are you on about? And he's just looking at me, just the way he's looking at me. He's the funniest thing you've seen, but he's like, lad, what are you laughing at? I'm just trying to like, lad, Dennis pulled the blade out and he picked one of his cars up. And in bed I was thinking, I knew I was right. I knew I was right about them three cars, mate. I was thinking, where's his head that there? That's like proper heavy putting it on you, that, you know, for picking the tree up. I was like, so anyway, they're laughing me, I'm in a boss mood, everyone's flying in the boss mood. Goes back in the club, right, and just like boo, boo, proper banging, and then just out of nowhere for some weird reason, I don't even know what I was thinking or why, you know, you just don't want, you know what I mean, and just like, yeah, there's a silence in your mind, like, just like wanders off in its own little world, and it just said to me, it was like a big speech bubble above me, just said to me, Dennis is going to Corky's. Boom! Bubble burst, boom, just comes down, just like, no way, that's what's happening there, innit? That's why he can't meet me, because he's going to see Corky, no way, I was just thinking, no way, that's like, do you know what I mean, I'm defo, want to something here. So I thought, where's Levy? I thought, what to find Levy? So flies down, spots him, like, lad, town, well, blend it, said, come with me. He's like, what do you mean? He said, lad, we need to go. He's like, what? I said, lad, I said, just something's coming up, we need to go. He's like, heavy, I said, could be, lad. He said, what about everyone else? I'm like, lad, just leave them here, don't worry about them. I was like, you know, we'll catch up with them later, or we'll come back, or whatever, like, we need to just go and sort to them. He's like, what? I said, lad, I need to fly tonight. He's like, lad, are you messing? I'm like, lad, are you with me? And I was like, yeah, of course I am. So we get off, right, so just on the motor, it's like, flying, right? And I'm saying to me, lad, I said, I've had this little mad idea there, I said, because I reckon that Corky and Dennis are going to meet up, right? And I don't know why they're going to meet up, but, you know, with what's going on, Levy's like, lad, I'll just put the burden to bed. I'm like, lad, it might even have to be that is what happens, lad. I said, you know what I mean? I said, I'm going to have to just, I don't know, I'm going to have to just see what happens, because it's like, I'm going to have to just ring him now, so just flying, I just thought, you know what, let's go. So I just gets Cocky on the phone, I'm like, what's happening, Cocky? Like, I said, why is Dennis going to yours today? He said, he's not coming to mine today. He said, he's coming to mine on Monday at 4 o'clock. I said, what do you mean? He said, what for? He said, well, he's told me he's coming down my end on business, and he'll come and say hello. And he's done, why, what's up? What's up with that? I'm like, no. I said, did he, lad? Yeah. I said, son, I said, yeah, I'll tell you what then. I said, yeah, we'll come up and, you know, we'll come and see us, and we'll come meet us there at yours, if, you know, what, when's he going to be there for? 4 o'clock on Tuesday? All right, son, lad, son, we'll fly up and we'll all go on a little night out and, you know, have a little catch up, everyone, innit? And he's like, yeah, Sam, whatever, all Sam. And he said, who you come with? I said, I don't know, probably just me and Tosh. Yeah? He's like, all right, yeah, Sam. So, bust the phones down and all that. So this time got an eyes on it now. So my eyes and phones, both everyone's like, where are you? And I'm like, that's my eyes. So I said, yeah, I'll just bring them back, you know, just for a party. And I said, but make sure you bring, like, his own market as well, because they come from, you know, wherever. He's like, yes, Sam. So they all come to mine and everything's sad, and we're all having a laugh and that, and then next thing the Cockney rings me, so I'm thinking weird. So he's like, listen lad, I don't know what you think's going on, but nothing's going on, you know. I said, what do you mean? I said, why do you think that? I think that something's going on. He's like, because just the way like you're being and the way you're acting, and I'm thinking, is he trying to predict my behaviour there? What's going on here? I'm thinking, you know, what's he on about? How's he like, what's going on here? This is a bit weird, you know. He's telling me not to think nothing, but he's the one thinking of it in the first place. But then he's, you know what I mean, thinking about it, so it's in my head, and I'm just thinking, I don't know what's going on here, and honestly, it's just one of them things where it's like, honestly, you don't know what to think, you don't know where it's going, you don't know who's what your head's spinning, you're being out, you're half cut, you know what I mean, it's like, do you know what, so then as I'm on the phone to him, I get a text, I look, it's Rav, and Rav's text me, and while I'm on the phone to him, saying he's going to see Corky, not him, me and Dennis is, so I'm like, so as I'm like on the phone to him, but seeing that text, I'm like, do you know what, it sounds like that. I'll tell you what, we'll come down, meet Tosh and Levy, because Levy wants to apologise to both of you. And Cockney's like, tell me you don't have to apologise to me, no, he should be apologising to you. But it took a bit of a cold twist, like, it might just be me, do you know what I was thinking at the time, it was like a cold twist. So I'm thinking, what's he mean by that, like, that could have a few meanings to it, that could be ambiguous, he could be like, you know, for whatever's going to happen, he needs to apologise now in advance, you know, just starting, I'm like, what are you on about, lad? Your head's gone, just jib it, do you know what I mean, jib it, lad. And But I'm just thinking, why has Rav just told that? Why has he just said that to me on text? What he, like, are these all trying to predict my behaviour here? Yeah, you want to start predicting my behaviour? Surrounding, let's see if you can predict this then, innit? So I've got a plan, right, and I'm just thinking to me, you know, I want to be one step ahead of here, yeah, because, you know, the Corky's like, he's clever, he's intelligent, and I don't know about Dennis, I think Dennis can be just like, you know, manipulated or whatever, but I don't know, we've got to see what's going on. So I had a little plan in my head and I thought, here's what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the gaff up, right? Now, when you think you've set the gaff up, I don't mean nothing like that, here's what I mean. I need to know one way or another what's going on here, yeah, and we're all in the same place, we're all in the same gaff, everyone's on the limo, everyone's pretending everything's sound, but you can just tell it's not sound, you know what I mean? So we arrive, we get to the Yorks, right, and when we get there, we're sitting there for about 20 minutes, and then Dennis comes, right, but when Dennis comes, Dennis is on his own, but the Yorks on his own, but then there's me, Tosh and Levy, do you know what I mean? So, it's like, unless they've got proper hidden pieces everywhere all around the room, they're at a proper disadvantage, do you know what I mean? They're at a proper disadvantage. What are they going to do if we just turn on them? Nothing, not going to do nothing. No one can do none, but that's here and now. But the comebacks of it'd be like a tidal wave, just like from up north and down south, just both heading towards the middle, do you know what I mean? Just coming right at us. So I've got to be careful, I've got to make sure if I am going to do something, or we are going to do something, so whoever it is we're going to do it to, it's got to be right. It's got to be perfect, it's got to be right. So I'll get to an idea of thought, you know what, here's where I'm going to go with this. So I said to Tosh, come here, lads, what? I said, go and put this in your coat pocket. I said, put it in the coat pocket that's over there, where the chair is, where I'm sitting, put it on there, so it's by the limo table, and point it, so it's audio recording up, because it's ready to go now. You can't see it on the screen because I've disabled the screen, yeah. So now I've given him a phone, what I've brought with me, right, what's recording audio. It's for him to put in his pocket in the room where we're all chilling by the limo table, yeah, which is where the most shit chat happens, innit? So he's like, alright, sound. So he's on. So I said to Lev, we have, right, lad, here's what we're going to do. In a minute, I said, Tosh, when you put the phone in your pocket, go out and just say, I don't need anything from the shop. And we'll just like agree, and we'll all bail, me and you will bail. He's like, where are you going with this, lad? I said, think about where I'm going with it. I said, if we bail now, and they're both just on the limo, they might just like start talking to each other about what's happened, do you know what I mean? Like they mightn't, but they might, do you know what I mean? It's one of them things, innit? So just pull them out, get ready, and just be like, you know what I mean? Because lads, I need them alone in the room on their own, chatting proper shit while we all go to the shop. You never know, lads, that problem might could be solved by the time we get back, do you know what I mean? Depending on what goes on, if anything goes on. So I was like, alright, sounds good. I was getting tangled up with Bear, because Tosh has been on the phone, like, to the birds, and they're just like, yeah, I'm in the area, and all that. So we've ended up going to see them, like, get a hotel. So we're like, yeah, we'll get a hotel. So we end up getting distracted for like a little 90 minutes or something. Now, remember, this phone's recording that room. We get to the hotel, then we leave them, like, yeah, we'll come back later on, because we'll just get there, we'll go and see or whatever. So as we get to the Yorks, we're driving up, we drive up the park, and as we get to like this black tranny van outside, with just this big juice burger in it, just like snarling at me, but not snarling at me, do you know what I mean? Just like, it's like one of them kids who just snarls at you when he's like being sound. Yeah, sound lad. Sound, mate. So goes in, it was like 90 minutes later, do you know what I mean? As he walks in, there's like two new faces just standing in Corky's. I was like, yeah, see you later, Corky, just looking at me, just big juice burgers just everywhere. And I'm thinking, where's Dennis gone? His car's still outside. So as he walks in, he just knew straight away, like the Cockney's defo done something to him, there's no way out. And Levy just bursts out laughing and just starts saying the disappearing Agus. I'm like, so you know, you just know. So I said to the Cockney, where's Dennis? He said, he's gone. He said, you won't hear from him no more. And I'm like, sound, I hope he deserved it. He's like, of course he did. I'm like, did he? Yeah, I said, alright, sound. So I'm thinking, no, so I said, who takes over up there now? He's like, Rav. I was like, of course. I said, no, think about it. So I'm thinking, what's just happened there? What's just gone on there? Do you know what I mean? Whatever's gone on there is like, it's heavy in it, but then I looked at Toshi's coat and it's still the same place, you know what I mean? So I've looked at Toshi, but Toshi's already on it, so he's made the move for it. So he goes on the hall, so he must have been like, I need to know now what's going on, do you know what I mean? Plus I need to get off from it, it's like a crime scene, innit? So what's happening here? I can't believe it. I'm like, we've got the whole audio recorded, the whole fucking thing, yeah? And he doesn't even know it. So here's what I'm going to do now. If I think it is what it is, then it's going to be the Cockney arguing with Rav over who said what, and I told you not to do nothing to him, and you tried to get him put, you know what I mean? So I feel like it's going to escalate from that. What else could it have been? They weren't having any other beef. I didn't know they were having beef over that, but I'm hoping and presuming that the Cockney's just been like, what, he's my boy, yeah, and you did this, and he ends up arguing, so he's just done it for me. Sounds nice one, lads, do you know what I mean? And if that is the case, then I'm going to soon find out, aren't I? Because I've got the recording and I'm buzzing and I'm thinking, do you know what, that was a shout, damn me, whatever's going on there. And then I'm thinking, Rav's going to be made because, you know, although I never done nothing, you know, where's the guy who went to Corky's? Rav doesn't even know I went to Corky's. But even if he does know I went to Corky's, then what? Do you know what I mean? Corky's not going to tell Rav I did it. It was in Corky's, so it must have been, I'm not going to do something like that in Corky's, and I might think about it. No, I'd never do nothing like that, no. Wouldn't disrespect him like that, lad, you know. Sound, lad, whatever. Yeah, he's just done it. So whatever he's done it for, I'm open. Well, I know for, you know, I'm 90%, 95% that he's done it for me. Do you get what I mean? So that to me means, lad, you've just moved up a little bit there, however you want to look at it. Because Rav is your proper good mate, yeah? And there's no way he's not because of what he's done. Now he's now in charge of up the road, yeah? And Cockney, look what he's doing for it. He's in charge of down the road, basically, do you know what I mean? Well, there's a few of them, but you know what I mean? He's one of them. And I'm just thinking that's proper sound, that's proper left us in a boss position. And we all understand, we're all laughing in the car and all that. So he says, yeah, lad, I said, here's what we're going to do. Let's get back to the hotel with these, yeah? They can just go in that room, we'll just go in this room, like, come in a minute, and we'll just have a little, we'll just go through this little recording and just see how it all pans out, and then we'll just delete it, and that's it, just delete it forever, and just, you know, just reset, factory set the phone so they're just gone. But let's just find out there what's going on in it. They're like, yeah, go on, sound. So Mum stripes out all that. We're expecting to like have a proper party and be like, yeah, sound. You know, that's what he's expecting it. We're flying, you know, there's a rat in for doing that. The muzzles are trying to do to me. You little rat ass, mate, you little rat ass. You know what, Cockney, nice one, lad. You know what, it didn't even need so, yeah. And I'm just thinking, wait till the Edge gets on this, he's just going to be like, yeah, no, I didn't play it, but I guided it sort of in a way, didn't I? Do you know what I mean? So we're sitting here, yeah, pressers play, and all we hear is...
Nah, Corky. Rav didn't do it because he likes the Scouser. I like the Scouser. You thought you liked the Scouser, and you told me to do him. It was you who told me to do Scouse. It was you who ordered it, so remember that. Because if the shit hits the fan, then I will make sure that Scouse knows where it came from. Believe me.
Something isn't right, things don't seem right to me, something's off, but I can't put my finger on it. All these are buzzing, but how do I know if that's real? What did we actually see when we got back? 3 juice heads in a parked up van. There was no Dennis, the rug was missing and a bottle of bleach on the side. In my head I'm like, okay, sounds, where is the mop, the gloves or cloths? Did the juice heads clean everything up and then take Dennis away? What, all in 90 minutes? Because the awful Dennis could have checked Tosh's coat together or separately, seen the phone and realised it was potentially being recorded, and then just spoke like it was being recorded, but without even telling each other, just in case, you know me. So Dennis could even have stashed himself upstairs, and all that whole thing was scripted, and I'm just like, oh lad, what are you on about? What would the point of that be? Why would you go to the trouble when he could just easily made a move on all 3 years, plenty of times, if they really wanted to? It's his house, he could have stashed pieces anywhere, then both of them just stole on 3 years at random. So, you know, something isn't right. So I thought, you know what, should I do it like this? So runs out, starts checking the car, just, you know, just under the wheel arches, under the bunches, any trackers being put on it. So I'm looking under the wheel arches, I'm just looking under the car and all, and I'm just thinking, you know what are you on about? Why are you overthinking that much? So I couldn't see anything, so I'm just thinking, you know what, I need to turn it in me. Back in, start talking to Tosh and Levy, but I still can't talk myself out of it. You know, we're starting to scrutinise the recording, and I'm thinking, you know what, lad, if you put 5 in someone, there's going to be splattered everywhere, unless, like, he's already planned to do it and who's prepared. Do you know what I mean? Was the other people in the house, was they the only ones there? Was the other people there while we were there? They could have easily been. The house is a proper mansion, it's massive. You know, you wouldn't know who's in there. So for now, I'm not even presuming anyone's even been put to bed. I'm just going to presume it's all a stage and just see what happens, you know what I mean? There's nothing you can do, you can't start presuming things, because when you presume things, you know, we can make heavy mistakes, and that's the last thing we need, you know what I mean? That's the last thing we need. It's all been set up anyway, like a double setup, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, as if we're playing drafts and they're playing chess. No mate, I'm playing chess, you're playing drafts. Yeah, so he all gets off home, and about 2 days later I'm talking to the Cockney. He says, come meet me, come on your own, 2 Scouse. So I'm like, yeah, it's sad, but in my head I'm thinking, shut up lads, are you madman as if? So I said to Levy and Robbie, yeah, come down, so we've got 2 platers, we pulls up, and Robbie and Levy, they're stashed, their car's stashed. So I said, lad, here's what'll happen, I'll open the very back gate door by the barn before 6 o'clock. So you 2 need to sneak in the gaff and sit and just wait to react to whatever happens, yeah? But don't be too, like, don't just run in all blazing. Just take a step back and watch what's happening, because anything could be anything, do you know what I mean? And they're like, sound lad. So he knocks on the door and they're stashed, goes in. He's got this mad, like, look on him, but it's not threatening. And he just says to me, it's only a matter of time before the shit is the fan, lad. If it does, have you got me back? So I'm like, lad, have I got your back? Have you got my back, lad? That's the question. And so I thought, you know what? So looks the time, thinking it's getting nearly 6 o'clock. So I said, lad, I need that brandy left in the barn. And he's like, yeah, go ahead, help yourself. And flies out and locks the back gate. So grabs a bottle. And like, this brandy's proper heavy, do you know what I mean? So brings in, comes in, leaves the doors unlocked for Tosh and Levy. So now I know it's only a matter of time before they'll come inside the house, or somewhere they can act on if needed. So now I'm in the main sitting room where he was last time, right? And his rug's back. No, the rug that disappeared, that's back where it was. And there's not a mark on it. So I'm thinking, no matter what, you wouldn't even bring that back to the house, would you? No matter what, it's dangerous and just risky. You know, in my own head, the stage is starting to fall apart, and I can see Levy behind Cockney looking through the window. So Cockney's facing me. Then just next thing, Cockney says, I recorded this before you come. Bends down to pull his phone onto his bag on the floor, proper quick, and he's there. So I just jumped down and like run scatters for the door, do you know what I mean? So I've got to the door and I'm thinking, no way. So I'm like sort of half down, crouching, thinking, has he just done me there? Has he done me? So I can't see nothing, I can't feel nothing. I'm alright, you know what I mean? So there's no movement, so I goes in over the door. I go to the door, Cockney just slides off the chair holding his phone. I'm just looking through the window, Levo's just protruding through the window. I'm like, lad, what have you done? What have you just done? What are you doing? So Levy and Tosh comes running in and I'm like, Levy, what have you done, lad? He said, lad, I've seen him. He tried to grab a thing out of his bag. I said, lad, it was his phone. It's his phone. Lad, it's his phone. He's got it, lad. And I'm just like, I can't believe this, you know. So he's got his phone. So I'm like, Levy. I said, you just come and open the phone. He's like, what? I said, what do you mean? What? I said, lad, you just come and open the phone. And he's like, lad. I'm like, lad, we need to use his thumbprint to open the phone. Levy's like, lad, are you messing? Tosh sort that. Tosh like, fuck off, lad, you're messing on there. He said, you wasting it on him, lad. I'm not doing it on him. They're arguing over it. My head's gone. I'm just like, listen, you're both messing. Fucking rock, paper, scissors for all like here, lad. Hurry up now. And hurry up, open the phone now before someone ends up knocking. So we get into Rock's phone, goes into Corky's office with Levy and Tosh, says to them both, go back in there and find the 2 streets, check they're not stuck in walls, don't come back without both of them, yeah? Dig them out if you have to, do whatever you want. You know, it's just, lad, this is like serious now, we've got to get this gaff proper cleaned out. And if we don't, and we get nicked, lads, we are proper finished, honestly, we're proper finished. So let's just sort it out now, and we'll just have to get off. As I'm looking through the footage, yeah, the other night just missing, being deleted, so I'm thinking, why would they do that if it was a black, you know what I mean? So it's probably not even a black now. So I'm rooting around, sees a memory stick stashed, puts in the computer and just watching the Cockney let 5 off. So now I'm thinking, the little rat just both deserved it. So goes to the phone, reads all the exchanging messages and that, press play on WhatsApp, 2 voice notes, yeah, what they've been sending, but this was the day before, when we recorded ours, yeah, and this is what he heard.
I did give the order to Rav to do the Scouser, even though you told me not to. He needs to go, he's becoming a problem. He's formed good bonds with people, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a threat. Can't you see that, Corky? So that's why, nothing personal between you and I.
Dennis, you do know that Scouser knows, don't you? He's all over it.
So on my recording, yeah, it says that the Cockney, he got the blame, didn't he? Because Dennis was saying it was him. But think about it, has Dennis seen the phone in Tosh's pocket? Has he been talking for the camera? And that's why the Cockney done it anyway, just for being that cheeky. Because the Cockney must have thought, you know what, if he even hits him with that, if he even puts that option to Scouse, it's going to 50-50 to blame, and no one will know who to believe, or do you know what I mean? There'll always be like a shadow of doubt, a cast of doubt over it. So it could go either way at some point anyway, and then one day, you know, I could just be sitting there and think, you know what, pair them anyway, do you know what I mean? So who's right, who's wrong, or they both in on it, because why didn't he tell me that he was going to do that then, do you know what I mean? If he knew then, he should have told me when I seen him, you know, but he didn't. So he's hiding something from the boat, so the boat hiding things from me, yeah? Now, was that the full story? I don't know, maybe not, don't know what's happened, but I do not did the boat in on it, yeah? And it's just like, you know, as much as like the Cockney and all that, lad, if you're carrying on doing that, whatever it is you think that you might have been doing, but obviously you were doing something, you know, lads, then, you know who I thought he was anyway, so what are we going to do here? So it's like, shit. So the Cockney could have been right all the way, you know what I mean? But there's nothing we can do now. Tell Levy and Tosh, and I'm like, lads, we can't change nothing now, as you can start it was fault back on, know what I mean? We need to go. We need to just go and just clean the gaff at 100%, so no one can know we come, can he? Do you know what I mean? It's your own fault. It is your own fault, because none of you should have been a part of it, you know what I mean? And you was, so, you know, you make your bed, you lie in it, that's just how it is. So I'm looking around and I sees a bag, she's in a bag, so I look in the bag and I sees a little ID thing for Dennis, it's got like Dennis's name on it, and there's a dress and all that, which is a bit weird to be carrying around in your bag anyway, but it moves off like a toy car receipt, you know, one of those little toy cars. So I thought, you know what is I'm going to do here? So as we go outside, I says, look around, and just Tosh goes outside, and I'm like, yeah, I'll look in the light where the van was, to see if there's any like splattered tips of Dennis, or where the van was, you know, any, you know what I mean? Anything that we can use. So he's like, alright, like Levy, you look around for the same thing, going around the house, look upstairs, whatever, because it was a big gaff, you know what I mean? It was a big premises, so like, no, unless you could see someone driving through, we could see them driving up for ages, you knew you were clear for ages, do you know what I mean? My uncle there then, you know, he's got licenses to have shotties, he shoots whatever, boxes or something, that he's allowed to do it, so it's not really nothing out of the ordinary for someone to really shut off that property, do you know what I mean? Especially like in the daytime, so it wasn't really that outrageous that what's going on, we've got time. So Lenny comes back with a 25 litre barrel of petty, and he's like, look what I've got, so we just look, he's just both know that's what's happening, yeah. Sound that's happening. So without even saying a word, we just both knew exactly what's going on. Like, Tosh, get in, lad, change the plan. She says, what? She says, go and take that bag with Dennis's ID in it and throw it halfway down the front garden, yeah. So Plod will definitely find it and it won't melt even in the blades, you know what I mean? He said, Sam said, go pick Ice's ID in. He's like, alright, Sam. I said, that puts Dennis in the scene and in the boat missing, aren't they? There's more scenarios with other people, even around their own areas you're fighting with, then before anyone starts looking at us, lads, you know, we're nothing to do with it, yeah, we just simply wasn't here, lads. So he's like, Sam, so we had this little code thing, so it was all sorted before, and so I phoned Chris, and it rings 3 times, then I put it down, then I ring it 2 times, then I put it down, then I ring it 3 times, same with Robbie, and then what they do is Robbie goes to mine, and Chris goes to Levo's, and then Chris rings my phone, what's in my house, off Levo's phone, what's in Levington's house, do you get me? And they just keep the call connected until we get back. Then Chris gets his bird to ring Tosh's bird, Tosh's bird connects the call also, just like in the same time frame. Obviously not mimicking the duration, not where you can be like, that's a bit too coincidental, but it just gives us, we weren't there, we were nowhere near there, it couldn't have been nothing to do with us, leg to stand on, do you know what I mean, because we were on our phones, there's our phone records, you can check them, so, you know, if there's no other evidence, you're going to walk on that, because we was on our phones, and it's cell-sighted at our house, and we was talking to each other, everything's exactly what we said it was, so we couldn't have got back from the time we're about to blaze this now, there, to be on the phone, do you get what I mean? So that's how we played, that was the fail-safe sort of thing. Now, might work, but it gives us a leg to stand on, you know what I mean? It gets you a few more months on remand while you sort something out, doesn't it? We tell what we had to and all that. So Tosh phones me, what's going on? I said, what's going on? He said, you got rid of it? And I said, yeah. He said, okay, sound. He said, so where do you go from here? I said, I don't know, lads, you know. I said, I don't know. I said, we just weren't there, simple as that. I said, and that's just all it can be, lads. I said, there can't be nothing more, there can't be nothing less. I said, that's just how it was. We've got to just keep our wits about us, keep everything together, lad, and just, you know what I mean? You know, we've fucked up there, lad. We have, you know, Levo again, but, you know, I can understand what he was on, because if he thought he's pulled something out of me, then he thinks it's game over, so he's looked after me, and but has he, do you know what I mean, lad, because, I don't know, lad, you know, phones don't light up, do you know what I mean, but then again, you know, he could have just been, like, nervous, and, you know, he started, I don't even know why he was there, he could have got a better advantage point from being in New York, because he still wouldn't have seen him, do you get what I mean, it would have been sound, lad, but it is what it is, I'm not going to start moaning, because he did have my best interest tonight, only now that Cockney and Dennis are both no longer with us, so what does that mean? Where are we going to go from here? Who's going to do what, you know, in Rav, what am I going to say to Rav? I'm going to just play the game, obviously, I'm going to have to say absolutely nothing at all to no one, not even anyone, just do not mention nothing to do this now, let's just, you know what I mean, just it is what it is, yeah, so, got to the clothes, full forensic shower, clothes gone, webs gone, cars gone, let's just see what happens, yeah. 2 days later, at 11 o'clock in the morning, wakes up, I can see I've got missed calls off Degs and Rav, as I'm looking at the screen, Rav's calling me, so I thought, what's I've answered the phone, right?
Hello, Scouser. Have you seen the news today on the telly? The Cockney's house has been torched and they're saying they're looking for Dennis as a culprit. Do you know anything about this?
Me? Nah, lad, first I've heard what's going on there, do you reckon? Some weird must have gone on there, lad, put up at every day, lad, are you sure? Yeah, is he? On the news? Lad, I'll have a look in a minute, So I'm thinking, Plod think Dennis is still alive, so the Blaze must have got rid of any suspicious wrongdoing for Dennis and framed him for Corky. Proper sounds like a planter, innit? But we're out of the woods yet, are we? So let's just see what happens. Next thing, Degs rings me.
Wow, finally, you get me worried. You've been trying to ring you all day. Mate, have you seen the news? Corky's been put to bed. Dennis is in the picture for it. Are you alright, bro? Listen, tell me what's going on, lad. Are you alright?
I'll come and see you, lad.
We were supposed to have a little thing round here tonight, but it's been cancelled, so get round mine for about 7, half 7. There's a load of food here. Me and you'll sit up and have a drink and a scran. Fill me in on everything that's gone on, yeah?
So, lad, see you later on then, brother.
Catch you in a bit, yeah?
So now it's about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and Levy knocks randomly. What's happening, lad? You come for a brekkie? I'm like, yeah, lad, shout that, you know, where's Tosh, Robbie or Chris? Have you seen any of them? He's like, nah, lad, I spoke to Tosh earlier, and Chris is going to some gaff in the Middle East, Mecca, I think it's called. I'm like, is he yet? When's he going? He's like, tomorrow morning, lad. I'm like, is he yet? So what, he's back to normal now? And Levy's like, no, lad, his feet are still all messed up and that, but he's out and about, I think he's on crutches, messed up him, innit, lad? And I'm like, yeah, not half, lad. So rings Tosh. Tosh like, yes, lad, what is? I'm like, you come for a scran, lad? He's like, yeah, where? The cafe? I'm like, yeah. So Tosh like, come on, lad, we spoke to Levy. I said, lad, he's with me now, he's just knocked now. He's like, oh, sweet, lad, sweet on me, he's there then. I'm like, come on, lad, see you soon, Toshy. So he goes in Levy's car and meets Tosh the cafe, but Tosh orders 2 massive brekkies. I'm like, lad, what's that for? He goes, lad, Robbie's on his way. I'm like, oh, is he, lad, yet, time? So me and Levy gets 22, and we're waiting for it. And as we're waiting for it, yeah, this Irish kid walks in who we know, and his name's Shane, but we call him Paddy. And last time I spoke to him, he was with some bear from round the area where the cafe was, so it half made sense him seeing him there, do you know what I mean? So I'm like, yes, Paddy, lad, what's going on? I haven't seen you for months, where have you been hiding, lad? Paddy's like, lad, have you heard about the Cockney? I'm like, yeah, mad, lad, innit? Rav told me before, saying Dennis done it or whatever, I don't know, lad. So me, Tosh and Levy just look at each other, and then Levy starts laughing, pretending he's looking at someone on his phone. So I've nearly started laughing, because he's got one of them laughs that just make you laugh, but I know why he's laughing. Tosh puts his head down sometimes I'd say you are a pair of bellends used to, you know. So Paddy sits down with us and orders a scan too, then Robbie comes in. So the five of us are all just sitting there eating a scan and Paddy's phone rings. So Paddy's on the phone saying, I can hear him saying to someone, guess who I bumped into? Scouse and Levy and that. And then he says, I will, yeah. And then he looks at me, he's like, Scouse, who wants to the phone? And pass the phone to me. So I'm like whispering, lads, who is it? He's like, it's Ethan, mate. And I'm like, shit, I forgot about Ethan. Ethan's from the Irish firm. He'd be mate, but sometimes we don't see eye to eye on things, you know, like simple things. So I stopped working with him and I've pulled away from him, do you know what I mean? So I'm like, yes, Ethan, what's happening, lad? He's like, Scouse, what's happening, where have you been? I said, lad, I lost my phone, didn't I? I said, but you know, I'll get this number now off him. And he's like, Sam, give us a ring later on if you could, lad. I could do speaking to you on your own, just like when you're on your own, do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, come on, lad, Sam, no problem. So he gets off from the cafe, Levy takes me to mine, and he's got some shit to do, so he's got to go. I said to him, lad, remember you can go see Marky at 4 o'clock in Leeds for me? He's like, alright, sound. Tosh and Robbie gets off there saying they're going to the gym. And I'm like, lad, that's the wrong way round. Why would you go to the gym after you just had that scan? Proper heavy scan, so you pair of wet ones. So it comes to about 6 o'clock and Levy's got back his phone. He's been like, lad, I've seen him, everything sound. I'm like, come on, sound, lad, sound. So I get in the shower and I'm going to get ready to see Degs. So I thought, you know, one little stripe. And then I thought, nah, swerve it. So what I'll bring you with me, I'll have a scan with Degs and then we can have a little bevy and a stripe after it, innit? So I get in the car and then he remembers about Ethan. So I thought, no, what, I'll ring him now. So I phoned Ethan. He's like, Scouse, how are you, pal? I'm like, Sam, what's going down? He's like, lad, a lot's changed since last time we spoke, mate. And I've took over John's position in the firm. And I'm like, yeah, no way, that's mad, that, because John was high up in the firm and Ethan was like well below him. So I don't know what's happened there, but I'm not even going to be nosy, it's not my business. So I just said, yeah, Sam, that is right. So he says to me, well, now Cockney's gone and Dennis is probably going to be on the run, isn't he? So I've been told to either choose you or Rav for our main contact over there. Obviously, I'm choosing you first, but if you say no, then Sam, but don't tell Rav because he's second choice. Lemo! Get out now! So we're talking, blah, blah, blah. Right, listen, Ethan, I'm up for it, lad. Yeah, so nice one. I'm just by your mates now, so I'll ring you tomorrow and possibly fly over next Friday with Levy and Tosh. Yeah? And he's like, yeah, sound Scouser. I'm like, alright, lad, go on, I'll speak to you tomorrow. But he's like, go on, sound, speak to you tomorrow. Now, if you think about it, that's a proper heavy jump for me. Do you know what I mean? But it's one of them things that you can't say no to, can you? Think about it now, can you? Can't say no to that. You've absolutely smashed it. So, pulls up a Degs, goes in, shakes Degs' hand, gives his bird a kiss in the cheek. Bird's like, right, I've got stuff to do upstairs, so I'll leave you to. If you need any more food or anything like that, just let me know. So Degs is like, nice one, babe, see you later. And I'm like, nice one, go on, see you in a bit. So I'm like, Degs, she's proper sound there, lad. He's like, I know. He said, I'm going to ask you to marry me on a birthday. I'm like, ah, imagine that, lad. He said no. He's like, shut up. I'm like, lad, imagine that. Imagine it just fronted and she said no. He's like, nah, she won't, lad, but imagine she did. So we're just both laughing our heads off. Now, Degs knows something. He knows it's something to do with me, but he does know it's something to do with me, do you get what I mean? So he's like, right, lad, what's going on? Tell me everything, what's going on? So I told him, I said, lad, we went to Cockney's, set the phone up, went to shop, we were talking to birds. When we got back, Dennis was night off Cockney. So we bailed, then a few days later I've come back, he's asked me to come back on my own, so I thought, nah, swerve that. So I've gone back with Tosh, Levy and Robbie, and then they've all stashed themselves. So I've gone opened the back gate and Tosh has come in the house and Levy's gone in the garden, and Levy's watching through the window as I'm in the main room with the Cockney, but like the Cockney's rug was back as well, get on that, they're not doing a mark on it. So the Cockney's got us back to Levo, and I'm talking to the Cockney, and the Cockney says to me, lad, I need to show you something. So I'm like, go on, lad. As he leans down to get his phone out of his bag, lad, just hears boom. Levy's put two through the window, thinking he was reaching for a piece to do me. So I've scattered just like, well, I thought it was me being it, lad. So I'm looking down thinking, no way, no one's even answering me and all that. So then they come running in, lad. But as they come running in, I've opened the door and Cockney's just slouched off the chair, lad. That's it, proper done him, lad. And I'm just thinking, no way, what'd you do that for? But then he's told me and I've realised that he'd done it because he thought he'd seen him reaching for something, lad. So what am I supposed to say to that? Oh, no, I can't say nothing to him, lad. He's done it to protect me, hasn't he? So as we've looked around the gap, we found the bag and I had like this little thing with Dennis's ID in it. So I was like, so I said to Tosh, lad, go and take that halfway down the garden. But Levy found a big barrel of petty, lad. So obviously, lad, we've had to just melt the gaff, haven't we? Do you know what I mean? So that's basically just it, lad, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Lemon! Dave's just like, I don't believe this. You know, I'm like, I know, but think about it, lad. He's like, I know. So we're just talking, having a bevy, having a stripe, you know what I mean? Just like, I can't drink, because I've got to get home, do you know what I mean? So I'm only having a little bum shandies or whatever, do you know what I mean? So I'm just like, so just playing on my mind what Dave's just been saying to me, because, you know, he's the voice of reason and he knows, but he also knows that what I've done, we've had to do it, and I've had to cover myself. So to be fair, there isn't really any better way that we could have covered ourselves than what we have, if you get me. That makes sense. And then, especially with the phone calls, what we got Chris and Robbie to do. So we sort of have like, well, lads, you know, if you pull it off, which I'm sure you will, then it's going to be sound. And I'm like, well, hopefully, lad, yeah. But if anyone finds out, lad, he's like, I know. Like, I know. I said, you know, anyone finds out, lad, that Cockney and Dennis are gone and it's all because of us, lads, then we're done, aren't we, lads? Gets off from Deggies, and on the way back, I'm just thinking in my head, yeah, that sounds, you know, we've definitely pulled this off because Dennis is gone, Cockney's gone. We're not suspects because Dennis is. We're flying. So gets back to mine, rings Levy, says, lad, are we out tonight? He's like, yeah. I said, come on, let's go then. I said, phone Tosh. He's like, go on, sounds. I said, yeah, I should go to Leeds. rings out, ring Marky now, he's like, go ahead, wherever, lad, wherever. So rings Marky, I'm like, what's happening, lad? Look a little bevy down your end, what's going on here out tonight? He's like, hello, my boy, West, my lad. You know, the way he talk like that, proper belter, lad, proper belter, the lead division, Mark. He's like, nah, lad, I've got something to do tonight, but you know, if you're out and about next weekend, we will defo. So I'm thinking, killer. So I thought, he's had something to do, so we're going to marry. So I thought, you know what about Stewie from Wales? I haven't spoken to him for a while, so I thought, yeah, that sounds, I'll phone Stewie, the Welsh friend, the Welsh division. So I'm like, yeah, Stewie, lads, what town? He's like, Scouse, lads, what town? Like, what time? He's like, have you read up the Cockney? I'm like, yeah, mad in it, lad. I said, you know, everyone's saying Dennis to it, lad. So Stewie's like, yeah, I know, but, you know, now we can't see the Cockney no more. So what do we do instead from now on? Just see you. And I'm like, just in my head, I'm thinking, no way, never thought that. I'm like, yeah, lad, yes, sound. So think about this now. We've got Ethan from the Irish firm and Stewie from the Welsh firm coming straight to me now. Proper heavy. I've moved up in the game massively. Now, just off them two, you know what I mean? So I said to him, lad, you're out tonight. He's like, nah, I can't, mate. I'm like, all right, sound. Get on me tomorrow, lad. He's like, I will do. So phone's Levy, and I'm like, lad, we're still local tonight. He's like, sound, Tosh's game too. I said, go on, sound. They come to mine for about 12 midnight, then, because he was getting on now. And bring Toshi. He's like, sound, lad, I will. So he turns up, it must have been about 12 midnight, yeah, and I'm ready to go. So we ended up out off our Barrington town, absolutely flying, right, but I've took my car, and Levy's left his car outside mine. So we're just flying, laughing at we've smashed it because of what's going on. So I'm telling about Stu and telling about this and that, but something's still troubling me, yeah. I've got something stuck in my head, but I don't really want to say no because it'll just kill the vibe, but in my head, I'm just thinking in my head, you know what I mean? I'm just thinking something, but I'll tell you about what I was thinking later on, right? So carries on partying. This bird phoned me, she's a lappy, she's got a mate tonight. Now, it's not like that, she's our mate, you know what I mean? It's like a little family, she's like an hour mates ago. So I'm like, who are you with? She's like, I said, like, what are we doing then? She went, yeah, I'll come to have a little party once. I'm like, go ahead, I'm like, did he up for it? They're like, yeah, it's sound. So we fly down to the lappies and grabs them. Now there's 3 of them, and there's like 3 of us, so I'm like, yeah, I'll sit on his knee, whatever. So we're just flying up in the car, looking bang on. So as we're flying down, we come up to these lights, and Levy just goes, lad, get on in. And I'm like, what? He's like, lad, look, they're in the passy. So I looks over, and I'm like, what? He's like, lad, that's such and such who's stolen on me. And I'm thinking, no way it is as well. So he's in the passy of an AMG Merc, this kid, right? So Levy's like, lad, ram him. I'm like, shut up, you're belling in my car, ram him, no one, the car's framed up. He's like, what? I'm like, shut up, lad, ram in your own car. So he's like, well, follow them then. I'm like, well, I'll follow him, son. So we ends up following them, right? And following this Merc, and we're going through like the city. We followed these kids from like town to the south end, and he hasn't even got on it. How he hasn't got on that, I will never know. He must have been off the banner or bevied or something, or he just wasn't looking for it, or he forgot about it, or whatever. So he pulls up this gaff in the south end. So we stop to the top of the street, and we can see what house he's got in. So I'm like, all right, sound. I said, yeah, here's what we'll do. I said, yeah, I've got an idea. We know where he is now. So flies back. So I'm flying up to drop these birds off. Phones the crib. I'm like, lad, in awake. He's like, no, but I'm now. I'm like, we need the keys to that rammer outside yours. He's like, sound, lads, I'll leave the keys behind and we'll give it for you. He's like, have you heard about the Cockney on the news? I'm like, yeah, every lad's in it. So he flies up and drops these birds off. So I'm like, listen, we'll be back. Defo, we'll be back. Defo. I don't know what time they give us a few hours, give us something to do. So like, all right, sound, Defo, come back. Like, we are. So we goes to Crips and gets the rammer. So leaves my car outside Crips. So he flies back down the south end and sits off for a bit, just having a stripe, just laughing in the car, do you know what I mean? And Levy just starts writing all biffs, and I'm like, Levy, little messed up smoking biffs, lad, you're wrecking all my clothes. So my clothes will stink off it. He's like, shut up, I just stink anyway. So we're all just laughing, just having a little laugh, that's funny. Next thing, this kid comes out the gaff, and the lad who's driving, he jumps in the car, and the other kid gets in the passy, but they're not even aware. He's not even, you know, like if that had been me and I was walking out the gaff that early in the morning, I would just be looking round. There's no way I wouldn't, you know, call me para, whatever, but that's just what I'd be like, you know what I mean? So he's in the passy, he's in the driver's seat, and they're just flying down, so we're following them. So then we get to a place where we're just like, you know what, lads, now's the time. As soon as it gets to like a sound place where there's no one about, just boom, just rams him, yeah, just spins him off the road, absolutely flying ball, jumps out the car, runs over. The kid in the passy's got out, Levy's ran over to him, Tosh is just punching this kid's head in the passy, right? So Levy's gone over to him, being like, come here, stand here, let me search you, just for weapons and that. The kid's like, he's like, do you know him? He's like, no. He's like, stand over there, get out the way. So I'm like, you know what, that was quite good of Levy, that, because normally Levy would have just ran in, just put him out, and then no, he's ended up arguing over it later because the lad might have done none. So that was a good thing he's done there, do you know what I mean? That was a good thing. And the lad's like, listen, I only know him tonight, I've only met him tonight, and you know, such and such. So I'm like, sound, I'm like, yeah, shut up, I just stand over there. So we ended up giving it to this kid, and I mean giving it to him in the middle of the street. So car doors almost just had his head absolutely smashed in the middle of the street. So he gets off from the scene, jumps in the car, bomb, flies back to the Crips, yeah. So we had to ram in one of the garages, and I'm knocking at his. I'm like, let's open the door. He's like, what? I said, well, we need to get cleaned up because a bit of blood all over us and that, do you know what I mean? You can't start bouncing like that. But there was nothing on none of our clothes, we checked it. So it was just our hands, my hands especially, do you know what I mean? So flies in like that, and you know, waking the house up and all that, because he wasn't in the pipe, he was in his, do you know what I mean? But his bed and all that were in bed, and his kids and that, so it was a bit out of order, but it just is what it is. You have to do what you got to do, do you know what I mean? So gets all cleaned up and that. So now we're back in my car, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, let's go and get changed just in case, you know what I mean, just to make sure. So flies to Levy's, he gets changed, flies to Tosh, he gets changed, flies to mine, get changed. So we ended up coming back to this party with the lappies, and that must have been about, I don't know, must have been something like about 8 o'clock in the morning, yeah. So partying. It got to about, must have been about 9 o'clock in the night. So I'm starving. I'm like, who wants a scran? So he phones this scran gaff, this Chinese, and we get 3 set meals for 4 between 6 of us. So there's just scran everywhere, do you know what I mean? So after all that, there was a little chill, and all that little joint, and that little start getting back on the bevy. So I'm like, I don't know what, we need some more lemon. Phone's Robbie, I'm like, lads, where are you? He's like, I'm by man, where was Robbie? He said, lad, go to Crips and grab me a uncle. He's like, yeah, sounds all sorts. I said, yeah. I said, I'll phone now. Phone's Crip. I'm like, lad, where are you? He's like, I'm in mine. I said, fly the pie for us, lad, and go and get an uncle for Robbie. He's like, alright, sounds. So then Robbie comes. Now, Robbie is loved by all these birds. All these birds love Robbie. He's my gay mate, you know, and all that. So Levy's fuming for whatever reason because he took the shine off him, I don't know. He's just always got a cob on sometimes, Levy, do you know what I mean? So he's half killed the party, but by now it's about 4 o'clock in the morning. So I want to go home, and I'm like, yeah, Levy, what are you doing? I said, I'm getting off, lad. And he's like, yeah, anyways, I'll come to yours with you, lad. I'm like, go on, sounds. So I said to Tosh, I already knew what Tosh was going to do, because there's no way Tosh is leaving any party with any bird that's still awake, do you know what I mean? So Tosh is sad because Robbie's there, remember, drawing, so Robbie's in his car, so me and Tosh will just do whatever they're doing. So I said to Levy, you staying in mine? He's like, yeah. So we gets off. He said, do me a favour, Rory, come back to mine so I can get some clothes for tomorrow then. He said, now just get a shower in yours, yeah? I'm like, yeah, of course, lad, of course. So he flies to this, gets some clothes, then comes back to mine. So I've walked in, just opens a big fat bottle of brandy, yeah, just thought, Sam, let's have a stiff one, lad. So puts all the lemon out and all out, you got big fat stripes just on the brandy, having a laugh, just talking shit. I mean proper kitchen talk shit. So I said, I don't know what, I said, I feel minty, me. So I said, I'm going to get a shower. So goes on, gets a shower, gets changed now. And as he comes down, he says, lad, I am. I said, go on, Sam. So now we're both being changed and all that, you know what I mean? And we're just laughing that. So it's getting on. Must be about 7 o'clock in the morning. And I can see the phone ringing. Like, say, bzz, bzz, bzz. I'm thinking, who's that? Who's that? Goes over, and it's Rav. So answers the phone.
Scouse Dennis has been lifted and took in for question with the police.
So me and Levy just like, shit. Levy's like, lads, we are fucked. I'm like, lads, we're not. I said, how are we? Let's just take a step back. Calm down. Right, just calm down. Let's just have a little think for a minute, yeah. Right, there's 2 things, right. Number 1, he could just be saying that. Rav could just be saying that. Yeah, Rav could just be saying that. Go on your phone and have a look for anything now. So he's on the phone, he's like, lad, nothing at all. I'm like, there you go. So how would he know? He might know because he's been gone out, whatever, do you know what I mean? Someone's told him, but, you know, the news will pick up on it soon, defo by tomorrow night or whatever. So if nothing comes of it, then lad, Rav could just be saying that to try and catch us out, because he's not stupid, lad. He knows we went down there. He hasn't said it to me, but he knows we went down there. Yeah, he knows, lad. But I'm not sure he knows we went down a second time. So if he doesn't know we went down a second time, then we're sound. But if he does, lad, we're fucked. Yeah, do you know what I mean? So let's just not believe anything until we see. Yeah, and that's it. So he's saying he's just been nicked and all that. Lad, let's just see what happens. Do you know what I mean? Let's just see what happens. If he's only going to have to gauge the reaction because he's onto something in his head, then it's not real, is it? So let's just not believe anything until we see it. Yeah. So he starts well going like all patting that now. He's like, oh lad. So he's like, lad, I'm gonna get off. I said, I understand. He's like, nah lad, nah. Remember, Levy left his car in mine earlier. So he's just like, he just wants to get off him. I'm just leaving too, because his head's gone. And when he gets like that, he just starts doing and talking and saying mad shit, getting on the phone to him, just chatting proper mad shit and all that. So I'm like, lad, don't start all none of that. He's like, I won't. I'm like, lad, defo don't. I said, because what you do tonight, if you start phoning people chatting shit, you could jeopardise everything. Just let me deal with it. Yeah, just let me deal with it. So he's like, alright, sound. I said, because if it's not a blag, then my worst fear was right what I was talking about earlier on. Yeah, when I looked at the footage, I only seen Cockney firing 5 rounds. I didn't see it demit anyone. It was at an angle where he might have known the angle. Do you get what I mean? So then 5 rounds could have just been blanks, and Dennis was in on it with him. So then if that's the case, Dennis knows it wasn't him. So who's he going to point the finger at? Obviously he's going to know it's us, isn't he? There's no way he's not going to know it's us. Now, if they've got no proof and they can't do nothing, the only thing we've got going for us now is there's no DNA, they've got nothing on us. It's just, you know, it's hearsay, innit? And we've got phone calls to prove that we were up that end at the time, what it could have been. So we've sort of got a leg to stand on, do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, do you know what, I'm going to bed. My head's gone. So just has a little double brandy, both little fat stripe, just goes to bed. So I'm just spinning in bed, just thinking. I ended up falling asleep, right? It took me about 2 hours to get to sleep, something like that. So I ended up being asleep for about 16 hours, just sort of mad like that. And I woke up at like 2 o'clock the next morning, do you know what I mean? So like the next day morning, do you get what I mean? So it's been like the whole day's gone, it's the next morning. So I'm thinking, so I looked at my phone, it was like 56 missed calls, and I'm not joking, I mean from everywhere, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Leeds, Manny, Doncaster, Devon, Troy's even phoned me, Deggs, Levy, Tosh, Robbie, Chris. I'm just like, no way, this is something's not right here, but I couldn't be arsed listening to it right now. So I've snapped out of it, like I'm a bit awake, so I thought I'm starving. I ordered a Mackey's off Just Eat, so that comes in about 20 minutes. So I've had my scan and now I'm wide awake and I'm all like, my head's gone, so it's not like, I don't even feel like I've just woke up. I feel like I'm just awake, do you know what I mean? So I thought, you know what, so I'll pause the brandy, and I paused me Mackey's Coke into my brandy glass. The Mackey's Coke was dead cold, don't it? I thought, you know what, that just tastes well tardy, that. So I just put a big fat stripe out, and just as a stripe, and thought, right, let's deal with it now. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning by now, and I'm looking online for the news of arrests, nothing. So I'm thinking, no way. So then what happens is I phone Rav, and Rav says,
Oh no, Scouse, that's a false alarm. The police definitely went through his house. I get told to get lifted, but they've no lifted him.
so I'm like, yeah, alright, that sounds, no problem. I said, well, if you hear anything, then just let me know, yeah. So I just puts the phone down, forgets about it, and just goes about me. He's like, Lemo! So Levy, right, is what's happened. Levy, when he got off from man, right, when I said as well, lad, don't be saying nothing to no one. Don't be doing nothing, don't be calling, don't be checking, don't be doing nothing. Rav phoned me up, man, and he's like, I'm not happy. I said, you're never happy. I said, what's wrong with you, lad? He said, Levy. I said, Levy. I said, what do you mean, Levy? He said, Levy's been texting me. I just thought in my head, oh, what are you on about? I said, when? He said, last night. I said, you were on the phone before, why did you say nothing? He said, because I just remembered. He said, because I just looked back, I didn't quite read it. He said, now I've read it properly. I said, all right. I said, so what then? What's the problem? He said, have you heard what he said to me? I said, no. I said, what has he said there? I'm thinking, anything, there's not one thing at all in the world now that would surprise me. There's nothing at all in the world that surprise me. All I'm thinking now is, however is he gone here? You don't want Levy texting you off his banner, do you know what I mean, after everything that's going like that. So I'm just thinking, no, what he said here, this could be anything, and you know what, my head's just gone, it's like proper fell off. I'm thinking, this could be anything at all, this could be anything, it could be anything. Yeah, so I said, go on, what then? So as he reads it out, he goes, kilt wearing haggis. so I just first out laughing. And he's just shouts down about, you Scouse fuck, and butter me. What I was supposed to say to that just sounds yet, so I thought, you know, where are you anyway? So I phoned Levy, I'm like, where are you? He said, in bad. I said, what have you been doing? He said, lad, I'm proper, it's like on winter patrol. He said, lad, everyone's the enemy. He's like, I was nearly done the postman. I'm just like, lads, what are you on about? I said, he's still up? He's like, yeah. I said, so what are you going to do? He said, lad, I'm going to stay up for days. I'm like, oh, lad, you know. I said, have you been the Crips? He went, no. I said, lads, I said, you better not have been. So I put the phone down, so I phoned the Crips. Crips like, what's happened? I said, has he been on you? He went through Levy. I went, yeah. He went, yeah. I said, what do you mean, yeah? I said, have you given anything? He went, no. I said, well, what are you doing? He said, lad, he was outside the house last night. I said, yeah. I said, one time, he's like, lad, proper bells. I said, so what have you done? He said, well, what you said I could have. He said, I never had it. He said, so I had a quarter raw, so I was just giving it to the letterbox lad. I was like, lad, I said, go ahead. I said, take a quarter out for you. I said, it sounds, it's on me, that lad. He's gone, lad, you should have heard him. I said, what do you mean? He got shouted at me. He said, lad, whisper his letterbox. He said, lad, be bears, like, who's that whisper his letterbox? And he, lad, he's horrible, boy. Do us a favour, ain't boy. He went to ask him not to come to mine no more. Lad, I will that, but you know what I mean? I'm like, I know, I'm like, sorry about that, lad. I said, yeah, I said, in fact, I wasn't, you can have half an knuckle. I said, sound, yeah, there's half an knuckle in the sleep fight. He's like, yeah, come on, I said, the one sound, he's not asking sound. He'll just be having his bed to half knuckle for about 2 weeks, you know what I mean? Phone Levy back, I'm like, lad, you're a cheeky little, and he goes to me, what, lad? He's going, lad, I've got cash on me right now. He's going, lad, right now on me cash. If I don't even want it, what are you on about? He's going, lad, he said, yeah, I'll take a picture and send you the cash now. He said, lad, that's exactly what I said. He said, you know, lad, I took a quarter of him. I'm like, yeah. He's going, lad, I'll send you the picture. I'm like, lad, how are you that off your banner? What are you on about? Who are you with? I said, like an ace in the back of the head. And he's going, what? He's going, nah, no one, you know, lad. I'm like, so who are you with anyway? He's like, lad, I don't know. He said, you need to get out of my car. I'm like, why? I'm like, where's your bird? He's like, she's a Mars. I'm like, lad, what time's she coming back? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, lad, are you messing? I said, who's there? So he told me, I'm like, lad, you're mad, you. I said, lad, when you say people, you mean there's you and 2 birds? He's like, yeah. I'm like, so what are you going to do if your bird just walks in now? He's like, I know, innit? And I'm like, lad, get them off the gaff now. I said, phone me up later on. I said, you up, lad? You know what? And you wonder why, lad? This is why no one likes you, lad. This is exactly. And he goes to me, lads, if I can be asked, listen to this off you now. I'm like, lad, stop texting people. Speak to you soon. Next thing, gets a call from Ezo. Ezo's like, what time, lads? I'm like, what time, lads? He was like, was that you did that to the York? I said, what? I said, no, I wasn't fuck, lad. I said, why did you ask me that? Proper dangerous accusations, then, lads, what are you smoking? He was like, oh, no, nothing, lad, because the day it happened, I phoned Robbie, and he said he was in the car on the way back to Liverpool from down the road. I'm like, lad, down the road could be anywhere. We call Manny down the road, you madman. Why would Robbie be in Corkies? I said, I think he went to meet some lad, you know what he's like, but fuck knows who. Definitely wasn't Robbie, though, imagine. Robbie turned up to the gaff in bright pink skin tight vest, lad, looking at it. So we just both started laughing and pushed the phones down. Now, if you remember, me, Tosh, Levy and Robbie went down in 2 ringers, but then Robbie bailed as soon as we got there when Tosh and Levy hid. Then all that happened, didn't it? So that's how me and Levy and Tosh got our alibis, wasn't it? Because we got Kiss and Robbie to ring our phones, remember? But obviously at the time, we just spoke to Ezo, and he didn't know what I'd done yet, but either way though, why would he even say that? Why is he telling anyone anything? So now we're like half flat because there's a lead now, obviously. You know, Ezo's not going to tell Plod, but he might tell his mates or whoever, and then what? That's us fucked, innit? So it's sort of half, not placed him at the scene, but it's put a bit of a little thing in his head, in Ezo's head, you know what I mean? Because otherwise, why he just said it? So what, he's in the spotlight and he's brought us in the spotlight. So if Robbie was there, then it goes without a doubt that there's a very good chance we was. So if you get me some fuming, but blends it, puts the phone down and rings Robbie. Lad, are you messing? Are you messing? Why did you tell Ezo you was down the road to take Corky got it? What's all that about, lad? He's like, oh, lad, I know, but I didn't know like that was going to happen, did I? I'm like, so what? So what? It doesn't matter, you bellend. Lad, you're a proper mushroom. You knew it was a possibility. Now you place yourself in the limelight and us three too, because everyone knows you're with us. Pathetic, lad. Proper joke that, you know, lad, I swear. You know, if we all get it because you, lad. Oh, lad, honestly, lad, you're a proper muppet, lad. You better blend it with Ezo, lad. And do it today as well, I'm telling you now. Just tell him, what did you tell him where you went? Down the road. Yeah, well, that's what he said too, so... Yeah, that's just sounding, so, you know, it's a good thing, because anyway, it could be down the road, just tell you it was in Manny or just past Manny, and you went on a date with a lad or something crazy like that, lad. Make sure you tell him today and blend today, lad. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't want him telling no one on, lad. You know, ends up getting nicked, lad, or even worse, proper wasted, because you can't hold your mouth, lad. Who even does that, lad? Lad, you know what? I'm half fuming with you, lad. So I push the phone down and thinking, this is going to be one of them days, I can tell already. So I'm sitting there talking, I want to have a little brew, and that makes you brew, that next thing you get a phone call, and it's like this weird international number. So I was thinking, who's that? So I wasn't even answering that, so in the end, curiosity gets the better of me. So I said, hello, said, lad, it's Chris. I'm like, Chris, he said, what time, lad? I said, how's your holiday going? He's like, oh, lad, I'm in proper bad shit here, you know. I'm like, what? He said, lad, you know, it comes to Mecca. I'm like, yeah. He said, lad, well, let's try to take some pictures. I said, of what? He said, like, Mecca. I said, what do you mean? I said, like, I don't know, but in my head, you know, lads, I don't know, or is that just me? He said, lads, I've ended up taking pictures. And once I like started taking pictures now, lads, all like people around me just started snarling at me and that. I'm like, where did you do it? He's like, lad, right inside. I'm like, what on? He's like, an iPad. I'm like, lad, you took an iPad into Mecca. Where'd you take it? He's like, down my kecks. I'm like, you took an iPad down your kecks. All right, so if you thought you could do it, why'd you put it down your kecks? He's like it was too big to carry. I'm like, all right. So I just pictured the scene. Everyone's like, oh, whatever it is they're doing, yeah. And he just whips an iPad out and starts trying to take pictures and videos of it. I was like, and what happens? Lad just got stripped on. And he said, yeah. He said, lad, nick me. And I said, I've been in like this busy station thing for like 2 days. I said, have you phoned the embassy? He's like, yeah, they've got representation, but it's going to take them a while to get out and sort it. And I'm like, what? He went, lad, they're busy. He told me I'm looking at 5. I'm like, you're looking at 5 for that? He's like, yeah. He went, you're not even going to believe what happened as well in the airport. And when I got there, he said, I was on the plane and this bird, he was sitting in front of me all the way. She was like bevied and all that. So when we got off the plane, the customs fella or whoever it was, you know, like when you go to the terminal, has been saying something to her, so she's been fuming on it, you don't think it's his own one. Lad, you know what he done to her? He said to her, I'm going to give you one chance now, walk away. And she was like, what, who do you think you are? He said to me, I was just thinking, what's she on about here? Lad, 3 of them have come over to her. One was being proper horrible, went to her, have you had a wine on the aeroplane, have you? Yeah. She's like, yeah. He said, okay, well now I'm arresting you for importing alcohol into my country in your stomach. Ha, get on that. And she just got carted away. Imagine that. And I was just thinking, no way, that's a proper shout, that. And she's shouting, it was on the plane, they gave me it on the plane. And he's like, that's nothing to do with us. You've imported alcohol into a non-alcoholic country in your stomach. That's important. Imagine that. I'm just like, lads, if they're doing things like that, you are proper finished. And he's going, what? I said, lad, see if you can pay them off. He said, what do you mean? I said, lad, see if you can pay them off. I said, you know, they might be sad, they might be like, yeah, just tell them we'll give them 10 grand. And if they say, yeah, phone me and I'll sort it, right? So I told you, lad, not to get tangled up and all that. I said, you know what you remind me of, lad? You remind me like that that kid who's brand new out the rapper off Four Lions, and he's going, lad, you're messing. I'm like, I'm messing, you're messing, lad. You're the one who's in a cell. You're the one who's in a cell for taking pictures on your iPad, lad. Not me. I'm messing. Lad, you should have researched it. You should know. You're supposed to know. You should have known all. I wouldn't even do that, lad. And I'm not even religious, lad. So, lad, you know what? Crazy, lad. Just keep your chin up, chest out, yeah. And if we can get out of it by paying, then let me know and I'll send you the dough, lad, alright? He's like, go on, sound. I'm like, he's like, I've got to go. I'm like, go on, sound, lad. Speak to you soon. Keep your chin up, lad, yeah. So I push the phones down, right? And I'm just thinking, you know what? I can't even be bothered with today. Today's just going to be one of them days, you know what I mean? Because it comes in threes. So I'm not even waiting around for whatever else is going to happen. So I told him I'm not even getting involved in the day, yeah. So turns all the work phones off and leaves me purse and gets a shower. Gets dressed, comes downstairs and sees a message off the flower girl for Dej's birthday, which is like 2 days, what I forgot about already. Now, the flower girl, right, is a belter. She's a belter, right? She's one of them birds who like does all gifts and accessories and that. So she knows like everyone I know, every like female I know and care about. She knows their birthdays and just gets around there. Doesn't even like say it to me. She just boxes it and then just bills me a few days later. Do you know what I mean? So I told her about Deggy going to ask his bird to marry him on her birthday. What she's done is she's phoned me up and she went through me. I've boxed all that. I said, what do you mean? She went, I've boxed everything. And I'm thinking, what are you on about? She went, I've sent the engagement and the birthday stuff to his. I was like, oh. So then Levy comes to mind with Tosh. And I told him about Robbie being a bella and telling Nizo. And they were just like, lad, it's sweet. How can you put that together off just that? And I'm like, I don't know, lad. I said, but the fact that he's even said it to me means he's taught it, you know what I mean? And Levy's just like, lads, down the roads anyway. He's like, sound, lad. He said, lad, you know, if he's all says, and he said, lad, I'll proper do. I'm like, shut up. I said, that's not the point. The point is he's not going to say nothing to us, but he's got his own little firm, money, so why wouldn't he speak to them like that, like we would about him, do you know what I mean, between ourselves. I said, you know, it's just something we can do without, innit? So he's like, he said, do you want to come for a scran? I'm like, yeah, come on, let's go for a scran then. So we goes for a scran, right, and everything sounds, it's all gone quiet now. So I'm like, Tosh, he said, get on this. He said, the police are looking for Dennis. And like, he said this morning, Rav told me that the busies went through his Mars and all that, you know what I mean? So they are looking for him, so they don't know that anything's happened to him, you know what I mean? And Levy's like, no, lad, how old was Mar? I said, I don't know, lad, I said, you're about 80, so no, because Dennis is about 60, so, you know, plod bursting the gaffing like an 80, 85-year-old's not good, is it? Levy's like, no, it was a fuck, lad, he said, but, you know, he's probably used to it, Dennis as a kid. He said, wait till she finds out she's got an heart attack. I was like, oh, lad, that's heavy, that, you know, that's heavy. So Levy's like, lad, are we out or what? I'm like, no, lad, I'm meeting some bird later on. So she's like, lad, I'm out, where are we off? I said, Sam, listen, if you go out and I said, all sweet, and I said, just don't be speaking around nothing to anyone, and don't be texting people chatting shit neither again. I said, I'm sick around to deal with your shit, lad, waking up to everyone all over because of you. So she's like, why, what happens? What do you mean, Scouser? I said, lad, texting Rav led them off his barn, I call him fat agger smasher. So they just both start laughing. I'm like, lad, it is funny, but just swerve it. Do you know what I mean? Just swerve all that, because it's bad enough as it is, like, you're making things worse. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, and get on this, Teddy's asking his birthday, marry him on a birthday. So we'll probably have a Wednesday go too soon if she says yeah. And if she does say yeah, then you know what he's like, he'll just like speed it up. It'll be like a week or 2 weeks or something like that, or even like worst case about 2 months away. So, you know, we're going to do that then. Right, listen, I've got to go anyway, I'm going to speak to this bird, right? So I get off and go shoot some birds. So grab this bird for a mate and ends up going to mine, yeah. And says we're just staying in mine for like 2 nights. So I'm off the scene for a bit, just thought, you know, I'm going to have a little time out. So turns all the work phones off and just swearing everyone. So then she gets off about 4 o'clock, 2 days later, do you know what I mean? And the flower girl phones me. She's like, I'll just drop them pleasures up for you. I said, did you? Yeah, I said, Sam, I said, what's together? She went, well, I got 2, didn't I? I got the birthday stuff and engagement stuff. I'm like, shit. What? I said, the engagement stuff. He said, what are you on about? I said, I never said that. I said, I only told her that he was going to ask her to marry him. I said, he might not have yet, or like, she might have said no or something. If he hasn't asked her and you took that there, she's going to know he's going to ask her, and I'll just proper wreck the graft. She's like, lad, sorry, I thought like you meant cover both of them. And I'm like, no, so I'm thinking, shit, I wonder what's happening there. So then the next thing, Deggy rings me.
Right, bro, I've got some good news and I've got a massive question. It's blow my fucking mind, mate. Right, listen, it's her birthday, yeah? I gets down on my knee and I've just proposed. Bro, I've done it. Yeah, I've done it, mate, yeah. I've fucking done it, mate. I can't believe it. I can't believe I've done it. Yeah, right, so, yeah, she said, yeah, I'm buzzing, mate. Happiest day of my life. Happiest day of my life, mate. Right, but how the fuck, yeah? So I'm on my knee, my door knocks. I get interrupted, I open the door. Presents galore and a massive bouquet with happy engagement. Oh, bro, thank you so much. But imagine that came before I actually asked. For fuck's sake, think in future, lad. Oh, I love you, bro. I love you. Thank you. Bro, I've got a big question here, and it's nearly as big as the one I've just asked her, yeah? You've been there all my life, bro, yeah? You've always had me back. I can't think of anyone that I want by my side apart from her, yeah? So, bro, do me the honour and the biggest favour I can ever ask of you. And stand by my side at my wedding, bro. I want you to be my best man, yeah? Don't come with all that you can't do no public speaking. You never shut up, bro. I want everyone there, yeah. I'm gonna put as much into it as possible. I want this day to be a memory for everyone, bro. Everyone. It was something I said I'm only gonna do once, and if I do it, I'm gonna make sure it goes off with a bang, bro. Yeah? I need you to help me, G. I can't do all this on my own. It was hard enough me getting on one knee, mate. It was twice as hard getting back up. Bro, the door knocked literally while I was on my knee. How mad was that? You couldn't have got the timing any better. But imagine this, bro. Imagine I didn't decide to ask today. You know what I mean? Fucking hell, you would have put me in a dilemma there, lad. Well, thank you. Thank you, mate.
So now obviously I'm the best man for the wedding, aren't I? Do you know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, that's down there. And he's already got it all sorted in his head. He's like, lad, I can't do this on my own, I need your help. I'm like, come on. Now, one of my mates owns the Isle Gladstone in Stanley Park. And like, it sounds a bit snide, but it sounds, you know, like a big glass house and that proper sound and that. And when we were kids, we used to hang around in there because it was like a bombsy. And it was boarded up for proper use. So we used to like sneak in and hang around in there. But now it's all like beamed up and all that. So it's a proper belter. So I thought, you know, I'll sort that. So I said, yeah, lad, I'll sort that and I'll pay for all that for you. Yeah, that's like my little present and all that for you. He's like, go on, sound. And he's like, send me some pictures of it. So I sent him all. He's like, oh, lad, that was proper boss. And I'm like, you know, it's out the way, but it's not out the way. It'll be sound. And he's like, he said before, lad, bring everyone. So I'm like, sound. So just everyone's coming. I already know it'll be a proper laugh. You know what I mean? It'll be a proper laugh. There's defo from my side going to be like, me, Tosh, Levy, Robbie, Chris, who's out of jail. Ezzo might come, Marky might come. So I mean, just it'll be sound. We'll have a proper laugh. You know what I mean? So he said, what do you mean, Chris in jail? I said that. So I told him, I said, lad, told me exactly what he was just laughing, just like, he's messing him. I said, I don't know. I said, getting caught taking pictures on an iPad and mecha, lad, swooped on by plot and just like on remand, proper dafty, lad, you know what I mean? So then I can see I've got a message on WhatsApp because on my phone, on my Percy, I've got 2 different WhatsApp. You can have 2 accounts on one thing, you know what I mean? So I have one and then I have another one and that. So I can see that it's Ethan. So I'm thinking, what does he want? I thought, you know what? I thought, what's happening there? I thought, what does he want there? So I said to the guy, I'll ring you back in a minute, lad. I said, my mate's trying to ring me now. He's like, come on, sound. So I said, Ethan, what time, lad? He's like, Scouse, what time, lad? He's like, can you come here on the weekend? And I'm like, yeah, sound. I said, we'll fly over Friday and stay over in Dublin for a long weekend. I'll let me sort all the arrangements out, the hotel and the flights and all that, and I'll let you know. But as far as I'm aware, lad, you know, there's loads of flights from Liverpool all the time. So I'll aim to meet us in the Temple Bar by 8 o'clock on Friday. But let me sort it all out first, though. Ethan's like, who's coming? I'm like, well, lad, me, Levy, Sasha, and probably maybe Robbie, I don't know yet, lad. He's like, go on, sound. Friday morning comes, flights are booked for 6 p.m. Got the flights from Liverpool to Dublin, and there's me, Sasha, Levy, and Robbie. Levy's off his Barnet, but if you don't know him, you wouldn't even get on it, you know what I mean? So the flight was about an hour, and our hotel is called the Merrion in Dublin city centre, so it was about a 20-minute walk, or about 15 minutes if you're off your Barnet power marching, you know what I mean? So we get to this hotel, says Levy gives us type. Levy's like, Robbie's got 3 Kinder Eggs plugged, lad. I'm like, 3 Kinder Eggs, lad? Robbie, what are you on about, lad? How's that even possible? Levy's like, lad, there's loads more room because they probably plugged the car too. So it sounds like, yeah, not half, lad, it makes sense. Robbie's fuming, use it, cheeky use. So Levy just lashes something at him, shut up, Robbie, the queer out. So I get on the limo and we set off to the meet. So we get in this Temple Bar. I said to Levy, go to the bar. He's like, sounds he wants what? I'm like, lad, you can't come here and not drink Guinness. It'd be like unethical. You know what I mean? We're in Ireland, lad, you got to do that, haven't we? He's like, lad, I don't like it. I'm like, lad, I don't care. He's like, shut up and go and get at least one for your first beverage. That's just how it is, lad. He's like, go on, sound. So Ethan comes in and Ethan's with about 6 of his mates. So there's like 10 of us now. So I'm like, Levy, get 10 Guinnesses. He's like, sound. So as I'm walking back, I can stay Levy shouting, €99. What? €99? What do you mean? That's basically a wallet to the barman. So I'm just laughing my head off. Because it is dear, but it's a tourist trap, and so it is what it is. So Levy comes over with a tray and the barman does too. He's like, lad, I want it for 10 pints. That's proper cheeky. That by ours only like 35 quid for 10. I'm like, yeah, son, I'm gonna buy ours, are we? You know what I mean? Stuff going on, you little minge bag. So we're all just laughing our heads off, and Ethan's like, lad, some things will never change, will he? He's obviously referring to Levy's behaviour. So we start talking, get afterwards, talking. I said, Levy, go to the bar, and he's like, fuck off, lad, you go to the bar. So everyone just bears off, and I'm like, lad, you little meth, there's my bank card, get the bar now, you're making a show me. So we're all just getting to try and talking, laughing. Next thing the phone goes, it's Soy. And I'm thinking, weird, what does Soy want? Why is he phoning me? So goes outside and answers the phone.
Scouse, I need to see you in person as soon as possible, mate. You're not going to like this.
So I'm thinking, what's going on here? That's messed up. That's so ringing me, saying that to me. So I'm like, Sam, I'll meet you tomorrow, mate. He's like, all right, go on, Sam. So I'm thinking, no way. So I'm getting this flight app on my phone, finds a flight. It's 10 o'clock the next morning, back to Liverpool. So it tells Tosh, Levy and Robin, they're like, lads, what's going on there? I'm like, I don't know, lads. I said, mad, innit? They're like, yeah, proper mad. I will come here. I'm like, nah, you won't wait, just stay here, lad, and I'll catch up with you on Tuesday. Or I might even come back tomorrow, but I don't know, it depends on what he says. And like, from not to tell me on the phone, it means it's heavy, doesn't it? They're like, yeah, not half, lad, not half. So finished up with Ethan, all sorted, him and his lads bail. Go back to the hotel, Levy, do me a fat sleep, lad. Tosh goes down and get me some berries off the bar, lad. Robbie's on the phone like a male hoe, just talking to all kinds. I'm like, lad, put your phone down for a bit, you're killing the vibe. You've already completed grinding and tinted your crazy mushroom. So, phone's through, right lad, flights are sorted, my car's in Liverpool Airport, where are we meeting? And so just lives with this town I've never even heard of before. So I put it in my sat nav with Liverpool Airport as our location, and it's like a 2-hour drive, and I'm thinking, I've never even heard of that, where's that? I'm like, proper in the sticks or something like that. So I'm thinking, sound, I told him, is this where he's from? So they all go out on a night out round Dublin, but I'm not going. My little break's been spoiled, innit? I'm going back tomorrow to see what's going on. So we get up by 8 o'clock in the morning, none of them are back. So I'm like, sound. So we get a shower, goes downstairs, get some brekkie, phone's through. Lad, I'm leaving Ireland now. I'll be at that location about 1 PM, maybe half 1. He's like, sound. So get to the airport, gets on the flight back to Liverpool, gets in my car and sets off. As I get to this location, so he's there in like some absolute beast of a car and says, follow me, Scouse. So I'm thinking, what am I doing here? I'm thinking, you know, what am I about here in the middle of nowhere? And like, I'm just following a hitman into the countryside. But it's weird, but I'm 100% it sounds, or obviously I wouldn't have followed them, do you know what I mean? But just driving, and I'm just like, this is like getting more and more in the thick of it, like, you know, you just listen, if someone done something to you where we was, no one in the world would ever know. No one in the world would ever know. So he pulls up to these Lecky gates, and just like, these Lecky gates like set back, it's like, you wouldn't really know where it was unless you knew where it was, because if you just flew past it, you just think it was like a farmer's field or something, you know, like one of them gates, I don't know, you know what I mean? You just would not get on what's behind these gates, you know, once you get down the path. You opens the gates with this, like, this fob thing. So we drive about 600 metres down, and then as we're driving down, like, you can't see it on first, but after about 200 metres, you just start seeing this house appear. And it was like, that's a belter, that. It was like a detached house just in the middle of like, just this land, just like this farmland or something like that. And I'm just thinking, no way, it's a belter, that, where are we here? So he pulls up outside the house, so he gets out the car, I get out the car, he comes over and shake, what's happening, lad? He says, listen, this is my house, I brought you here. So I'm thinking, I never said no, I just thought, weird, why? He said, because when I tell you this now, you'll understand that it's nothing to do with me. And I'm just thinking, shit, what does that even mean? So the hitman's brought me to his house in the middle of the countryside, just in the middle of nowhere, to tell me something, like what he couldn't tell me on the phone. And now he's telling me face to face, he brought me here, whereas like family and that are. So he doesn't, I don't think it's him. How weird's that? What I'm thinking about, what I'm thinking. So walking this house, right, and he has got kids. So these two kids are nosy, one's a boy, one's a girl, proper boss little kids, proper well-mannered, dressed proper well and that. The lad looks exactly the same as Troy, the girl looks like Troy's wife. So I've met Troy's wife as well, I'm like, oh, she's proper lovely as well, sounds, you know what I mean? And I'm just thinking, man, she doesn't know what he does, defo. There's no way she knows he's here, man. There's just absolutely no way. It's just like, there's no way I'd put anything on it, you know what I mean? She's dead nice, dead like, you know what I mean, all proper like family orientated, proper, and then there's just Troy. Do you know what I mean? We're about a 50 kill streak. So she's like, do you want a coffee? I said, yeah, come on, yes please, no proper sign that. So I told her, no one was being kiddie, you know, I got them some little toys in them, so I was with a bit of doubt, I'm like, yeah kids, give them a little bit of doubt, so go get some toys in there. So they're all like proper stars. So they already know I'm called the Scouser. So maybe he told me before he's left or whatever, didn't know, maybe he told him coming. So his bear comes in and he's got like this big fancy coffee cup, like proper coffee cup, like proper, do you know what I mean? Like off a big super 1500 quid machine or something like that to make the coffee on. So I'm just thinking, no way, that it looked, know what? The coffee looked that good, I didn't even want to drink it. I didn't want to wreck it by drinking it, you know what I mean? It was like one of them proper fancy coffees. And to be fair, a spoonful of Nescafe would have done me, you know what I mean? I'm not shy, I'm not arsed, you know what I mean? So he says, come on in, we go to the room, sit down, and like, he's looking at me like with this proper look, you know, like, not like snarling obviously, but he's just like staring into my eyes, just dead in the eye, and just says to me,
Scouse lad, jocks have just been on at me there, asking me to do you in. Didn't say no, but obviously it's not an option. But if I don't do it, they'll just get someone else to do it, or they'll have a bash themselves, won't they? That's why I brought you at my house, where my kids are, my family is. You know, it's nothing to do with me, pal.
So I'm just thinking, you cheeky little rat, mate. You cheeky little rat. So I'm just like, sounds like, I watched this then, said, so you with me, you know, what time is it, you with me, or what do you want to do, do you want part of it, or what? He goes to me, lad, yeah. He said, all right, I said, yeah, I've got a plan then, so you with me, yeah? He's like, of course, yeah. So I thought, I need to fake it, lad. we need to fake it like you've done me, but how can we do that, do you know what I mean? Have you got a vest or any low caliber sweets or anything like that? He's like, yeah, of course I have, lad. I said, what can we do then? Because I swear, lad, these are proper getting it, you know what I mean? Proper, anyone involved getting it. He's like, alright, sound. He said, yeah. So he said, wear a vest. He said, I'll put a low caliber live rounds in the first one, and the rest will be on blanks. He said, the first one will knock you over. He said, when it hits your death out. He said, and then I'll record it and send it to them up the road. He said, the baby's got loads of vampire blood straight from Halloween left, so we'll blend it. You know what I mean, just for the video. We goes out, we goes like out the back. There's no path, there's birds out, you know what I mean? There's no one there. So we start digging. Obviously this is going to be my burial site, you know what I mean? And I'm just, it's surreal. I'm just thinking, nah, what's going on here? So this is to paint the final picture, you know what I mean? And he's going to, well, you'll be in that hole. He says, with blood all over you, and I'll throw a few spadefuls of soil on you, just so it looks real. And I'll take a video or a picture, and I'll send it to them. And I'm like, sound in my head. I'm thinking, this kid's done this many a times. I'm looking around, I'm thinking, you know what? There's probably loads of people just buried all over this land, you know. Not like just the instant realisation, just like there's definitely people buried here, there's no way there isn't. This must just be where he does people, and you know what I mean, just whatever he does, but you know. So I'm like, Sam, I don't know what, fuck it, let's go then, lad. So he knows exactly what to do, he's a hitman, you know what I mean? So what's this plan unfold? So we ends up talking to him, sorts the plan out properly, and we need to do it now in case the jocks have like bent other people on the graft, so I can't really go home just in case they find out where I live as well, it's too risky. Last the vest on, and I'm proper shitting myself. I'm thinking, what if this doesn't work and it goes straight to the vest? I'm saying to him, lads, is this definitely going to work? What if it like goes to it? He's just laughing his head off like this sick laugh. And he's saying, Scouser, this is a proper one. It's better than what the busies use, and it's better than what the army use. Now I know Troy, I know he's not messed about, he's probably got it from America or just, you know what I mean, he's just one of them kids who's just on his game, and like he's just proper into all this kind of stuff. So we goes up the back, and I'm ready, so I'm standing there, so we goes back to the old what we dug, standing there, and I'm like, so I've got this vest on, I've got this top on over it, like a jump over it to blend it, and I'm thinking, lad. So he's like, you ready? I'm like, lad, no. So I'm just trying to pull his like natural face, like, you know what I mean? Next thing he just goes bang, and it just takes me off my feet. And I mean, takes me off my feet. And it was just like, in my head, it was like, yeah, it was like someone just banging you with an iron or something, you know what I mean? It proper killed. So I'm just lying on the floor, he just comes over, stands above me, just goes bam, 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 and just fires like 5 blanks at me. Job done. And I'm like, I was on the floor for about 25 minutes, I couldn't even get up. It killed, it proper killed. It was like I'd just been ran over. Do you know what I mean? That's what it felt like. I felt like I'd just been ran over at about 40. It just proper killed. I was like bad. I was like, So we look at the video and it just looks 100%. He's cut it down. He's cut bits out of it. You know what I mean? He's done what he's done. Sound. So it's like I'd literally just watched my own death, my own demise. Do you know what I mean? I was just watching myself getting put to bed. It was proper eerie and weird. Do you know what I mean? But I was thinking that's exactly what it'd look like if I got ended. Scary, but like, you know, we can't tell no one it's not real, can we? So now remember, no one knows where Troy lives. And Robbie, Levy and Tosh know I've gone to meet him, but they don't know where I've gone to meet him. So to make it real, I sent the video to Tosh and said, no hard feelings, I was just doing my job. As if Troy sent it off my phone, then it turns my phone off. So now I know, they know, and we'll probably tell people. So it'll be passed around the Underworld like wildfire to the people I needed to go to, do you get what I mean? So next thing, Troy sends a video to them, up the roads, and arranges a meet. Now I can't go home for obvious reasons, so Troy tells his bears that my bears took me off for going to Ireland, and asked us to go to shop because I need clothes, and I've got no clothes, only got these clothes, and you know what I mean? And just, you know, I've been digging holes and everything, so it's time to get changed, and I need to get a shower, get changed. So I'm going to have to stay low until we finish what they started. Now remember, this is all because of Levy, so I'm thinking, let him sweat for a bit, innit, the wet one. This is literally all his fault anyway. But Levy's not stupid, neither is Tosh or Robbie, and Deggs isn't especially, do you know what I mean? So if you remember, Deggs seen us in his office, do you know what I mean? So I don't think Deggs is going to buy it, but if he doesn't, he won't certainly need it until he sees the body. That's what he's like. But for him to think that Troy do that to me this short after me and him being in the office all hugging and shit, you know what I mean? It's going to look weird, innit? It's like, it doesn't go together. But obviously he doesn't know, he's not going to phone Deg, he's not going to phone Levy, just know what I mean? I don't know, so I don't even know whatever. I don't even know if he knows about it, you know what I mean? I don't know whether Levy or Deg is even going to tell him about it, but if they do, then, or they send him a message, or they send him the video, I don't know what's going on to him, but let's just see what happens then. So he stays in Troy for about 2 days until the meet day comes up the road. So we're just playing snooker, we've got the PlayStation 5, we're having a drink, a stripe, just everything. So he's got this like outhouse, it's like a barn, it's out the way from his main house. It's bigger than some people's normal houses, to be fair. And when you go in, it's got like 2 floors, he's built it himself, I think. It's got like all games in an arcade machine. It's just like a big kid's playroom, do you know what I mean? Now, he's saying it's for the kids, but we just know it is, because it's got a big full-size snooker table and everything. So playing darts, playing snooker, on the limo, having a beverage, just, you know, just chatting. And you know what? He's boss. I'm just thinking, yeah, he's proper sound. He's 100% in. He's like one of them kids you can just trust. Do you know what I mean? There's no way, because obviously, if you couldn't, I wouldn't be here. Do you know what I mean? He wouldn't done it. He wouldn't put me to bed, wouldn't he? And It was the same with Rav sort of thing. So I've had 2 attempts, not attempts on my life, but I've had 2 in theory attempts on my life, haven't I, so far, and nothing's happened. So sad. So in my head, I'm just like, it's getting towards the end of the night, I'm just thinking, what's everyone's doing, or I hope I haven't wrecked their double again, but obviously I have, do you know what I mean? So their heads must be spinning now. And I can just imagine Levy's reaction just all out was like, who wants it? Anyone even looks twice at him, do you know what I mean? Lemo, get on. So I'm thinking, so from where it was in Troyes to the meat location, it's like a 5-hour drive, do you know what I mean? So he gets there, he grabs a few pieces, puts them in the boot, gets a few cans of petty, puts them in the boot too, and sets off. Now, when we get about 10 minutes away from it, Lemo, move, lads, move. So when we get about 10 minutes away, I get in the boot and said to Troy, listen, lads, when we get there, put the boot sort of facing everyone, yeah? Then get the money, open the boot and move out the way, and I'll jump out and just give it to them. He's like, no. He said, no. He said, depends how many minutes. He said, yeah, that is what we'll do. He says, pass me a thing. As soon as I open the boot, I'll put the money in, pass me a thing, and I'll let off at them so you can get out the car, do you know what I mean? I'm like, go on, sign. So that's the plan, do you know what I mean? Because if there's loads of them, then you'll need it and Scouser. And I'm like, yeah, I said, sign, that's the plan then. So in my head, while I'm in the boot, I'm thinking, you know, if this is Rav, this is going to be every day, you know, if he's done that to me. And if so, honestly, I'm telling you now, he'll know that I've had a hand in the Cockney and Dennis's demise, or at least suspect it, like, enough to where he's doing this. But I'm thinking, I don't even know whether he put them before me now, after we've spoken all that. So I don't know, it just is what it is, you don't know what's going on, do you know what I mean? So as he pulls to the gaff, I'm in the boot, but I've got like the middle bit, you know, like where the armrest is in the back seat, so I can hear what Troy's saying to me. And he goes to me, lad, there's only 3 of them. He said, but one's got a belly on sitting on a chair. I said, yeah. I said, do you have to got things on them? He said, I don't know. He said, I can't see them. He said, they don't look like they have, do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, why has one got a belly on? I said, that's, you know what I mean? I thought, that's a bit mad, that. It's a bit mad, that. I thought, does Troy know or something, or whatever, do you know what I mean? So we pulls in the gaff and that. As we parks up, I said, lad, make sure the boot's facing them. He's like, sound. So he gets out and I can hear mumbles talking, but I couldn't hear well enough to pinpoint voices, do you know what I mean? And then after about 5-6 minutes, Troy comes back over, and as he's walking back over, I didn't even know he was walking back over until I started whistling, and he's whistling a tune to Another One Bites the Dust, like, and I'm thinking, he's sick him, you know, he's sick him. So I'm ready, so I've got the piece safety off, I've got mine safety off, locked and loaded, ready to roll, right? He's a sick man. I'm just thinking, I can just remember Another One Bites the Dust, thinking, he's sick him, you know. So then he opens the boot, looking at me, just, he was giving the piece, he's just saying that, he's just started going, bah, I've jumped off, just bah. So the one who's got the belly on, I've hit him, right, but he's not brown bread, he's just been hit. So he's like, so none of them have reached for nothing, so they must have had nothing on them. So I mean, so Troy's put the other 2 to bed, and I've been like, leave him, shoot dishes. So I've just come running over, got a belly on, remember, right, and get on this, who is it with the belly on, yeah, I take it off, and it's Dennis. After all that, it's Dennis. And I was thinking, no way. I just had flashbacks. So I've just absolutely battered him. And I mean battered him. As soon as he see me, as soon as he looked at me, that little lock, you know, the little lock between us, he just knew it was curtains, it was priceless. So I just calmly said, Dennis, lad, here's the problem with you, mate. You were playing drafts, but I was playing chess, yeah? Snooze, you lose, and just unloads the full clip in his face. Just as a final, fuck you, sounds, see you later. But I'm thinking, where's Rav? Where is Rav? Why isn't Rav here? It's interesting. So I'm thinking, Dennis mustn't trust Rav because he didn't put me to bed when he should have. So Rav hasn't even heard from Dennis at all. And it must be like one of them goons who's phoned Troy. Or he would have said it's Dennis, we've hired him, do you know what I mean? He would have told me it was Dennis. So we pulls them all together, puts them all back next to them and that. Just pours petty all over them all that. And so she says, wait, we need Dennis's teeth. I said, what? He said, lad, he'll get recognised up the dentist and that. So he said, go on, son. Ah, mate, you know what? You know, like, you know when something happens in life when you take like a photographic memory of what happens, right? This is what he did. It just proper changed the mood from serious to me crying my eyes out and him crying, just laughing our heads off. So he puts his hand in his mouth, obviously he's got gloves on, and his teeth are they're not real teeth, you know, like they're on pallets, you know, like, you know what I mean? So he just looks at me, and I look at him, and he's got his teeth in his hands, and he goes to me, Scouser, you will pay for this. So he both just burst out laughing, and I'm like, oh, lad, you know, just like, he's just a weird kid, you know what I mean, but he's a belter. So I was just like, so we put them together now, we pours it all over them, we just blazed them. Then we're like, you know what, we need to blaze the old gaff as well, just in case. So we just blazed the old gaff, sets it up, boom, gets off right now. I can't see anyone putting 2 and 2 together, because no one's seen Dennis since the Cockneys, unless someone knows who I don't know, or but if Rav doesn't know, or does Rav know? Was Rav in on this, and he just doesn't want to be a part of it? Do you know what I mean? Maybe maybe not, but I'm going to have to find out, aren't I? So he flies back, gets back to the toys, gets a forensic clean down and buries the things. But we're in the middle of the countryside, remember, so they're gone, they're well gone, mate, and all the DNA's gone, everything's sorted. Because so this solution, I don't know what it was or what it's called, I can't remember, but you pour it on your hands and then you pour it all over the piece now, and it just gets rid of everything, like, well, that's what it's designed for, do you know what I mean? So we use that first and then buries it. So said, yeah, I'll stay indoors again tonight, you know what I mean? Just, I couldn't be asked, just bouncing around now. It's getting on, do you know what I mean? It's getting on. In the morning, goes home, so gets a man, turns my phone on, phone's Levy and says, lad, don't react, it's me. Get Tosh and Robbie and get a man now, lad. He's like, sound, I said, don't react, just calmly, just let's go. He's like, sound, so I'm in man, the door goes, so he opens the door, and they all come in, so Levy just gave me a proper big hug, so like a proper big man hug. Tosh give me a big man hug, and Robbie's crying. I'm like, lad, pull it together. What are you on about, lad? I said, there'll be tears all over the gaff, lad, sitting on the couch. So sitting there, so I'm half explaining it, and I thought, you know what, let's have a bevy and a stripe. So I said, yeah, anyone come in the kitchen on the big table, and we'll have a big fat stripe, and I'll just tell you all about it, you know what I mean? So time's getting on, you know, everyone's off the bank, we're all laughing and all that. He's like, lad, how have you done that? I was like, lad, you know what? It was like just more of instinct, like no one was planned, you know what I mean? Well, two of them was planned, but that's only because he was going to do me, so I knew I couldn't go home, but I just knew, lad. I said, have you sent the videos to anyone? They're like, no one at all. I'm like, sound, well in, lads. I said, delete all that anyway, so like, sound. So I thought, you know what? I thought, here's what we're going to do now. I thought, I need to speak to Raf. But I don't know how to put it to him, because so if he doesn't know anything's happened and he doesn't know that Dennis is even back on the scene, how can I tell him I've just been up there to meet Dennis? Do you get what I mean? It doesn't make sense, does it? Because he'd be like, well, if he doesn't know, then that's better for me, because I like Rav and I don't really want to put Rav to bed, you know what I mean? Even though he probably should, just to make sure, but you know, he's given me the benefit of the doubt. You know, look what he done for me last time. I can't just start going around putting Rav to bed unless like he slips up. But I'm going to have to put the pressure on. I'm going to have to pressure him, aren't I? I'm going to have to see what's going on. So I phones him up. Rav. I can't understand the word he's saying. So I'm like, that's it's like dead loud, no, that's so close. I'll phone him back in a bit, so I put the phone down. So by this time now, everyone's staying in mind. So Robbie's gone to bed, he's in the spare room upstairs. Tosh is arguing with his birds, or some birds, or he's arguing with him arguing upstairs somewhere. Not like proper snarling, but you can just hear him, something's gone on, do you know what I mean? I think it's probably because he's beating hard, I don't know what's happened. And then Levy's just flat out on the couch in the living room snoring. He gets a call back off Rav, so I'm like, Rav, what's happening? He's like, what's happening? I said, lad, I need to see you face to face. I said, when can we meet up and keep between us? It's important.
I'll be there, Scouse. Not a problem, mate. Just give me the time and the place and I'm there.
We're going to meet Rav next week at his factory, but then he's going to phone me back, ask me to come to his house instead. He seems like a little bit, I don't know, off or no, like a little bit wary, like as if he's got something on his mind, but it could just be overthinking. So then Tosh rings me the next morning. What are you up to, lads? I said, no, I'm just tidying the gaff up and getting around. He said, yeah, have you spoke to Levington? I said, no, why? He said, haven't you heard what he's done? I said, oh, lad, no, why, what's he done? He said, he's robbed his kid and then dropped him on the step. I said, he said, the lad who works for Dicho. I said, the lad who's the lemon. He went, yeah. I said, are you messing? He said, why has he even rang him? He said, he didn't, lad, he went to some birds and the lad lives next door to theirs. So as he's pulled up, the lad was on the step, so he's seen Levy and let onto him. I'm like, and? He said, so then what's happened is Levy was smoking a joint in the bird's garden, whoever the bird is, and he's heard the lad next door on his phone talking graft, saying, I've got this for you or whatever, and I'll put it in the lecky box, because there's no lock on the lecky box door and it doesn't lock, so just when you get here, grab it because we've got to go out. So then the lad's gone out, and where they live, it's like a little arch tunnel thing that like goes in between the houses, and then they both have to walk down it to get to the back gates, so like the back gates are next to there. So I'm like, yeah. He said, and what's happened as soon as he's gone out, Levy's gone on and grabs it. I'm like, oh lad, are you messing? I said, well, how does he know it's him? He said he doesn't, but he must have just like got on it because Levy was there. So what's happened is he knocked on the house and just ends up arguing with Levy, so Levy just put him out, just put him clean out. And I'm like, lad, are you messing? How's my mate? I said, lad, come to mine now and I'll ring Levy now. So rings Levy. Levy's like, yes, Scouse, what's happening, lad? I'm like, you tell me, lad, what he's done to the house get after? He said, lad, he knocked at some birds. I wasn't being proper G, so I dropped him. I said, what do you mean? He knocked at some birds. So why is he knocking at some birds? Just out the blues, be cheeky to you. He said, well, I don't know, lad. I said, lad, what do you mean? I don't know. I said, so he's just knocked at that house just to argue you. He said, well, lad, basically, yeah. I'm like, lad, basically, no. Basically, no. You robbed his stash at the lecky box. That's why he's knocked. Levy's like, who spoke to Tosh? So I said, obviously, lad. He's like, oh, lad, he's mad. He's a proper grass him, lad. I'm like, where are you? He said, I'm in the Mackey's drive-thru, do you want him? I said, yeah. I said, get Tosh something soon, come to mine. He's like, what do you want? I said, get 2 large big tasty meals with strawberry milkshakes and a box of 20 nuggets for me and Tosh. Lad, don't forget the barbecue sauce, lad. And get Tosh that snide sweet curry sauce he loves. But defo, don't forget my barbecue sauce, lad. Or I want the nuggets or the fries without it. He's like, yeah, I know you won't, lad. I'm a moment, I'll sort it. So Tosh turns up, I'm like, what's happening? Levy's on the way with a Mackey's for us. He said, did you tell him I told you about the limo? I said, no. I said, he knew as soon as I asked him. I said, he knew you were going to tell me, didn't he? He said, do you know what I mean? He said, you're a grass lad. So Levy turns up, and we're all eating our skin at the big table, just laughing at what Levy's done, do you know what I mean? Levy says to me, has Dicko rang you? I said, nothing know lad. I said, the number he's got, that number's been up for a few days. I said, I'll go and turn it on in a minute, I'll see what's happening, I'll go up and have a look. So finish the scan, goes upstairs, gets his phone, turns it on. 3 missed calls and 4 messages from Dicko, proper cheeky though, and I mean like, proper cheeky though, where you're just like, who are you talking to, do you know what I mean? First message like, lad, your mate's a rat, he's robbed such and such. Then the next one's like, why are you blanking me? Then the next one's like, lad, you better phone me. And then the last one's like, watch what happens. So I thought, you cheeky little... So I showed Tosh and Levin, said, I'll ring him now. So I rings Dicko, he's like, hello. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean, hello, lad? I said, who do you think you're talking to? Like, that sends me a message saying I'm blanking and watch what happens. Why was I blanking? My phone's been off. She said, Levy's Robbie. I said, so what's that got to do with me, you muppet? You're both fully grown men. What are you ringing me for with an attitude, leaving all messages and that? You little melt. Think I'm arsed that Levy's robbed you? I'm not arsed, lad. Who are you, lad, to phone me up like that and leave messages? Who are you talking to like that anyway? Tell me what happens. Why? What's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. Yeah, nothing's going to happen, lad. Come and show me what's going to happen to me, you little rat. Speak to me like that, lad. Tell you what, get in the bowlies, lad. Get in the park and I can be there in 20 minutes. Messaging me what happens because of Levy. Who are you talking to, lad? So Dicko's flat because he knows he's in the wrong and he's like trying to apologise and all that, but it's too late, you know what I mean? We're having that, taking your anger out on me because Levy's robbed some mushroom grafter. So Levy's shouting, get the park, lad, and bring your mates too. Tell your mate to want to straightener. Tosh is like, here we go again. It's 11:30 in the morning. And now, lad, I'm just got up. What's going on here? So now Dicko's flat and he's like, oh, lad, I'm sorry about that. You know, Scouse was fuming, lad. I said, so what, lad? I said, I'm not after for fuming, lad. I said, what are you on about, lad? And I'm thinking in my head, you know what? He's definitely getting put out for that. You know, that approach was just wrong on so many levels. Just all in as fast as he wants and all that. Just like, what's happening, what's happening? So I mean, what even me? Pff, as if, lad. So I said on the phone, lad, tell your mate Levy wants him to straighten there and meet us on the park at the bowlies for 1 o'clock. He's like, sound, lad, sound. So I puts the phones on, says to Levy, it's always you, lad, just bringing shit to me. Day after day, week after week, month after month, lad, and now I've got to put him out for that, and I'm thinking, there's no coming back from that, you know, here's me mate, but he's not that much of a mate where you can just speak freely to me like that, like I'm from Bellend, so now I know there's no way I'm not going to smack him a few times, defo, I'm, do you know what I mean? So I said to him, lad, you waste him, so Levy says, Levy, you waste him, and I'll waste Dicko. Tosh phone Robbie and get him in for 12:30 in case anyone else with him, just does 4 will go. So Robbie turns up, he's just ready, like, yes, the fame, what's happening? So I told him, Robbie says to Levy, lad, I should have just known it was you, you're wet, well, it's always you. What you get off him? Levy's like, lad, it was only an ogle once someone. And I'm like, really, lad? Really? Really? You are a proper muppet, lad. And Levy's like, but lad, he can't prove it was me, so he would even talking to anything, only Bellends. And I'm like, lad, Dicko's my mate, and I've got to waste him because he spoke to me like that because of you, what you did again. So he's like, I don't know, lad. So gets the park and Dicko and that kid and some of the lads there. So there's 3 of them and 4 of us. But it's going to be fair fights all the way, you know, we're not rats. So I said to Tosh, stay out of this one, lad. Stay in the car. He's like, sound, I'll build a few drinks on the way back then. So he jumps out, walks over to him. Levy just wastes his kid. Now Dicko comes over to me like with sound and says, oh, lad, I'm sorry, puts his hands up, just gone bang and just put him out, right? So he's just like, he's just like picking his chin up off the floor. And I said to him, lad, that's just for thinking that that's acceptable, lad. You should have spoke to me first before taking it to that level. Call yourself a mate, lad, you proper cheeky little runt. Now Dicko knows him right, so he hasn't reacted, you know what I mean? So as he's just picking himself off the floor, he puts his hands up to shake hands, so said, oh, go on then, lad. So I just shook his hands and forget about it now, but lad, don't speak to me like I'm one of your grafters, lad, you know what I mean? Levy's just wasted another kid. And as like we've been Levy turning around, Robbie's like half flirting with this lad. And Levy's like, Robbie, what are you doing? What are you doing? But the kid who Robbie was talking to, he didn't want nothing to do with it. And he never showed no sign of aggression. So I just said, yeah, don't let him, just leave him now, do you know what I mean? It's sorted. He'll probably have to drive them home only because they're not going to be able to drive. Why look at the kid for them, lad? So I said to Dicko, see you later, lad. I said, Robbie, Levy, let's go. So he bails back to the car and gets off. Tosh is driving Levy's car and he built 2 for us ready. So I've blazed one and Levy's blazed one. So then the kid phones me and he's like, lad, that's landed that. And it was a box for Marky in Leeds, but he's been banned from driving for whatever reason, so I thought I'd fly up to him, so rings Marky.
Yes, Scouse, my boy, hope you're good, brother. Yeah, so that's landed. Come down whenever, bro. If you can get to me, mate, it'd be appreciated. And we'll go for some scran and we'll go have a gauge and that, my boy. What you saying? Yeah? Good. Good house family and that, all good, mate, yeah? Custy. Right, I'll sort everything up this end, mate, and you'll just let me know when you're up and on way. We'll sort it, pal.
So I told him it's landed and I'll bring it to him. He's like, sound. So it's about 2:30 now. Gets back to mine, says to Levy and Tosh and Robbie, who's come with me to Leeds. They're like, we can't, lad, you told us we have to do that today. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, forgot about that, sound. Let me know when you've sorted it, and don't be arguing with each other like little kids all day, do you know what I mean? And Levy's just whispering to Robbie, it's Robbie the Quiro. I mean, so I just burst all laughing and Robbie fuming again. Phone's the Crip, and I'm like, lads, I'll be up for that soon. So Dave got off, so runs up, gets a shower, gets changed, and flies to Crips to get up the parcel and flies down to Leeds. So meets Marky and Iz, must be about 5:30, and we're all sorted. I've passed him the box, he's passed me 15 grand. The rest of it's on bail for a day or two, but he's sound, no, do you know what I mean? No, he's all day, no problems at all. He says, lad, we're going for the steaks, can you coming? I'm like, yeah, because I had net since before 12, do you know what I mean? So I was starving by now. So I said, tell your mates we'll meet them there, and we'll come round in my car, lad. And he's like, go on, sound. So he jumps in my car, we go to meet these Leeds divisions in the steak gaff, and they have this like big deal on where if you eat the scran, it's free. You've got to eat in like 45 minutes or something. It's like this big massive steak. I'm not even joking, off looking at it, looked like it was about a Kia steak, do you know what I mean, or not far off it, proper heavy scran. So I've killed mine, and Marky's got a bit left, so I'll bet his too. So mine and his are free, and this other kid's ate his as well, so his is free. So the others just got half dead, my teeth were killing, my jaw was killing, right, and I mean like proper heavy. This fella comes over with a t-shirt and the camera, he's like, here's your t-shirt for the challenge, can I put your pictures on the challenge roll? I'm like, no mate, I'm sorry for that, you know, not getting my face plastered all over some steak gaff, I completed the challenge t-shirt, messing on you, lad. But one of the Leeds division said signed a wet one. His picture's still on the wall now. So he gets back in the car, and I felt proper sick, honestly. I'd ate that much steak, I was nearly mooing. I felt like I was going to start mooing like a cow. Proper heavy scran. So drops Marky off, gets off to mine, and gets in mine about 8:30. By this time the scran settled though, so thought it's been a rough day, why not? Pours a little brandy, knocks 2 fat stripes up. First stripe of the day, you've got to have one up each nostril, haven't you? That's just a law, innit? So next thing, Zeg rings me. So I'm chatting away to him for about an hour, sitting at the table on loudspeakers, just having a little laugh on the stripe, telling him what's going on. And he's just like, lad, Levy, again, I said, I know. He said, lad, Levy won't do none of this wedding, will he? I'm like, no, lad, you're messing around. He's not like that type of person, lad. He just does things stupidly, but he wouldn't like dream of wrecking your wedding, lad, do you know what I mean? It's not like that. So we're just talking away. And we're arranging a stag do. A stag do is going to be in Amsterdam, I think. That's where we're going with it, do you know what I mean? So as I'm on the phone to Degsy, the phone starts bleeping. It's Rav trying to get through to me. So I said to Degsy, lad, there's Rav, I'll bell you back.
Nah, Scouse, it's sound, it's alright, bro. I'll catch up with you in a bit. I've got to take my fiancée to the pictures tonight, Anna. Fiancée, bro, it sounds crazy saying that.
I'm like, lad, you had to throw the fiancée part in, didn't you? You just had to, lad. But he's all made up on that, you know what I mean? So I said to me, I'll get on me tomorrow then. So by the time I got off the phone, Rav's gone. He's been at the answer machine. So pours a bevy and just does a big fat stripe, do you know what I mean? Just thought, right, let's see what Rav wants. So phones Rav up. I'm like, yes, Rav, what's happening, lad? You alright? He's like, yeah, I'm alright, Scouse, I'm alright. He said, Scouse, any chance you come tomorrow instead? I've got some news about Dennis. So in my head I'm thinking, shit, what's going on here? I thought, have we made any mistakes, or has he been identified, or whatever, do you know what I mean? I don't know. So I thought, where did Sloop put them teeth? I thought, no way, because I can remember them, do you know what I mean? Like last time I seen the teeth, you were talking to me. So I says to Rav, yeah, mate, no worries, I'll be up tomorrow and I'll be with Tosh. Now Rav likes Tosh, so it sounds. I was like, can Tosh come to yours, or do you want to meet somewhere else? He's like, oh yeah, well, meet me somewhere else then. He said, meet me at the Chinese gaff and we'll all go for the scran. I said, sound. I said, 8 o'clock. I said, lad, 8 o'clock, we'll be at that gaff. He's like, sound, puts the phones on. So it rings 3. I'm like, lad, something's come back on that. I don't know what it is, or if anything it is, do you know what I mean? I don't know like what's going on, because Rav's phoning me up and all that. I said, what did you do with Dennis's teeth? And he just said to me, proper calm, like it's normal. I've got Dennis's teeth here, I brought them home. I'm like, what? He said, I brought them home to keep. And I'm like, lad, I don't even know what to say to that, do you know what I mean? What are you supposed to say to that? But in the end, thinking, well, that's fine, as long as they're being found by plods, you know what I mean? He's like, they're in my outhouse on the shelf. I'm just like, sound, lad. So I ring Tosh. Lad comes to Rav's tomorrow with me, and we'll go to that Chinese gaff for a scan. He's like, sound, mate. I said, be at mine for about 3:30, lad, because we're going to get there for 8. He's like, sound. So it's all sorted, and I'm thinking, wonder what's being said there. So the next day he gets up, goes to the gym, meets Levy and Robbie in the gym. Tosh is nowhere to be seen, probably reinstating some birds last night off his barn. So then we go for the scan after the gym, in the cafe where we normally go. Gets off and he goes home. Thought I'll have a little hour, I feel proper tired here. So goes to sleep and wakes up about 3 o'clock. I'm like, I'm going to be late here. So runs up, gets a shower, gets changed, then Tosh knocks. You ready? I'm like, no, come in a sec, lad. He's like, sounds. He comes in, just talking to him, and like I'm telling him what Rav said, and I'm thinking Rav must know something about Dennis, but I don't know what. He's like, yeah, well, we'll just have to play cool, see what he knows. Now, Rav isn't stupid, he's far from it, so he could just be fishing for info, dipping his toe in, do you know what I mean, seeing what he gets out of it. But I'm onto that, so I know what to say to him, because if he finds out I did that, it could go either way. Or if Dennis's other mates find out, they'll probably be looking at it, won't he? You know, I don't doubt for a second, and to be fair, you don't really want big angry jock frames on your case, just like for wasting the boss, do you? Doesn't matter who you are. I've got major problems if they he finds out, all he even suspects it's me. So sets off up the road with Tosh. But in Tosh's car, because I'm still half tired, so I don't really want to drive for like 3.5 hours, do you know what I mean? Get to the Chinese guy for me to Rav, and he's just different. Not in a bad way, but he's just different. He says, they found Dennis in a warehouse, burnt to a crisp with two of the lads. I said, did he, lad? Yeah, probably the Cockney firm. He just looks me dead in the eye while he's eating a scan and says, no, Scouser, it wasn't the Cockney firm, it was you and Troy, because there was another person in the warehouse. He was out the back, and he stayed hidden when he heard the gunshot. I said, shut up, lads, what are you on about? He said, Scouser, you don't need to lie to me, I know it was you and I know it's Troy, because Dennis left his phone in the house. He said, and I've got the phone. He said, I've took the phone. I've got Dennis's phone. I've seen the video, but I deleted it and wiped it. I've wiped the phone properly, so there's no video, it's nothing like that. He said, but I know quite well it was you. So it's time for the truth. It's time to start talking, lad. So the game's defo up, or he wouldn't even know any of that. And he said the lad in the back was watching and seeing me and Troy, and Rav told me that what I was wearing and what Troy was wearing. So he defo knows what I'm supposed to say. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to say? Whatever I do say next can be the difference between life and death. Probably all to just put Rav to bed and hope for the best. So Tosh looks at me with this look. He knows quite well what I'm thinking. It's weird, he just knew what I was thinking. And he knows I'm now in a world of shit. Now, the lad who's seen me doesn't know me, but he's heard my voice. And known from the Scouse firms ever met Dennis except for me. And as for Troy, he's known anyway. So Troy's defo being blew up, and it's a no-brainer if I'm there too. Do you know what I mean? He's seen me faking my own death with Troy on a video. The game's up. So I said, yeah, Rav, I said, come out of here and get in my car and I'll tell you. But Rav was wary because he knows now I could just turn on him to cover myself. And he said the lad who's seen it is from Edinburgh and doesn't really want nothing to do with it. But he's told the Yaka. And I'm like, who's the Yaka? And why is he called the Yaka? I'm thinking, I hope it's something to do with computers, you know what I mean? The Yaka's Dennis's oldest mate. He's a naughty man, and he's got a naughty frame in him. And they aren't based here, or I wouldn't have brought you. And he don't know what you look like as well. He said they're in Marbella, but he has been phoning me asking about you. He doesn't know what you look like, he doesn't know anything about you. But, yeah, he doesn't know it's really you need it, but you know what I mean? It's coming bang on for you. And I'm like, lads. He said, but I've tried to blend it and told him that it couldn't have been you because you're mates with Dennis, do you know what I mean? But you can still put two and two together. I said, lads, I said, yeah, I'm just going to tell you exactly what happened. I said, here's what happened. I said, we went down the Cockneys, right, and Dennis was there. So what's happened is we've got off and we left the phone there. Do you know what I mean? So we were recording what you were saying. That now, when we come back, Dennis wasn't there, and Cockney told me he'd put Dennis to bed. He'd put 5 in him. Now Dennis said to the Cockney that he wants me out the way. So they were both plotting and planning. It was me or them, lad, and that's the end of it. Dennis put money on my head and asked Troy to do it, not knowing Troy's my mate. So that's why we're there, and that's why that's what we went there for in the first place. You know what I mean? He taught Troy, done me, and Troy was getting the money off him. That's the only reason we went there. So think about it, Rav. What would you have done? I said, we went back down to see the Cockney, and it was an accident, to be fair. I said, it was an accident. He said, you done it? I said, me. I said, but it was an accident. I'm not going to start saying Levy done it, you know what I mean? And so I just thought, you know, if it's on me anyway. Maybe I'll take the rap for both of them and just one of them. This is what it is, isn't it? You're getting it either way. So I was just starting, you should just seen the way he was looking at me. He was priceless. He's like, so you put the Cockney and Dennis to bed? I'm like, well, yeah, lad, but it was me or them. I said, I had no choice, lad. I said, you know, I classed them both as mates, and that's what they were up to. They were just plotting and planning behind your back, lad. They were just, you know, what, lad? It was only a matter of time before one of them got me, lad, you know what I mean? And I was like, this is all because of Levy. I said, it's not all because of Levy. I said, it's because of you as well. I said, if you wouldn't have said that to Levy, none of this would have happened. So it's both your fault, you and Levy. You know, what did I do? I'm the victim in all this. He's like, typical Scousers, always playing the victim. But I can see by his demeanour, he knows I'm right, and he knows I had to do it. Now, you've got to remember, no one knows where I live or anyone in my firm. No one knows where none of them live except for the crib. They only know the crib's location to play a match, but not his other house. So now, yet again, poor crib has to get out of there and can't go home again until further notice. So I said to Rav, listen, I said, where's this leave us? He said, it's not my business, mate. It turns out better for me, but I wouldn't like to see any harm come to you, do you know what I mean? He said, so I'll try my best to blend it, if it's possible to blend it with the Aka, because he's only going off hearsay. He doesn't know anything really, but he knows it's Troy, so Troy needs to heads up. I'm like, sound, lad, shakes his hand and gets off, see you later. So on the way back in the car, phones the crib, I'm like, lad, get out the gaff, if you're in the gaff, empty the gaff. And he's just like, again, I'm like, yeah, what's happened? I said, nothing, doesn't matter, lad. So I thought, I need to phone Troy. So on the way back, I phoned Troy. Troy just like sounds and not asked, but he's speaking with like this excitement, like he's happy about it. It's bizarre, but it's putting me at ease in like a proper weird way. So we're just talking, and he goes,
Scouse, do you think they'll calm down if we send him Dennis's teeth back?
Oh my God, so I'm just laughing my head off, just thinking this kid is an absolute lunatic, well more than I ever thought. And like, I knew he was mad anyway, just like from knowing him, but it's just another level. Like, he's just not asked about none at all. So it gets back to mine and my head's gone. So I pause a bit with Tosh, racks a flat line up and we just end up sitting there talking till proper bells. So Levy's ringing me but I'm blanking him, he's ringing Tosh and he's blanking him. And Levy just thinks he's missing out on something. He's got like proper fear of missing out syndrome and thinks you don't like him if you don't answer the phone to him. But I just can't be bothered with him, honestly. He's caused all this and it's me using the firing line for it. And this is like serious threat to life. These aren't playing round. So by now it's going light outside, so it's time for bed. Tosh, he's staying in mine. Tosh's like, yeah, I'm staying in my room. He calls the biggest spare room in mine his room. And like, he doesn't even let Levy sleep in it or anyone, even if he's not there. So I'm like, oh lad, I'm going to bed, I'll do this when we get up. He's like, come on, Sam, lad. Now, I'm not telling anyone except Levy and Robbie, not even Degsy, because if I start telling Degs, it'll burst his bubble. And I've already phoned the Crip on the way back from Scotland and told him to move the pie and mash. So that's all sorted, you know what I mean? But we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Next day, gets up and meets Levy and Tosh in the gym. Then go to the cafe for a scran. Degs texts me, the wedding's set for 3 weeks on Saturday. I've called the venue, you said, and he said the date's free. Sound, let's start the stag do out then, innit? Says to Levy and Tosh, what do you reckon then? Levy says, lad, let's go to Dan. So my mate's mate has a club over there, so I get on the phone to him. Yes, lads, me and the lads are going on a stag do. We're coming over in 3 weeks today on Wednesday. I lied the old VIP section upstairs if that's sound, lad, for that night. He's like, yeah, it's sound. So I start texting all the lads because I want a good turnout. So I text Marky from the Leeds division, Ezo from the Manny division, Troy, Robbie, Stu from the Welsh division, and Macca from the Scouse division. And told them if they come, they can bring whoever they want. Like, obviously, no birds, you know what I mean, or wives. So Troy texts me straight away, I'll be there. Wasn't expecting that, but he's right. Marky, yes, Scouse, I'll bring a few of the lads. Ezo, yeah, lad, I'm game, the lads will come too. Robbie's like, yeah, of course, lad. Stu from Wales, like, yes, lad, defo. Macca's like, yes, Scouse, I'm up for it. Now, Macca isn't active, he's a worker, he doesn't do nothing like that. You know what I mean? He's like proper straight-headed, got a bird, works and all that, he's proper sound. So it's defo one. I'm looking forward to it because we're all in the same place. So he flies to Levy's, and as I walk in, I see the Vito Rossi shoes by the door, and he stood out because like the colour and quality of them, you can just tell the way Bruce Lemo. Don't even mess with me, lad. So I said to Levy, lad, they're belters then. Did you buy them? He's like, yeah. I said, how much? $2,000? He went, no, they were $32.50. I said, yeah. I said, so what, your boy way out of trouble then? He said, yeah. He said, remember the day when I had 2 birds in mine? And my birds were the Mars. I went, yeah. He said, lad, I legged the birds, but one of them must have dropped the bank card because she found it down the couch and it just went off heavy. She was on Insta and all that, just like Facebook and that, typing names in to see who she was, but she couldn't find her with that name. So I just started laughing like, lad, you're a mushroom, you. She's left it on purpose, that's what some birds do, lad. He's like, lad, she accuses me of all kinds every day, it's weird. So from my own past experience in my head, I'm just thinking, people who accuse you of random weird shit all the time, it's normally them doing it. But I know her, she sounds, I like her, she's not a rat. So then Tosh says, who's coming to the driving range, lad, for like, you know, just a little hit on the golf and that? And he said, oh, lad, I can't, I've got stuff to do, lad. I said, but I'll catch up with you later. So I gets off. So as I'm driving home, I noticed this car behind me, and he's like, he's trying to get me attention, and I'm thinking, who's that? So he's like flashing his lights at me and all that. So I thought, this is probably going to go off here. So I thought, let's go. So just slams on, pulls over, and he comes alongside me, and he's like, what's happening? And I look at him like, oh my God, no way, that's what's happening. It's only Elliot, my mate, who used to hang around with years ago. I haven't seen him for ages, don't you know what I mean? Like, from a kid who's hanging around to like late teens and all that. But then when we left school, he joined the army, and over time, like, we stayed in contact and all that. So when he was coming back on leave and all the rest of it, over time, it just fizzled out. Like, I've lost my number, and then I've got a new number, and I've got no way of contacting him. So I hadn't seen him for years, but I was buzzing, just like, lad, that's mad, that you just getting on me. He went, lad, I just seen that car and thought, that's a beast, that. He said, so I was just looking at it and just seeing it was you driving it. He's like, what are you up to in that, lad? How have you got that? So what I say to everyone, I'm just like, lad, it's only a lease, it's not even mine. He's like, what are you up to? I'm like, I just got bits to do, lad. He's like, do you want to come for a scan later? So I said, yeah, I can, if I can, I will, lad. I've just got some shit to do for an hour or two, and then I'm free. So I get his number, and he gets mine, and just goes by the day. So then as I'm getting back, I'm flying down the road. Ezo rings me. Yes, Ezo, what's happening, lad? He's like, Scouse, I need little fellas, lad. I said, how many? He said, I need 10,000 as soon as. I said, today? He's like, lad, yeah. I said, lad, I haven't got that many around me. I said, I've got about 5,000 now, but let me see what I can do, because I might be able to get them off someone else. So I can give you 5, but then you might have to go and get another 5 from someone else. He's like, sound. So I phoned the Crip. I'm like, lad, and Gary's still there? He's like, yeah, lad. I said, how many? Have a look and ring me back. So I thought, yeah, Stewie took 50,000 the other day, so ring Stewie from the Welsh division. Yes, lad, what's happening? Any little fellas left? He's like, yeah. I said, how many? He said, I've got about 20,000 left. I said, are you around yet? If I need them today? He's like, yeah, I can sort it, lad. He said, but I can't get you because you're the baby. Now, Stewie took them 50,000 on bail the other day, so in trade, they're still mine, had he? So Cliff phoned me back, lad, I've just counted them, 6,350 44. So I said, alright, Sam, put them all together and I'll just call it 6350 innit? So phones these old lads, I've got 6350 here for you, but I can't get the rest from here. I'd have to go to Wales, or you'd have to go to Wales and get them for me. I was like, can you fly to Wales, lad? He's like, oh lads, will you go for me? I said, lad. I said, yeah, I can't just take these now and then like I'll just sort the rest, you know what I mean? And you know, will that do you? He said, nah lad, no. He said, I need 5 for one kid, I need another 5,000 for another kid. He said, how much are they? So in my head I thought, you know what, normally the 150, I thought, but if I go to Wales, then I'm gonna have to charge him 2 quid each, so I'll make 10 grand all in, you know what I mean? I'll drive to Wales, what, little hour there, hour back for 10 grand, I thought all day, son. He's like, lad, the cash is here. I said, lad, I'm not driving to yours as well. I said, you'll have to meet me in Wales. He's like, signing, lad. So I phoned Stewie. I'm like, lad, give me 10,000, because I thought it's unnecessary me driving to Wales with like 6,000 fucking little fellas, you know what I mean? It's just a risk down, it's just not worth it. So I thought, I'll just take the 10 off him, and then I'll meet Ezo down there, do you know what I mean? So arrange the time, and then tells Ezo to meet me at the service station down there for such a time. So rings Levy, lad, are you and Tosh coming to Wales with me later? Levy's like, lad, I can't, my bird's going out tonight with a mate who's moved back from Spain. She's only back for the weekend, so they're going out. I'm like, I said, alright. So I said, that's Tosh. So Tosh was like, yeah lad, I'll come with you. I said, go on, sound lad, sound. So Tosh meets me at mine, and we set off. So as we're on the way, Elliot phones me, he's like, what's happening then, lad? I said, lad, something's come up, lad. I said, we'll be back till bells, lad, you know what I mean, tonight. He said, Sarge, I'm taking his bird out for the scran, and I'm going to be with my mate and his bird. He said, and then we're going to go back to mine. So he said, get to mine when you can. So he sends me his address and says, lad, I'll be up all night. There's a few of us, there's going to be a little party in there. So just whatever time it is, just fly up whenever. So I thought, yeah, I will do, you know what I mean? Definitely haven't seen it for ages, it'll be good to catch up. So gets to Stewie, he sorts the parcel out, and then flies to the service station. But he's always not there yet though, do you know what I mean? So I was thinking, so I thought, you know what, I thought I need to piss here. So I run to the service station as a piss, and as I'm coming out, I see this like arcade driving in this rally game, and I thought, yeah, gives a go with that. So I'm just flying on that, you know what I mean? Just like playing that and all that. When it comes out, I can see those cars next to mine. He's talking to Tosh through the window. But as I looked over, there's like a Welsh busy Land Rover snarling at me. You know, that Simru police thing. So I thought, shit. Now as I walks over, I don't know if he's always got the parcel yet. So as far as I'm concerned, it's still in my car. So I just took every twist down and it's my fault for even meeting the service station. Proper schoolboy shit, you know what I mean? Bang on, I should have known better. So as I go to open the door of my car, the busy gets out the line and says, oh, you can have a word a sec. So I just jumped in the car, span off. So they lashed the sides on and chased me. Ezo's bail straight away. So I said, Ezo's got the garage, but the doll's here, lad. There's 20 grand here. And I'm thinking, if I get pulled here, that doll's gone. I'm getting roped in for questioning. Where have you got it from and all that and all that. So just hits the motorway, pressure sport mode, just like, watch, ba, 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 ba. We are flying. The Lanny just did not know what it is. See you later, lad. Now, I know it's going to come back in a few days on me, but my car's in my mate's business name. It's insured for over 25 to drive it, so I can have blagging and reckon, do you know what I mean? My name's not down on that car, and he's not going to say it to me, is he? And he has a neck warmer on with a Benny hat, so Plod didn't even see my face properly, so that's probably why he's pulled me in it, or tried to anyway. So worst case in my head, I'm thinking, the charge only going to be failed to provide information of a driver. I mean, mate will have an alibi. You can just say it could be anyone who works there, or, you know, everyone's insured on it, so worst case, you can get 6 points. So gets back to mine, tells Tosh to follow me in his car, and puts the car in my mate's work car park, and gets off back to mine, phones me mate and puts him on it, and he's like, sound, I'll sort it if anything comes back. And he's like, hey, I said, what? He went, can I use your car, lad, until it blows over? I'm like, lad, sound, be my guest. Yeah, but if you bend it, you mend it, like. He's like, yeah, standard, lad, standard. So as we're in mine, Tosh says, lad, are you hungry? I said, yeah, I am, you know, lad. He said, what you fancy? I said, lad, you know what, I just fancy a KFC, lad. I said, so we'll just eat it, you know what I mean? Just chill here a bit, have a joint and then whatever, do you know what I mean? So he's like, sound. So just as a scran, just talking and all that. He's like, hey, ain't enough Rav. I'm like, nah, I haven't heard nothing back at all. Lads, being quiet on that front, you know what I mean? He's like, probably for the best, and I'm like, yeah, definitely, lad. I said, you know, no news is good news, mate, as far as anyone's concerned with that. He's like, we spoke to Troy, he said, not recently, he said, I texted him before when we were in the cafe, and he said he's going to come with us. He's like, what? I said, lad. He's like, is he come with us? I'm like, he's going, what? He's like, lad, what's he like? I'm like, lad, he's proper sound, you know. I said, he's just one of them kids, lad, who's just like, he's just sound, lad. He's just straight up, lad. No messing around and that. I said, but, you know, I said, he'll be sound, lad. I said, you know, you might think he's a bit weird at first, lad, but, lad, he's boss, lad. And he's going, yeah. He said, lad, I know you like him. You spoke about him highly. And I'm like, lad, he's a proper belt. And I said, you know, what he's done for me there, lad, he could have, you know, that could have went either way. Yeah, I said that could have went either way. So I'm telling about when we were sitting in his little outhouse and we're on the bevies and we're having a strike for a few days while I've got my head down there, do you know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, he went, lad, he's a good mate of mine. I said, lad, you know what? He is, lad. He is, lad, because he didn't have to do none of that, lad. Yeah, lad, if he would have put me to bed, no one would have known. They wouldn't have come back on him. Does it be, lad, he's a professional, lad. And he's like, I know. I said, lad, and he's got Dennis's teeth. And he's going, well, as what? As I told him about the teeth in the jar. Or whatever he's got them on the mantelpiece. And he's just going to me, lad, that's like proper, like, psycho. And I'm like, lad, listen to me. Lad, I reckon he's got about a 50 kill streak. I said, and when I was on his land, and that, lad, when we were digging the hole for me to get in it, lad, I just told myself, there's just defo people everywhere. Yeah, I was saying, there's kids, the boss, there's birds, boss, you know, just talking and all that. So he's like, sound. Next thing he gets a text off Elliot. It's about 11 o'clock in the night. He said to me on the text, we're in mine now, lad, the buzzer isn't working, so ring me outside the apartment and I'll come down and let you in. So I said, go on, sound. So Tosh ends up getting off, he's going to see some birds or whatever he's doing, and I flies up. So I phones him, I'm like, lad, I'm outside. So he comes down. As he comes down, I'm just like, you know, like a little chat me and him before we go up the stairs and all that to the apartment. So I said, what time is this bird then, lad? He went, I haven't even done nothing with her. I said, none. He went, lad, I haven't even necked her. I'm like, no. He went, no, lad. He said, she's just like dead. She's bossing all that, but she's not like, I don't know, lad. I said, where'd you meet her? He went, lad, through a mate, whatever. He said, I've told her, I got a number and all that. And I'm like, did you, lad? Yeah. I said, that's my dad. And he's like, yeah. He went, but like, she goes on about an ex-fella and that, saying like he's a proper heavy and all, he's like a proper Ghanaian, like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, lad. I said, you understand? I said, you want to be careful, lad? I said, because these birds, lad, they can get you in trouble and all. He's like, nah, she's different, lad. She's dead nice and, you know, she's polite and she's this, she's that, and, you know what I mean? Lad, like a proper life and all. I said to you, yeah, lad. I said, come on then. I said, who is with? He said, well, there's me and like two mates and then there's his other bird there. He's like, but it's not like that, lad. It's not like gooseberry shit, lad. He said, everyone's just partying, no one's even doing that, lad. I said, come on, son. Get on this, right? As we walk up the stairs now, I'm sort of doing that, just you know, lad to lad, like, yeah, you're gonna bang it, you know what I mean? He's like, lad, I don't even know, you know, he said, like, it's a 50-50, she give me like mixed signals, lad, she sounds with me, you know, and I said, as he walks in the apartment, right, he said to me, lad, these are all brand new, like, he has all like brand new, like, white carpet, beige carpets, proper lovely guy. He said, will you take your shoes off? I said, where's your buddy? In that cupboard. I said, go ahead, I was taking your shoes off, no, the cupboard. What's in the cupboard? Then Rossi shoes, right? So I've looked at the shoes and I've thought, no way. And it's come back to me. My bird's going out with a mate and she's come back from Spain and I'm thinking, there's no way I've seen 2 pairs of them shoes in one day. So I said to him, come out here. He went, what? I said, who's the bird? He said, such and such. I said, okay, right. Listen, lad, I said, what have you done with it? He's like, lad, what are you being all serious for? I said, what have you done with it? He went, none. I said, nothing at all. I went, no. I said, lad, give me your phone. He went, what? I said, give me your phone. He's like, what for? I said, just give me your phone and let me see the conversation you've had with this bird and I'll tell you in a minute. So he's like all like alarmed now because he knows I'm not messing out. I've got a serious face on. So I've gone through his phone, yeah, and there's nothing there. There's nothing like, there's a bit of flirting, but there's no like, I can see the very first text ever. Yeah, this is me. So that was the introduction. So I've looked and I'm thinking, no way. I'm thinking, I know for a fact this is Levy's bird. I know it is because there's no way there's them 2 pairs of shoes in one day. So I said to him, right, so I've looked through his phone now, so I've seen everything and I've seen that there's not like that. I said, have you necked her? He went, no. I said, have you done anything at all with it? He's like, no. I said, right. I said, do you know where fella is? He went, she hasn't got a fella. I said, she has. There's no Levington. He went, your mate. When you went, that's his bird. And he's just gone, I said, I'm telling you now, that's his bird, lads. And he went, lads, he's gone proper white. He's like, lads, I didn't know. I'm like, I know you didn't know. I said, because if you did know, you wouldn't have done it. Lads, he'll end you. He'll end you for this. And he's going, lads. I said, where are you? He went to the living room. I said, yeah. So I thought, I'm not going to go in all guns blazing that because technically I know what's going on with them. And in my head, it's racing. I'm thinking, she's gone to her house, found a bank card, and whatever, so she thinks she's at it, but he wasn't at it, and I know he wasn't at it because he's told me, I don't know. So as I walks in, I just opens the door, walks in, and she's just gone white, and it was like, what's happening? They said, you, come here. So she just got up, hasn't even questioned me, so everyone's looking and said, what? I said, get in the kitchen. I said, Ellie, go in there. So I'm sitting in the kitchen with her, I said, what are you playing at? And she's like, listen, I haven't done nothing. I said, I don't care. I said, it's the intention, you were gunning. I said, in theory, you have done something, you've cheated on him in theory. Now, I know you haven't done nothing with him because I've just been through his phone. Yeah, I've just been through his phone. And she's going, are you going to tell him? I said, I'm going to have to tell him, aren't I? She's like, I said, he'll kill you. I said, he'll kill you. I said, I know he'll kill him. You know he'll kill you. And he'll kill him as well. So what? I've got to get my other mate killed by Levy because of you. Yeah, she went, I didn't know you, mate. I said, so what? I said, it doesn't matter. I said, it doesn't matter. I said, you need to think about what you're doing, you know. I said, what's going on? I said, talk to me now. I said, you're going home. She's like, I know, defo. She's like, I'm sorry. I said, listen, you're not sorry to me. You haven't done nothing to me. I said, but you know, if he finds out, I said, listen to it. And I'm like, I'm half getting riled up, you know, like fuming a little bit. But I like her though, do you know what I mean? I like her. She's like, she's been sad me, but here's my problem. Listen, when you met Levy, you were no one. Yeah, you worked in a little shit job. You never had a pot of piss in. Yeah, now he's dragged you out the gutter. Yeah, you look at your house you're living in, look at the car you're driving, look at the business you've got, you're walking around in 3.5 grand shoes, yeah, and this is what you're paying him back with. She's like, I know, but he's always out. I said, he's always out because we do things, yeah. How do you think he feeds you? How do you think you live how you live? That's how you live how you live. Because if it was for you in your little shitty job, you wouldn't have a pot of piss in. yeah? So don't start all out with me. I know, but, you know, he's cheating. I said, he's not cheating on you. I said, how's he cheating on you? I found the bank card. I said, I know you did. I said, he's told me. I said, I know it. I said, yeah, I'll tell you what happened. He has a bird, 2 birds in his, right? And he wasn't even nowhere with them. He wasn't like that. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, he never done nothing with them. I know for a fact he never. Yeah, and that's the end of it. I said, I'm telling you now straight, he never done nothing with it. She's like, I know, but he's always like up to something. I said, he's not always. I said, listen, he's always with me. Yeah, he's always with me. He doesn't do nothing wrong. He's just with me doing what we're doing. Now, sometimes if it goes off, he's got to come out the house late in the night to go and deal with what we've got to deal with. Yeah, that's not him going out to be at it. That's him going out to help me or Tosh or Robbie or something like that. You know what we do. You know exactly what we do. Do you know what I mean? And you know the shit that he gets us in. Yeah, and this is how you're repaying him. Oh, it was half human, but I didn't want to overstep the mark and like be cheeky or belittle her, so I was trying to keep it respectful, but really I was half fuming. And do you know what, the way she was looking at me, I could tell that she hadn't done nothing. Do you know what I mean? I said, your head's been turned. I said, but you know, you need to make always. I said, you've got a kid to him. Yeah, you've got a kid to him. I said, so where does that leave me now? I'm in a position now where I've caught you in some lad's house. The lad's me mate. You've got a kid to him. So what? If I tell him he's going to put you to bed, he's going to put him to bed, he's going to go away for it, you'll be brown bread, and the kid grows up with no one. Yeah, so look at the position you've put me in. Yeah, now only for the fact that I know 100% that you haven't done nothing with him, I'm going to let it lie. I'm not going to say nothing to him, but you're going to speak to him. You're going to fucking get home now, and you're going to speak to him. Give me your phone. So she give me a phone. I've gone through her phone. It's the same and that. So I've deleted his number, and then I've gone in. I've said to her, get your shit together, go and get your stuff now, and phone the taxi. I said, stay in the kitchen, don't go back in there. So he's like, alright. So he walks in and says to her, come here. I said, was it? Give me your phone. He's like, yeah. So I've deleted the number and blocked it. So they haven't got each other's number now. I said, go and say to her today. So I've walked with them because you're not even giving her a kiss. So I've said, say to her because that's only fair. It's not his fault. So he's gone out and be like, yeah, listen, I'm not happy about you doing that. She's like, no, I'm sorry. So he weren't even happy about it either, because he wouldn't have went with her if he'd have known that. Not just because of who Levy is, but you know, if you're a proper man and you're a proper Scouser, you're not a rat. It's a rule. You can't be a rat. So if you start going with people's birds, knowing they're with them, then you're just a rat anyway. It doesn't matter if you can fight them or not. You're a rat. So her taxi comes and I walk her down, and I said to her, listen, go and sort it out. So I've been talking to her, like, listen, he proper loves you, you know. I said, honestly, God, you've got the wrong end of the stick here. I said, you're paranoid now. I said, you know, he's a nice looking lad, but he's wild, you know, he's wild. I said, and that's probably why you like him. Do you know what I mean? And she's going to me, yeah, I know. She went, my head's just gone. I said, I know, but there's other ways you got him round it. Yeah, so we're standing there talking, and you know what, I can see that she was just genuinely like, I'm not going to start saying it's not her fault and she was confused or she was pushed to it, because she wasn't. She knew what she was doing. Do you get what I mean? So she's done it off her own back. Yeah, now in theory it's still the same as cheating, innit? At the end of the day, you've lied to your fella, you've gone out and you've gone to another lad, you've gone out with another lad for a scran and gone to his. Now only, honest to God, only the fact I know quite well, she hasn't even kissed him. Yeah, she hasn't actually physically done nothing wrong. Right, so I'm going to half let it go, because it'll just cause too much trouble. Now, you might be listening to this now and think, well, then you're a rat, but how am I a rat? I've got to think about his kid, yeah? I've got to think about her life. I know Levy more than anyone knows Levy, and I am telling you now, that girl wouldn't even last a night, if honest to God, and Elliot would just proper get it, yeah? Now, I can't watch Levy do my mate and then do his birds because of that. Do you know what I mean? Now, it's just one of them things. So she gets off and I goes back upstairs, goes in. So he says to me, I come in the kitchen for this diaper. I said, come on. So I'm just talking to him. Now, the other people in there, they don't know nothing what's going on, obviously. Do you know what I mean? It's not their business, and I'm not going to make him look stupid or look like a rat, because it wasn't his fault. It genuinely wasn't his fault. I know for a fact, because he's distraught, he's devil, he's on a pattern now, thinking I'm going to go back and tell him. And I said to him, lad, listen to me. If I told you crossed the line like that, I'd smack you myself. I'd punch your face in your own house. Do you understand me? He's going, lad, I know. I said, so just forget about it. Just get on with your business, get on with your life, and just forget about it. Yeah, walls under the bridge. It's just gone, lad. Yeah, it's gone, lad. Just don't repeat it. Don't tell no one. Don't talk about it. I said, because if he finds out, lad, you've got problems, and I mean problems that you can't handle, mate. You can't handle Levy. Yeah, believe me, lad, you can't handle him. He's your worst nightmare, lad. Trust me when I tell you. He's like, I know. He's like, so what's that with us? I said, lad, it's got no effect on me and you. You're my mate. I've known you for years, lad, since we were kids. I said, but I'm just putting you on it, lads, do you know what I mean? And that's that. Now, I'm not going to say nothing, but I've just told her she's going to have to go and explain herself to him. So I don't know what's going to happen there, so let's just forget about it now, yeah? shook hands with him, said, it's not your fault, give him a hug and that, and just ends up having a party, carried on party and all that, you know what I mean? So it gets to about 5 in the morning, I'm like, lad, I'm going. I was like, go on, sounds. So I gets off, gets home, gets in and all that, and it goes in the kitchen, big table, brandy, stripe, boom, boom. And I'm just thinking, this is madness, this, you know, this is madness, this. So I'm wondering, like, what's going to go on, like, I'm just visualising there going in, just pretending nothing's happened and all that. So I'm half like, I don't really like that, you know what I mean? So I goes to bed and gets up in the morning. As he gets up in the morning, Levy rings me. She's like, what's happening, lad? And I'm like, what's happening? I said, you sound happy. He's like, oh, lad, I'm buzzing, you know. I said, why are you buzzing? He said, lad, she got off from a mate there last night. He's come to mine. And we've just been talking and that. And she told me she bumped into another mate. And another mate just set her head straight. And her head fell off. And, you know, her eyes got looked another way. She was looking at another lad in that way. Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, yeah. I said, go on. He said, lad, she's told me that she's been talking to a lad and all that, but not like that. And, you know, she thought I was like cheating on her and all that. So, lad, she's been 100% honest with me. Now, what he's telling me is what happened. She hasn't said that she was in his apartment, though. She hasn't said she went up for a scram with him, though. But that's just sound. She's, you know, she's owned up to him. She's told him the truth, basically. Do you know what I mean? She's left a few things out, but that's only for fear of her own safety, so I understand that. So he's like all made up. He's like, lad, I'm going to ask you to marry me. And I'm like, why are you saying to Deg, you lad? He's like, no, not now, lad. He said, you know, I'm just like thinking about it, because, you know, lad, I love her and all that. And I'm like, lad, dry your eyes, mate. I said, I'm not arsed. I said, keep that shit to yourself. I said, you sound like a fat lad. I love her and all that. I said, who's arsed, lad? I said, it's your business. He's like, no. I said, so what then? I said, are you getting round? He went, yeah. So I said, come on then. So he gets round. So I said, where's Tosh? He went, he was in some bears last night. I said, yeah. I said, where's Robbie? I said, what's happened to Robbie? He went, I don't know, I haven't seen him for ages, lad. He said, last time I seen him, he was just off gallivanting around the UK, as he normally does, lad. Just like, you know what I mean, and all apps and that, just meeting all kinds. I'm like, oh, that kid's proper messing him, you know. He's like, I know, innit, lad? So I said, right, let's sort the stag do out. So gets on booking.com and all that, starts looking for hotels, getting flights and all that, you know what I mean? So got a price on it. He's like, how much? I said, lad, I'll pay for all of it, lad. He's like, what? I said, lad, I'll pay for everyone, lad. I said, I'll pay for all our ends, you know what I mean? I'm not going to pay for all them, lads, who come, because Marky from Leeds coming, we've got Ezo from Manny, we've got Macca from Scotland. He's like, Macca, and I went, yeah, lad, I haven't seen him for ages. I said, no. I said, mad, innit, lad? I said, he's just getting on with it, lad. He's just like normal work, lad, doing his bits and that. And he's like, yeah, I know. So I thought, I'll phone Deg. So I phone Deg. I'm like, lad, here's what we're going to do. So I tells him we're going to the time. We're going to a mate's bar with the VIP. And he's just made up him. He's like, oh, lad. But in my head, I'm thinking, I don't think he understands what we're going to do to him on the stag do. And he doesn't. He hasn't got a clue what's going on. Lemon! This cat burned my head out. Proper, lad, you burned my head out. So now it's the day we're leaving to go to Amsterdam for our stag do, yeah? Everyone's coming, Troy, Tosh, Levy, everyone, Ezo, Marky, everyone, there's just firms coming and they're bringing whoever they're bringing in. It's going to be proper sick. So we had our tickets, we arranged to meet at Manny Airport, everyone. So we get to the airport, everyone's there, it's just a proper belter. You can tell it's just going to be like one of them, like, events, you know what I mean? Deg's head's gone, he just doesn't know what's on. He's like, is this my stag do or is this like, what are you up to? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, lad, everyone's just like a proper G from all over like the UK. And I'm like, lad, listen to me, it's proper sound, we're all here for you, that's all we're here for. He's like, sound. So gets on the plane, said Robbie, so Robbie was sitting a few seats back. I said, go to the toilet, I said, some bits, lad. He's like, go ahead. So Robbie was starting about 10 kinder eggs up or something like that. Same old. So I'm like, lad, go and get me some bits. He's like, now, lad, yeah. I said, just get me some now so I can have a little stripe, you know what I mean? Because on the plane we were getting all beers and that, but I was like, I need a little stripe, you know what I mean? So Levy's like, get the toilets now, fucking Robbie's the queer out. So he's just been sent to the toilet to get the parcel out. So he's come back, passes all bits and that, you know, he's like, sounds. So then we're just going the bog one after another. So we lands, we get in the dam, and after about 3 taxis, we just flew the hotel, we get to the hotel, and as you can just tell straight away, it's going to be absolute chaos, you know what I mean? It's going to be proper chaos. So I invited AJ as well. Right now, AJ, he didn't reply. But he was like, I might if I get there, he's going to be, if I get there, I'll just meet you there at the hotel, where hotel's there. So I told him, and I thought, he's not coming in, because like, he's one of them kids who he's always busy, he's always like, doing something, but he's a proper good kid, you know what I mean? So I told him, he turns up. So as we get to the hotel, who's standing there? It's AJ, and he's just like,
hey, what's happening, Scouse, lad? Hey, this is going to be a sick one, this, isn't it? Can't wait, lad.
And I'm just like, yeah, it's going to be sick, lad, made up you got it, yeah. He's like, here's what I'll do, lad. He went, I'll meet you up there. He said, send me where the bar is. He said, because I need to go in this hotel and get me shit together, you know what I mean? Because he was like, he weren't staying in our hotel, he got a different hotel, he just does his own thing. He's like, oh, I don't know, he's just like that, you know what I mean? I'm like, go on, Sam, where's your hotel? He's like, lad, it's only down there. It's like, go ahead. So he flew back, so I'm told, yeah, I'll walk away, Levy and all that now. I see this pizza gaff, and there's just some kid there. I'm like, no way, what are you doing here, lad? And he just turns around and looks down, and he's just like,
no way, Scouser, that you, lad? Thought it was you. What's happening, lad?
And I'm just like, no fucking way, lad, what's happening? A long time no see, how's everything doing, lad? And I know know he's only just as a kid recently, so I can speak to him on the phone now, but I haven't seen him like in person for a while, you know what I mean? I didn't even know he was going to them, so I'm like, who are you with? He's like, just me bird, lad, just a little quiet one, me bird. What are you doing here? I'm like, lads, we're on a stag do, there's all kinds of us. He getting out with us, he's like, I don't know, lads. He went, probably, lad, he said, if I can sneak out, I will, but I doubt it. So I'm like, go on, lad, take it easy, lad, yeah. So as I'm walking up to the bar with all these degs and there's two doormen on this bar, and I'm like, no way, I'm on both of the both Scousers right now. One to move to the dance for whatever reason, and the other one I didn't even know who's on it. So I'm like, no way, there's Jamie and Taylor. I'm like, no way, what is happening, lads? And Jamie's like me proper good mate, Taylor's me proper good mate as well. So it's just like proper mad. Troy, Levy, Tosh, Degs, they're just like, wow, lads, how do you just know everyone round it? I'm like, lads, I don't even know, you know. So as I walks in, Jamie goes to me.
Take a search, lad. I'm only messing, lad. What are you doing in these neck of the woods? How are we?
So I'm just like, no way, this is proper madness, but it's a belter though. So then I see Taylor, I'm like, Taylor, lad, what's happening?
Fucking hell, Scouse, fancy seeing you here, kid. How you doing? You alright, mate? Fucking belter to see you. Listen, boys, when you come round to this one, turn his pockets inside out, yeah. It's right, lad. Listen, how is everyone doing? The family and that? Everything good? Go on, mate. You go in there anyway, get yourself a bevy. I'll be in for a catch up and I'll get you a drink in a minute, mate, yeah?
So then Taylor says to me, hey, lad, have you still got beef with that Birmingham firm? I said to him, he went, Decker. I said, Decker? I said, nah, I've never had beef with Decker, lad. Why? He went, lad, he's in there now. I said, Decker's in here? He went, yeah. I went, shut up, lad. Now I haven't seen Decker for ages because he got a 12 and I haven't seen him for literally that long. And I'm like, weird, what's he doing now? He went, I don't know, lad, he's just out and about. He said, just like, surprised me before. He said he was asking about it as well, lad. I said, where is he? He went, he's over there. He said, no way, show me. But he's walking out and he's in the booth or just looks at Decker.
What is going on, my brother? Long time no see. It's only the Scouser. How long's it been, mate? Out of all the places in the world and I've bumped into you here. Let's get right on it.
So I'm just like, no way, this is crazy. This to like seeing everyone. You just know it's happy vibes, you know, there's a friends. I'm like, everyone get upstairs in the VIP and all that. Next thing is gets a tap on the shoulder. Oh my God.
What's happening, Scouser lad? Not seen you in ages, man. What are you saying it?
And it's some kids, one of my mates always paddles over, yeah. Oh, maybe we used to have a proper scream. Right, we were out of the way. We were in a jail just out of the way and it bumps into him. But because he's Scottish and I'm a Scouser, we just hit it off straight away. Not losing contact, but just like fizzled, you know what I mean? I was just everyone here. It's just proper crazy. So I've gone to the bar, yeah, and I've ordered loads of drinks for the VIP. So I thought, you know what? So I've just whipped a big fat bag of Garys out, yeah, and just started squashing them and just putting them in all the drinks, proper squashing them, just putting them in everyone's drink and all that. Goes over the tray, like Levy, Saucy, Eggsy, and they're just like, yes, sounds. I'm like, 1, 2, 3, kill it. Because what I was doing is I had aftershocks, so I was sticking a little fella in each aftershock, do you know what I mean? And he was like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, so all just kill it. And I was like, So, but all, it's proper happy vibes, everyone's buzzing, Deggsy's made up, everyone's just made up. So as I walks downstairs, I see Troy's and Deggsy going outside. I'm thinking, they seem to have written off them at all, but why are they going outside? Because I know Troy smokes, but Deggsy doesn't. Deggsy hates all that, you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, where's he going with him, eh? So I thought, both of them are just absolutely off the band as well. They're just being proper spite. So I thought, what are these on about? So it not sneaks out, but it sneaks out, you know what I mean? I can overhear them talking.
Yeah, Troy, I'll come here a minute. I've just heard one of them kids over there chatting Levy's name and Tosh. I don't want to amp anything up and go and tell anybody because I don't want to ruin the night, mate, but I've got a feeling that they're gonna, I don't know, I think something's gonna spiral out of control, man. I keep seeing him eyeballing Scouse every time he goes past as well. Thought they all know each other, that lot, mate. What's going on? Do you know anything?
Yeah, I've locked them myself, bro. I wonder what's going on there, Davey, lad. If Levy is out going on like that, you know, he's just gonna go off straight away, get a Scouse, sort it all out now.
So what do you reckon then? So go and give him the heads up or what? I just don't want to ruin me all night, mate. Everyone's vibing out there, look, everyone's having a good night, mate, but it's a fucking unit out there, innit? It's a firm to reckon where you can't fuck about, so I don't want to escalate nothing if I'm just getting paranoid. Keep your eye on them two there, yeah, keep your eye on them, bro, and tell me what you think. I don't want to do nothing I don't need to do.
So I bounced down being like, what are you on about, you lads? And so he's not asked, he's up for it, but Degsy's half gone white. He went, he said, there's a little firm over there. I said, who? He said, they're sitting in the corner, and I thought, you know what, I've just been oblivious, me just all flying and all that. And I said, I'm worried, man, I had to snarl at you and all that. He said, snarl at me? I said, who, lads? So he said, yeah, when you go in, I said, don't point them out to me. He said, just tell me, yeah, I'll just go over to them on my own, and I'll sort it, lads. I thought, you know, it's not going to be nothing like that, because if it was going to be something like that, he would have already done something about it. I've been in and out there for ages, so it's gone on now, till time's getting on. You know, we've had a laugh, we've been bouncing all around the gap, everyone's bouncing around the gap. No one said nothing to me, and I haven't even seen any, like, sort of hostility. And I'm not being funny, no, but anyone to start all that in here, but they'll proper get it. I just seized this kid, and I'm thinking, I knew him, but I couldn't remember where I knew him from. And I thought, no way, I thought, that's Steel from the Wigan division, no way.
Yes, Scouse, how you doing, bro? Didn't see you there, mate. Who you with? Levy and Tosh. Tell Levy he owes me $2,000 the prick.
Lad, slow your roll, bouncing up to me like that, lads. What's happening anyway? Yeah, why does he owe you dough, lads? What are you on about, lads?
Lemo, lad, obviously. Listen, Listen, I know he's your mate and that, Scouse, but you're going to have to get a grip of him. He's pissing off a lot of people down these ends.
Lad, I'm not asking you, he's pissing off, lads. Don't fucking bounce up to me like that, lads. What the fuck do you think you're talking to, lads?
What? I'm talking to you, lad. Listen, you've got Tosh coming on the estate, stealing and fucking around with all the lads' birds. You've got Levy running up debts. What am I supposed to say, lad? What would you do?
Lads, I wouldn't start bouncing over to me in the middle of a party in Amsterdam, lads, while we're all having a laughing at, lads, and boy, you're sitting there proper snarling, lads. Know what I mean, lad? Where's sounds to go? But, lads, I'm not having that, lad. If you've got a problem with them, take it up with them, lads. You know what I mean? You're just fully grown men, lads. Get your shit together, lads.
Lads, so sit back, do nothing, let Levy run round the estate causing mayhem. It's not going to happen. Get him outside now, straightener. Bring Tosh as well.
So Marky's been upstairs and he's been like, he's got on it, you know what I mean? So he's been watching it thinking, what are they up to there? So he's seen like a bit of a commotion. So he's just come flying downstairs and he's like,
Scouse, who the fuck is this prick, mate? Who does he think he is? Who's he talking to, bro? Get him out fucking side, my lad.
Next thing, Decker from the Birmingham division come flying over, he's like,
Scouser, what's going on, lad? Do you need a hand?
So then Taylor, who's on the door, he's seen it all going off as well. So he's just come flying over.
Scouser, who the fuck's this, lad? Let's grab him, let's get him in the back, lad.
So by now, there's just proper scenes going on, yeah. Everyone's got on it, yeah. Troy comes flying over too.
House lad, what's going on here?
I'm trying like half calm it down, but it's got past that point though, because this kid's Theo, right, listen, he's a proper banger, he's our kid from that division. I don't know who he is, you know what I mean now? Can I fight him one-on-one straight now? I don't know, it's a 50-50, but let's see then, do you know what I mean? So I said to me, I'll tell you what, then lads, I'd swear all that. Because I thought if Levy comes down, I know Levy's going to be carrying, I know he is, so it's going to get heavy. So I said to me, I'll have you to stay then.
Robbie, yeah, get downstairs quick, it's going off. Where is everyone? Where's Levy? Get down there quick.
This glasses come flying, right, just whacks me, just proper, one of his mates there threw a glass at me, and it's like, it's bounced off me, but it hasn't smashed, so I'm just like, you cheese, so it's gone bang, so I've just dropped Theo. Everyone's come running downstairs. He didn't realise who he was with. Do you know what I mean? He's just thought like it was me, Tosh and Levy, but he hasn't got on now. There was all the Leeds division, there was these, all the it's absolutely gone. The gaff's erupted, yeah. I mean, the gaff has proper gone. Next thing it just says, move lad, move, it's Levy and Tosh, move lad, move. So I've just like, sort of like jumped out of the way. This steel's just come flying, just whacked the kid through the glass. Levy's just gone into overdrive, just like got two glasses, and it's like, bam, 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 bam. It's just proper gone off, right? So Jamie and Sarah, they're just like, oh lads. I'm like, lads, boys, like lads, get them in the back, get them out. I'm like, get them out. So we've just dragged these kids out, yeah. So they're firm, give them the due. They stood on, yeah. They knew they were getting it. But they stood on. And you know what? Respect for it, because they all stood on and they absolutely got it. We had them outside and they absolutely got it, mate. And I mean, got it, amazing. We made a point of it. Levy was just heavy. So I'm saying, so he's just got this thing. He's picked this thing up. He just proper got it, yeah. He got it. So it was like one of them moments of just like locked eyes with Deggs, and Deggs is just standing there, just like, oh, what's that? Now Deggs didn't get involved because he's not like that, but like, no disrespect to him, but he's not a fighter. I don't think he's ever had a fight in his life, so it's not really as like, you know what I mean? You wouldn't expect Deggs to do that, but it just went off, and I mean went off. It's just all over the damn square. It's going off. Next thing, there's just plot everywhere. It was like scatter. So we've all split up in there, and I've seen Marky, and I'm like, lads, what's happening? And he's like, what? I'm like, lads, what? I can just see all just clattering all down his back. I'm like, lads, he's going, what? I said, lads, I'm like, what? I'm like, lads. So when we've looked, you should have seen it. Someone's plugged him, do you know what I mean? One of them was just like proper give it to him, a few little pokes, and he wasn't even on it. And I'm like, lads, get on ya. So he's just like, So then once he's seen it, he's sort of happy, like, no way, get on that, you know what I mean? And I'm like, lads. So there's plot just like proper on our case, and it was weird, like, he sort of half like went for me, because I was like, I must look like the instigator or something like that. So I just took chase, and like, I was flying. I was just absolutely lemoed up, just taking chase, yeah, running. I was, you know what? Proper quick. Never even knew I could run that fast. So we've got round, and I've ended up getting lost. And as I've got lost, Marky's gone missing. I don't know where Marky is, so I'm thinking, he's been plugged in. So it's like, you know, it's panic stations. I'm thinking, I hope you know what I mean? Anything could happen. So she's Tosh, and I'm like, lad, Tosh, come here. She flew down, we've seen one of them, and he's like on his own, but he's tried to blend it. So I've been like, get him. So me and Tosh have just absolutely given to this kid as well. It's just gone off like proper heavy, and I mean like heavy. It's supposed to be a laugh, supposed to be a stag do, and we've just wrecked the old gaff. So I get back to the hotel and I'm like, where, you see Marky? And everyone's like, lad, he's gone to the Aussie with Robbie. I'm like, has Robbie gone with him? Yeah, I went, alright, sound, so I phoned Robbie. I'm like, lad, what's happening? He went, lad, he sounded with him. It was not a major. It was just like, where they've got him. They got him twice, but it was like, it's sorted, do you know what I mean? He's alright. And, you know, he'll be sound 100% of it. I'm like, alright, sound. I said, so what, where is he now? He went, he's nearly out now. He said, he's gone back in again. He's going to come out now and then we're going to get back to the hotel. I'm like, alright, so you can get back to the hotel then, lad? He's like, come on, sound. So I thought, so I'm going to go for the bevy. I need a bevy. So I goes downstairs to the bar. And I'm just like, no way, get on this. So it's some kids who know now, he's not my mate like that, but his mate used to go with some birds, like, brother do I know, do you know what I mean? So I was just, I thought, is that him there? I thought, this is madness, they're just seeing everyone. So goes over, just went to boo in his ear.
Oh my God, what are you doing here, lads? Oh my God.
So I said to him, lads, who are you with? He went, Tommy. I said, little Tommy. He went, yeah. I went, no way, lads. I said, I didn't even know he still spoke to him. He's like, lads, we fell out. But then we ended up, like, you know, being sound again. I'm like, where is he? He's like, he's over there. So I walked over and looked at him and he's just sitting there, just like all off his bar and that. Just all berries everywhere. And like, he's like proper sweating. So I just went over, just like kneeled down, just looked at him in the eye and he just went to me.
Oh my God, Scouser, what are you doing here, lad? What how's it going, lad?
So I ended up sitting down with these for a little bit, just having a little berry, little catch and all that. So I'm like, who wants to strive? The next thing is he's Robbie coming in. So Marky's just like, and I'm like, lad, you alright? He's like, yeah, I'm sounding like it was nothing, lad. He's like, where's Blade ever? I'm like, oh, lad, he's going, who are they? He said, I know they're from the Wigan division. He said, can we get them? I'm like, lad, we will get them. I said, we will defo get them at another point, you know what I mean? I said, but not just not now, lad, because I don't know where they are, I don't know what hotel they're staying in. So if we bump into them, then it's on site, innit? He's like, sound. So I says, yeah, I'll come upstairs. So I've been downstairs for like a little hour and a half or something now. Time's just fully, do you know what I mean? As I get upstairs, you've got like 5 rooms next to you there. There's just all kinds going in every room, just all kinds going on. As I walk, I said, so where's Deg? He goes, he's in there, he's asleep. What do you mean he's asleep? Now Deg's getting married in 3 days, do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm like, what do you mean, lad? He's like, lad, he's asleep. So I said, all right. So this was the Wednesday when we got there. This was the first night we got there, wasn't it? So we've got another 2 days there left, but, listen to this. So we go upstairs and go to the Deg's room. So I told him, we're going to have to do something tonight. So I said to Robbie, we went on. I said, lad, have we got Johnny's on there? He's like, obviously. Obviously. I was like, hey, lad, obviously. I said, give some. So I ripped them on. So I put like a bit of cream in them, you know, stuff like, with like the sanitizer. I'm like, get on this, get it. So I said, go get everyone, lad. Let's get pictures of him and that. So like, what? So I said, go ahead. So he comes in with clippers. Like, I don't even know where he's got clippers from. He hasn't even got a skinhead. He doesn't even have a shaved head. So why have you got clippers? He's like, I brought it especially. He knew what he was doing from when he got invited. He knew this on it. So I'm like, go on, Sam. So we put like 2 Johnnies down and all that. And we've all been out and that. So we turned the lights on. And I was at the right, pull your kecks down. All your bills are pull your kecks down. And then as he's shaving his hair off, he starts like coming down like, as he wakes up, he just sees Robbie with his kecks down. Proper priceless, his head was gone, his head was proper gone. So we all just burst out laughing, like, lad, just went white, he just didn't know what had happened, you know what I mean? So Robbie's like, that was boss. I was like, lad, didn't make the well ways. So everyone's just laughing at him. So Marky's crying, the Tosh, and the Levy Tosh, everyone's just crying, right? And AJ goes to me, lad, you're mad, you're like, what do you mean, lads, I flip if something's to me. He said, lad, what would you do? I said, what would you do? He's like, he just looks around, like, yeah, none. I'm like, innit? So the next 2 days just went like without any bother. Night then we went back out to that club again the next night, and then we all just had the children ended up in the shops and all that, coffee shops and all that, just having a laugh for the last night, because we thought we can't all do that, because, you know, fun's fun and all that, but we don't really want to miss his wedding, you know, because it could happen, you know what I mean? So we're just having a laugh in the coffee shops, having just vibing proper boss. I can remember just looking around just thinking, we are a proper funny firm, you know, proper funny firm. So we all get off and that, and as we're getting off, it's like I'm just proper stoned, and my phone's ringing and I'm looking and it's Rav, and I'm thinking, what does Rav wants?
They know it was you, they know. I'm giving you the heads up here. I was like, it's no game for me, no me. The hacker's out to get you. He's talking about saying, I can't hit me up, man. Come on. What the fuck is going on? I don't know what to do. I'm giving you the heads up, man, because you're my pal.
So because I'm stoned, I must just went white, you know what I mean? Now, I'm not being a fart and all like that, but when you get told something like that, they're looking for it, and they, you know, because I couldn't hardly hear him, because he's always like that. He's like, sounds all muffled and like he's scuba diving underwater. I don't know what it is, or whether he like holds the phone too close to his mouth or something, but he always does it. So when it's like hitting what he's saying, my kite's changed, and, you know, Marky's got on it, and he's come over to me, he's been like,
yeah, Scouse, bro, what's going on, mate? Is everything alright? What's crack, my lad? You cush, bro?
I've been like, yeah, I'm signed, but he knows quite well I'm not signed, you know what I mean? But I don't really want to start telling him everything, you know what I mean? So I said, do us a favour, go and find Troy for me. He's like, go on. So I've gone back in my room and I'm like, I need to get off out of here, mate. I need to get out of here. I need to go and see what's going on. So Troy comes in and says, yeah, I said, lock the door, shut the door and come in, lad. So I'm having a stripe at him. He's going, so I'm telling him, and he's going, listen, we're going to have to get them before they get us. He's like, because they're coming for you, they're coming for me. I'm like, I know. He said, I'll tell you what, he said, come to mine first. He said, when we get to Manchester Airport, he said, follow me to mine. He said, come to mine first. I said, well, yeah, here's what I'll do then. I said, I'll go to mine and get me stuff and then I'll get ready and yours. He's like, no. He said, I'm not going to go. I went, what? He's like, I'm not going. Tell Davey I'm sorry, but I'm not going to go. It's not for me, mate. So we're all getting our stuff together. It's time to go back to the airport, get the flight. Our flight's at 4 o'clock in the morning. But then I've got to go to Troy's, you know what I mean? So I don't really want Dicey to know that because he'll be like, what are you on about? Why are you going there? Or what, you know what I mean? What are you doing? That doesn't make sense because it just doesn't make sense because Troy's down there, you're up there, so why would I be going there? Do you know what I mean? So I'm trying to keep it away from him. But I've just got this like, I'm just in this mood where all I'm doing is just thinking and we're in the taxi back to the airport and all that, there's loads of us, just taxi after taxi and Troy's sitting there and me and Troy just like looking at each other and it's just like, we're just both overthinking a little bit. Now Troy, I'm starting to think I've seen a crack in his armour, but you know, it is what it is, you know, it's heavy, it's heavy and it's getting heavy, it's getting proper heavy. So we get to the airport, get on the taxi and all that, and Deggy pulls me to the side and he said, do me a favour, well, he went, sit by me on the plane, I want to talk to you. So I'm like, all right, sound. I'm thinking, what's he on about there? And he's looking at me like as if to say, I know there's something wrong with you there, and I know what he's going to say to me, and I don't know where it's going. So we get on the plane, we go and sit down at the back, and you know, everyone's on the plane, and then we start the taxi onto the runway, we're about to take off, and Deggy says to me,
yeah, bro, can we talk? What's going on, bro? Listen, mate, you're the best man, yeah? I'm getting married in 9 hours. Something's not right, lad. Something's not right with you. Is everything okay? Now listen, right, I've known you for a long time, Scouse, mate. We grew up together. I know you better than all these. I know you better than fucking Tosh and Levy, lad. You know what I mean? I've never seen you like this before, mate. What's going on? Nah, just open up to me, bro. Listen, I love you. I'm worried about you. Mate, I've seen you go through some shit. Serious shit, you know what I mean? And it's water up a duck's back, mate. I've not seen you like this before. I know something's going down, lad. Just open up and tell me, mate. I think it's time that you fucking get out of this game. Whatever's going on now, mate, seriously, whatever's going on now, once you get through it, because I know you do, you always do. Once you get through it, mate, have a serious think about just stepping out, lad. It's dangerous, bro. It's dangerous. This stag night proved it for me. I stood there and I looked around and... dangerous game, lad. Fucking hell. No matter where you are, you draw attention. I'm not saying you. The lifestyle, everything you're doing. Bro, you can make till legally. You're a clever bloke, mate. You've got money sat there, not many people have. Come with me, bro. I love you. You've got no worries. Do you know what I mean? The only thing I worry about, mate, is getting people paid on time. And that is it. That's nothing to you, is it? That's nothing to you. Something obviously bad going on. There's something obviously bad. I know you don't want to tell me. Do you mean don't worry? I'm worried for you, mate. If I can see you worrying, what do you think's going through my head? Listen, I'm going to land back at Manchester, yeah? Go home, get some rest. Wake up, have a good scran. Have a good think about the future, mate. Have a good think. You've got a lot to lose, lad. You know I love you, mate. We're like brothers. Do you know what the fuck they're like? We are brothers, mate. We are brothers. I'm always going to be there, and I know you're always going to be there for me. So do you know, right, if you were trying to talk sense to me and put effort into me if I'm doing something stupid, making a wrong decision, or just not walking away, right, and I ignored you, what kind of friend am I, bro? I'm not a friend, am I? Because I'm ignoring you. Most people can tell me things, it doesn't mean nothing because people mean out to me. So I take it on the chin, mate, when I'm telling you something, I mean it. I mean it out of love, and I mean it out of respect, and I mean it out of worry, mate. I know you'll pull through it. Listen, 9 hours, I get married, yeah? That is a total different start for me. It's a fresh start. My life isn't changing much. It's a piece of paper, yeah? but it's a different chapter in my life. Maybe it's time for you. Maybe it's time for you to take the next chapter. It's easy, bro. There's no one stopping you. You just think it and do it. There's nothing holding you back whatsoever. Build a legacy here, but one that your boys are going to be proud of. No matter what. No matter what, I'll always be there, because I know you do exactly the same for me. You've always been there for me. Always been there. I know you say I've been there for you, but I haven't, mate. I've just been a friend, I've just been a brother. You've physically been there, you've financially been there, and I wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for you. You kicked me off. You kicked me off, mate. I was struggling. I didn't want to go down the road you went down. Most friends would have just fucking turned the shoulder on me. You didn't though, did you? You done what you did, but you still thought about the people you grew up with. So without you, it would have been no me. So I can never judge you for where you've gone. That's why I love you, bro. And I know you've helped people just like you've helped me. Listen, put your headphones in. Shut your eyes. It's a small flight, this, mate. We'll land. We'll get out. You look red-eyed. We'll land. We'll get out of here. Separate ways. Good rest. Wake up in the morning. Deep breaths. Fresh start, yeah. Let's have a good talk. I want you on my way of thinking, bro. You're fucking brilliant at what you do. You've mastered it. So leave it now. Don't take it anywhere else. Leave it where you are. You've won the game. Master something new. Go on, lad. Oh, I hate flying. I hate it, bro. What do you mean? It's a short flight. I know, but it's just... we're in the sky, mate. We're in the sky. I worry. Up here now, look at my face, yeah, I'm white, aren't I, yeah? I'm worried. Well, your face is just as white as mine, lad, so I know there's something wrong. Come on, G. See sense, lad.
So like he's talking to me and I am listening to what he's saying, I understand what he's saying, but he doesn't know anything about what's going on, because sometimes in life you can take things too far where there is no coming back. And he's going on like, you know, doing what you're doing. I love doing what I'm doing. I wouldn't change it. If I go back in time, I would do it again. Yeah, that's just what type of person I am. Now, call it good, call it bad, call it silly, call it whatever. That's just what type of person I am. And there's just some people in the world who, that's just what they do, and they wouldn't change it for anything. Do you know what I mean? So I'm trying to blend it, because I know if I tell them, I can't start telling them. There's all people trying to do me, and you know, there's all people coming from all abroad, sending it men and all this and all that. You know, he wouldn't sleep at night. So I'm not doing it to lie to him. I'm not doing it to deceive him. I'm doing it to protect him, because this is his big day. Yeah, it's his big day. He's getting married at 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's like 4:30 in the morning by now, something like that. We're on a flight, and I don't even know. I don't know what. I'm trying to like perk myself up. I'm trying to like shake it off and all that, but I'm looking at Troy. Troy's looking at me, and it's just like, what is happening here? Do you know what I mean? So, and I don't want Degsy to know that I'm going with Troy, yeah? But then Troy just comes over and just blurts it out.
Scouser, come on, follow me to mine, or you're not going to make that wedding thing, or whatever it is.
So I've just looked at Troy and I'm like, really, lad? And he's like, what? I'm like, lad, really? I'm thinking, how's he just done? What? So I looked at Degs. Degs just looking at me. Degs just knows. He knows that something's proper weird. Like,
nah, he's not going with you. Yeah, what's going on, Scouse? No, he's not going. Yeah, Troy's not going with you, mate. Seriously, no. Bro, you're not going to make it. How the fuck are you going to get all the way to Troy's and all the way back? Yeah, what's happening with you two? What's going down? Right, do you know what? Mate, do what you got to do. Just make sure that you're back, yeah? Just make sure that you're back.
So Marky comes over at the exact right time and just saved by the bell. Marky says to me,
bro, mate, that were a mad holiday, that wasn't it, bruv? That was just a crazy one, my lad. Good one, though, mate. Listen, it was a good one, bro, and I'll catch you soon, mate. And see you at wedding, my boy.
But Deg can't let it go. He just won't let it go, yeah? He just will not let it go. And he's just like, why are you going from here to this to then go back to yours when I'm getting married in like 1 o'clock? Yeah, so in his head, he knows the time frame I'm going to make it up, but he wants to know why, what are you doing? Why is it like that important? You're going to this and all that, but I know what Troy said to me in the hotel last night, and I know I need what he's told me he's got for me, yeah, just in case, do you get what I mean? So there's absolutely no doubt it's, you know, it could be could be the difference in what happens in the day, couldn't it? So I'm just like, oh, so I'm blending it. I'm like, lad, no, sounds I left something, there's like Sam was there, and I need it and all that, and he's just like, oh, lad, he's like, lad, don't be late. I'm like, oh, I won't be late. So we get off, goes out the airport, jumps in the cars, and that's why I'm following straight down to this. So as he walks into the store, he says, I'm going to show you something. He's like, don't repeat it or tell no one. It was obviously standard, lad. He says, all right. He said, well, first let me get you this. So he runs in. He comes out with a bag. He's like, yeah, grab that. You're going to need that. So I just thought, you know what, that's a good idea. That, you know, that's a good idea. That. So he takes me into this place in his house. It's like this room, but it's not like a secret cupboard or anything. It's just like where you wouldn't expect what I was going to walk into. So as I walks in, I'm just looking around and I'm just thinking, oh my, wow. It was like something off a film. And I mean just a selection upon selection upon selection. I'm just looking at him. I'm thinking, oh my word, this kid is serious. He is a one-man army. And he says, we'll get them before they get us. Listen, don't worry about it. He said, go and deal with the wedding and that. He said, and then come back down to mine tomorrow and we'll make a plan and all that. So I said, well, aren't you coming? And he's going to me,
Scouser, don't worry. I'll be there in spirit, lad.
And I'm thinking, what does that even mean? So gets in the car, sets off to get back to mine, and I know time is ticking. I've been with Troy for too long, so I'm like, I'm calling it short off, we get ready, we're all, I'm going to do everything. And Deg just phoned me like, here on your way back, and they'll just proper blow on the phone. I'm like, lad, you proper stress me, Jimmy.
Lad, I'm not stressing you. I'm not stressing you one little bit. But look at it this way, right? It's like you not turning up. Do you get the severity here, that? Come on, mate, you're cutting it proper short. My ass is flapping here, lad.
Jimmy, everything sorted, everything sound, yeah, don't worry about none, it's all sweet, lads, everything's sweet, so I'm just flying back. Sat now staying I'm 45 minutes away, so I'm trying to pick the pace up, but I don't want to just kill it though, in case you get pulled, you know what I mean? I'm thinking that's all I need, imagine you get pulled, yeah? Ah, mate, it'll kill the graft off. So I'm flying, the phone's blown up, Deggy's blown up, and Rav's phoned me, but I can't even be bothered listening to what Rav's got to say, you know what I mean? He's probably depressed me enough. Deggy's blowing from a...
Yeah, where are you now? Yeah, but don't leave it too short, you know what I mean? You need... Nah, I want to have a talk with you before we go in. Nah, not like that, just me and you. Yeah. No, now like that, I just... Nah, but don't spoil it. Fucking hell. Nah, just make sure you got at least 15 minutes before we fucking come in, and I need to... Yeah. Yeah, safe, lad. Alright, hurry up. Right, go on then. Nah, don't be stopping up at no fucking petrol station. You're always eating, mate. You can... Oh. Nah, I know you're lying to me. You're closer than you're saying, aren't you? Right, go on then.
So as I'm flying, Stewie phones me from the Welsh division. He's like,
What's happening, Scouse lad? What time's the wedding?
So I'm talking to him, just got him on a loudspeaker, just flying. I'm telling him all the problems. I'm like, oh, I'm not even back yet. And he's just going, oh, lad, you're mad. I'm like, don't worry, I'll make it. Though. He's like, go on, I'll see you there. Then I say, go on, I'll see you there, lad, see you soon, okay? Who you bringing? Ah, yeah, lads, be hilarious. He's right, lad, he's right. See you soon, kid, yeah. Go ahead. Nice one, Stewie. Ta-ra, lad, ta-ra.
Come on, you're cutting it fine there now, lad. I'm going to be leaving from the house. Our car's here and that now, so everyone's ready to leave on our side.
So I've just got back, yeah, and I'm like, I'm proper late. I know I'm going to be late, but I've got the rings to the wedding. I sort of half forgot, you know what I mean? Because what are you giving me the rings for when you keep me 7 and pass me them on a day? I was like, lad, so I'm thinking I don't even know where they are. He's on the phone like, here on your way. I'm like, lad, don't worry about it. I'm like, don't worry about it. He's like, lad, you've got about 10 minutes. I'm like, lad, I don't need 10 minutes. Lad, I'm up, jumps in the car, and then just absolutely kills it. We are just trying to get these rings for this church, mate. Gets to the venue, yeah, and I'm like, oh my God, lad, what's happening? So Deggy comes over, he's like, what's happening, lads? All like, hugs and that, and all, yes, lad. And he goes to me, lads, why'd you look that big? Right, what you mean? He went, lads, you grew over, right? I said, shut up, you div. So as he goes to touch me, I've stepped back, and he's like, just looks at me with this weird look on him, do you know what I mean? But, you know, it is what it is. I can't tell him what's really going on, can I? I've got the rings, it's all sound, nothing can go wrong. So my phone's blown up in my pocket, just bzz, I'm thinking I can't even answer it, because it's about to start, so it's going on, and my legs just like bzz, proper vibrating. So I get it out, and I was like, look, it's Rav, and I'm thinking, why is he like, what does he want? So I can't really answer the phone, because it's just proper banging, so when it's all like calmed down a little bit, I've answered my phone, and here's what he says to me.
Scouse, we do know where that wedding's going to be. It's in the Isle of Gladstone in Stanley Park. So if I know that, they're going to know.
You're going to know where it is, so you're going to have to watch.
So now I'm like, I'm proper peed up, just thinking, no way. I'm thinking, no way. So I'm looking around, focusing on like places that are further away, and just things where you wouldn't normally look, do you know what I mean? So I thought, you know what, I'm going to get a little vantage point here, because I had a little time to escape. I thought, you know, I'll just black and going through it. So I thought, I'll have a stripe anyway. So goes in the toilet, starts a stripe, and gets up now, gets to the vantage point now. As I'm just standing there, must have been standing there for about, I'm not even messing about, 20 minutes just off me barnet, just looking. Only just like looking, and I just see this like little glitch, and I'm thinking, wow, what was that? I'm thinking, yeah, what was that? So I thought, no way, we won't see what that was, yeah, because obviously it's like, it was that real. I have to go and investigate, because if that's what I think it is, something's not right. So gets off, goes round, goes up the back, he's like, what are you up to? I said, no, I said, I'm just going to have a little march around, I'm off my bar. He's like, go ahead, stand. So as I'm walking down, he gets over and walks down. Now, what I've seen wasn't what it was, but then I've just heard, and I've looked, and who is it? Who's there? Troy. Absolutely armed to the teeth, just like, what are you doing, lad? He said, I told you every day in the spirit. I'm like, lad, what he meant, these are going to do something here. He said, so what I was going to do is I was going to like, just like, be sensory. I was just like, lad, and when you think about that, think about like how fast he talked to that in the hotel room when he's like, I'm not coming, I'm not going. Think about how fast he just had that in his mind. Yeah, that is a force to be reckoned with. And the kid was just like, listen to me now, he's not whose sides we're on the bad side of. That kid is absolutely another level, and I mean, it just keeps on like times by how sick I've got on how much this kid is just like up for it. He is the gainest, and I mean the most gainest individual I've ever met on earth. So I said to him, lad, not doing it happen here, I said, I promise you now, lads, there's too many of us, lads. And I said, I can already see Levy's got something, everyone's like, lads, everyone's on it. So he says, yeah. I said, where's your car? He's like, round there. I said, yeah, go and lash your lad in there, get your shit together and get in, and let's just absolutely party. He's like, go on, he sounds. I said, go ahead. So I'm walking back, and I'm still like all aware, and there's nothing's happening here, mate. I'll tell you right now, nothing's happening here. So goes in the gaff and that. So I'm talking to Levy, I'm talking to Tosh, I'm telling him what's going on, and they're just like, what? I'm like, lad, that's just what he's been doing. He's been like all camouflaged up, just like with a seat tracking on or something, just like, you know what I mean, just ready. And they're like, lad, he's sick. I said, lad, isn't he like, you've got to take your hat off to him, you know what I mean? Like, he just thought of that on himself. He didn't like tell me, he didn't like voice his concern. He was just like dealt with it. Yeah, that's heavy going. That's heavy going. That's like someone who's used to it, who's like, it's nothing to walk in the park, literally. Do you get me? You've got to take your hat off to him. So I'm glad he's with us, and believe you when I say that, I am glad that kid is on my side, because it could have went either way. So we're vibing. That gaff is lit, and I mean lit. All these hoes come down from the money division. Marky's just bouncing in, just like, what's that? And we've got Stu from the wealthy. It's just absolutely flying, and I mean flying. The gaff is just proper on fire, yeah. The woman says, listen, we've got to shut you. And I'm like, shut up. I said, you're not shutting. I said, we'll just keep it going till like tomorrow. And she's like, I said, yeah. I said, go and phone him. She's like, I know he's your mate. He's told me, and he said, this could probably happen now. He said, but by law, we need to have all staff. And I'm like, I will pay everyone's wages. She's like, with all staff. I said, everyone. I said, go through the door. Goes over, and these kids were on the door, but dude, that sound, you didn't even know they were on the door all night, you know what I mean? Because they just knew that it was like one of them gas rigs. You don't need to even, it sounds, you know what I mean? So I'm like, no way. I said, no way, I've talked to you before. I said, you security? He's like, yeah. I said, where's your mate? He said, yeah, I just want to stay on. He's like, go ahead, sound. So I've been like, yeah, I did have a stripe. He's like, well, I said, I'll behave. So I just thought, get him some limo, yeah, just whatever. I give him a little tip. He's flying, comes over, flies over, yeah, there's a bag of loan for you, mate, yeah, boom. Sound, I said, lad, I'll come and see you later on at the end of the night, and I'll have boxes, yeah. He's like, go on, sound. That gaff was lit, and because of where it was, it's in the middle of a park, if you don't know it, between Liverpool and Everton Grand, so you can be loud, because there's not like houses around it, do you know what I mean? And it's made of like this like big glass, it's proper sound, it's proper banging, so we're flying, and I mean flying, and Robbie, everyone's just absolutely flying, right? And then it's coming to the end where it's like getting daylight, and it's just like, it's time to move along and like do what you're doing, you know what I mean? Like all separate, and you go do what you're doing, yeah, such and such. As you walk outside, right, I'm like, not oblivious, but I'm off my barney, and Levy just looks at me like that, but Levy's like, he was having a piss, so he was like a bit in front of me, but where he was, I don't know, he just looked at me in this proper weird like look, and it was like, I've never even seen that look on his face. So because I got on, what I just looked around like that, I was looking around, this kid just comes flying out the bushes, yeah, mask on and all that, and just lets go on me. So I've just hit the floor like a sack of shit, yeah, and I've seen him like half run off and that. Obviously they didn't want no one else in the party to get it all, they were like all straight that, but what everyone didn't get on right at the time was what Sully gave me in the bin bag was a vest, yeah. So I was lying on the floor, not because like I was like, I was lying on the floor because he just put about 5 in me. I was thinking, is my face it? I was thinking, no, you know what, you're proper sound, because I'd had that burning feeling before from when I was in Surrey, so, and I half knew what to expect, but it was like in about 5 different places. So I'm just lying on the floor, like, everyone's just like all flat, like, oh, Scousers here, I'm just like, I'm sad, don't start phoning busy, don't start phoning, I'm still pretty busy here, just jibber. So I'm like, I need to get off, so I'm like, sorry, Levy, let's go. So everyone's like, I'm like, yeah, just get to mine, so select few, all flew down, got some mine, all that. I've walked in, you should have seen the state of me, I was proper bruised up, it was heavy, like, do you know what I mean? But, so, is that how to play it now, is it? Yeah, is that how to play it now? It's alright, sound, there, let's go. So, gets off from the wedding, everything's sound, yet the wedding's gone down sound, we haven't, like, apart from like that little small incident, we haven't really wrecked it, you know what I mean? But it was like more or less the end anyway, so sound, it is what it is. It could have been worse, it could have been the beginning, it could have killed it totally, yeah. So, alright, we know what we're playing with now, we know where we're going with it, so like, Levy, lads, what's happening? Levy's like, lads, I will do whatever you want to do. I'm like, sound, Tosh, like, sound, lads, I'm in. Robbie, like, sound, lads, I'm in. Marky, Ezo, everyone, the whole, there's not one division that didn't stand on with us, right? And we were just like, you know what, let's go. Yeah, let's phone Ethan, let's get their division on it. So I'm thinking, it's a bit late, right, but I'll just text him. So text me, he was like, that, I'm up, what's happening? So I told me, like, yeah, I counted him, like, we're proper gay, they said, go ahead. So I'm thinking, who are these? Because where we were like, what we've always known was that it was Dennis, yeah, so Dennis was always the main man as far as we were like, you know what I mean, as far as anybody could remember. So who's he think he is? Who's he just like throwing Dortmund lads like that little rat? What, because you think you're abroad, you're untouchable, you little rat? Watch this then. So in the end, I'm just like, you know what, I'm going to sleep on it, I'm just going to like start, you know, the blah. So then just put a lemon on the brandy and, you know, I could just tick and take these phone me, it's proper bells. I'm like, what's happening? He's like, lad, what's happening? I'm like, lad, I'm supposed to do, you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, he said, lad, but I know, I'm just thinking about it, that's going on. I'm like, oh, lad, you know what, jib it, lad. Just jib it. Yeah, we've had a laugh, haven't we? He's like, lad, you got shot at it. I'm like, lad, listen to me. Mistaken identity, nothing to do with me. It is what it is. Don't worry about it. It's proper sound. And he's going, lad, what are you on about? I'm like, what are you on about, lad? Go back to your wife. Everything sounds. We're all happy. Tell us what's happening and let's go, yeah? Whatever happens next is whatever's going to happen next. But I knew what was going to happen next, yeah? I fucking knew what was going to happen next because I weren't even messing around. You know what? You've took it that far now. You've absolutely took the piss, yeah? Watch what happens. Watch what happens to you little rat, and anyone who gets in the way, yeah? Because you know what? There's a few of us now and I've got Troy with me. Troy is absolutely up for it, yeah. Levy's up for it, Tosh is up for it, Robbie's up for it. What else do we need? Yeah, we've got a proper little army. And if you start going into battles like that in like wherever you're going and all that, and you've got the right setup, you've got like all, you know, places that you're ready to lose and you can get up there, you've got ways of getting back down and all that, yeah. It's just like, what? It's battle of the minds, innit? You know what? You want to start all that, like what? Scouse and Muppets and all that? Psh, you're going to find out the hard way, lad. Yeah, go fuck yourself, lad. Let's fucking go, lads. So although I'm fuming, I'm still going to be careful about it, haven't I? You know, you can't just like go in or like just blazing, just like, yeah, you could have some sort of organisation. So I thought, you know what? Let's just calm it down, right? And like, I was just on my own, just pacing the floor. I was going like from the living room to the dining room to the conservatory, just bam, just proper line, just on the floor, just stripe after stripe, just trying to plot and plan, you know what I mean? And I thought, you know what, I'm going to have to get everyone together first, I'm going to have to sort it out, make sure who's who and who's what, and then just absolutely get them, because they are going to get me. There's no way they're going to get them, no. They're definitely going to get me, and they're definitely going to come for Troy, because if they're going for me, they're going for him. So I'm just like waiting, and then I goes to bed and I get up the next morning, and I'm just like, you know what, let's go. There's nothing else on my mind apart from what are we going to do yet? Who do we know? How do we know them? Who are they? Where do they live? Do they live in the up the road? Are they abroad? Who are they? And who are they connected to abroad? You know, is it like that heavy firm, or are they standalone? You know, it's time to do your own work, innit? So you can only phone and speak to people who you trust, because if you start phoning people who are the wrong person and they're connected to them, they've got a heads up on you, yeah? So then they're watching whatever you're doing, and that person who's with them, they'll start getting into like, oh, I found him information, yeah, next thing you're just absolutely getting it. This has gone heavy, and I'm know what I mean, I'm not happy about it, but You want to start all that, you want to start like running up on people in the middle of weddings and all that, like as if, so that just means you don't care, you're not, you know, yeah, know what, let's go then, you little rats. Now what you've got to understand is, yeah, as like time's ticking, I'm just on my own, to my own mind, and my own thoughts, I'm thinking, they have just put it on you, right, in front of every single person you know, yeah, every single, now, call it ego, but I'm not like, I haven't really got an ego, I'm not arsed, you know yourself, I'm no gangster, I'm no one, so I'm thinking, do you know what, this is the time now, because if you're never going to have it with someone in your life, or you're never going to like be put to the test, this is it now, this is it, so let's just call in every single person, you know, see who's with you, see who's not, see where you can do it, step your toe in, you know, push boundaries, because this isn't even just a straight net, this is a war between a proper heavy firm, yeah, up the road now, people up the road and people all around Scotland, yeah, we vibe and you know we do, everyone knows we do, but it doesn't matter what city you live in, whether you're from whatever, or if you're from whatever country, like Ireland, Scotland, or, you know, what I mean, Liverpool or England, whatever, there's knobheads in all areas, right, and them knobheads in all areas can like, they can break like chains and they can break like bonds and they can cause absolute proper mayhem, yeah, just for like chatting absolute pony. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So they've organised it from abroad, don't even know who I am. I don't even know how they've got on a wedding. Who said that? What's happening with the wedding? Yeah, what happened there? Where's that come from? Who's leaked that information to them? Because that's now alarming as well, because as far as I know, but then you've got like the likes of Robbie and you've got he's proper chatting all kinds of, you know what I mean? I was to have a little think before they just start causing absolute mayhem. So I'm sitting there, so my phone's buzzing, bzz. So it looks like that, I thought, no way, and here's who it is. Remember the kid who was in the dam, who was in that bar? Yeah, the one from Scotland where we used to get padded up together and all that. That's him, and he went to me, listen lad, he said, listen, I'm telling you now, they're on you. He said, I'm not going to say nothing else about it, I'm not going to do nothing else about it, but I'm just giving you a heads up, and because he's got my number now, yeah, he's like, I don't know what he's been doing, but he's been doing something, because obviously knows this information, but the fact is there's no this information, it's good for me, it's better for me. So now I've got two people up there, I've got Rav and I've got him, but, you know what I mean, have I, or am I just getting stitched, you know what I mean? So you don't know what's going on, who knows what's going on. So my head's been going and thought, do you know what? And he's just like, calm down, that. So I goes home and I'm just sitting off on like a levy's phone. Like, what up to? I said, nothing, I was having a quiet one, and Tosh is on me and everyone's just on me, and I just know what, I can't even be arsehole, you know, I just want to just have a proper chill night, just forget about everything for the night, and I'll just get back on it tomorrow. So I'm sitting there, so my phone's ringing, private number, so I don't normally answer private numbers, so I've just blocked it. I've not blocked it, but I've just like ignored it, and I'm thought, So 1 minute later, again, and it's like, it's too many on the bounce to ignore, because you're like, you know what? So I've answered it, being like, what's happening? And he'd been like, and he just said this name. It was in a Jock accent. I don't know the accent, I don't know who it was. I can't pinpoint to the voice, I just don't know. I don't know who it was. Someone told me something, right, and I thought, I've never heard of who these people are, and I'll find out. So I get on the phone to my mate, and my mate is from like the rough end of Scotland, I'm not going to name it, but you know, everyone knows what I'm about. And I'm like, do you know him? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, who is he? He went, why? I said, because I've just been told that there's a want me off him, and I like, listen to me now, worry about it, yeah. So in my own head, I'm just thinking, he is the Troy of up there. So is these on like a little circle, or are these on like a little, do you know what I mean? So I thought, you know what, I said, alright, I said, nice one, I said to that, blah, 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 blah. So now it's like, it's proper shit. Now I'm even worse than I was before. I'm like, do you know what, if you've got Troy on your case, right, I know what I know it's Troy. If you've got him on your case, it's just a matter of time. So if you've got the Scotland version of him on your case, it's just a matter of time, yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? So you're going to have to move fast. So I get on the phone to Troy, blowing his phone up, but no answer. I was blowing his phone up, no answer, blowing his phone. In the end, he answered the phone, he's like, what's happening? He said, listen, lad, I said, do you know such and such? And he just went, yeah. I said, do you know him? He said, yeah. I said, how do you know him? He said, because he's like basically on the same, like, I don't mean circuit, like, as if it's trying to be all like John Wick shit and that, but what I mean is he's on like, say, the same payroll, the same people phone him as they phone him, to get what I mean, does that make sense? Yeah. So now it's like says, and he knows it says, now it says, and I said, well, what do you think then? And he went, nothing. He said, don't worry about it. He said, it's been a long time coming. He said, you know, we've got a lot of history together, and I'm just like, oh my god, this just does not get any better for me. It just doesn't get any better for me. Levy comes to mind. He's like, right, what's going on? He said, what are we going to do then, lad? I said, I don't know. I said, let's make a plan. He's like, who's with us? I said, well, yeah, well, for Defo was marking that. I know quite well they are at 100%. I said, I know he's always at 100%. I said, you know, Troy, lad, Troy's 150%, you know what I mean? And Troy knows this kid. And he's going, who is he? I said, lad, I don't know. I said, Troy doesn't seem to be fazed by him, but I do, because like I just feel like he's going to be the same as Troy, but from up there, do you know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, that's heavy. He said, so we're going to have to start just packing everywhere we go. I'm like, I know, lad, I know. I said, that's the bad part about it, lad, do you know what I mean? Because you're just open to risk getting nicked and all that shit, lad. I said, so just mean it's on site, taking chase, no matter what or no matter where, do you know what I mean? He's like, I know. I said, let's just like calm it down for a bit. Don't go silly places. Don't just put yourself out there. Because if we split up, lad, you don't know what's going to happen. Because if they know everything that's going on, they're going to know why. Yeah, and whether you like it or not, Lev, it was your fault, lad. Yours and Rad's fault. Both of you are to blame for all this, lad. Because you know why? Because he said that to you, you reacted like that, lad. And then look at it just come back, and it's gone back and forth, you know. Lads, you know, I've nearly been done twice now, do you know what I mean? Nearly been done twice over it, lads. There can't be a third time, because the third time will probably get me, lads. And then what, lads, you know what I mean? I can't even have the kids in mind or nothing now, lads, until whatever, move out or whatever, just in case they know. Because if whoever's told them about that when there, I don't know who it is. I don't know who that could have been, lads, but you know, maybe it's just been that, you know, when we've been in the dam and, you know what I mean, lads? And maybe it's been said to someone who they know out of not even maliceness, just out of just passing convo or something. He's been like, yeah, he's after him, or yeah, he's after him, do you know what I mean? And that's how it ends up happening, getting out. So I don't know where to even start with that, lads. It's just like, and we don't really know the enemy, do you know what I mean, lads? So we don't really know who we're fighting with, lads. Like, there could be 50 of them, there could be hundreds of them, we don't know who they are, lads. There could just be some bellends in this with a bit of dough, just paying people, do you know what I mean? And that's hopefully, that's our best option. Our best option is that it's just some bellends with a bit of dough, do you get what I mean? Who's just like, thinks he's on one, you know, was probably up for it years ago, you know, now he's an old man and all that, and he's just trying to hold on to it because him and Dennis used to play marbles in fucking 1932 or something like that, do you know what I mean, lad? So that's the one way to go about it. But I've been speaking to a few of the lads, and a few of the lads have, no one's ever heard of this kid, you know. No one's down now where he's heard of this kid, do you know what I mean? Unless you use a different name or whatever. But I'm thinking like, he's old school, lad, and he's not even, you know what I mean? He's fizzles, or he doesn't do it no more. He's out the game, he's retired, and he's just holding on to it. But lad, he wants something to hold on to. Watch then, lads, we'll just start all that. Yeah, we need to find out everything we can and make sure it's 100% before any of us act on anything, right? Because, you know, if we start jumping into it, lads, and we start, everyone's just gonna need to get nicked, or they'll just go night, yeah, something's gonna happen. But we need this to be the final one, like the final straw. Just let's go all in and just absolutely deal with it all in one night if possible. Yeah, I know that sounds optimistic, but what, lads, look how far away it is. Yeah, look how far away. So I'm just waiting on a few of the lads to get back to me now and go from there. Do you get me? Just go from there. So he's like, alright, sound, lads, sound. I said, come on anyway. I said, where's Tosh? He said, I don't know, lad, I think he's in some bed. I said, phone him and see where he is. He said, what's up? I said, we're going to get a scan, lads. He's like, come on. So phone's Tosh. I was like, what's happening, lads? I'm like, are you still out? He said, no. He said, I've been a kid. He said, well, fuck, lad. I said, do you want to come for the scan? He went, yeah, give me half an hour. I said, come on, sound. So it was getting on, well, it weren't getting on, it was early afternoon, do you know what I mean?
Hey up, Scouse, it's Theo. Give us a bell back, pal. Only just heard what happened to Marky. I'm not fucking happy about it. Spoken to the lad who did it, and I'll be having words again when I get back. But listen, I'm hoping we can put all that to bed and swerve it, mate. I've got something there you might be interested in, right up your street. Here's a shout.
No, what's the old, listen, lad, I love you and all that, yeah, and lad, you know, I reckon that went a bit too far there, lad. There was no need for it, yeah. You should all know all off your barn and all that, lad. I've been speaking to people, and they would tell me that you've been like, you were watching us for a while, lad. Yeah, you said you'd only just see me, but lad, you hadn't, had you? You've been watching me for a while, but lads, listen to me now, lads. You know, you stood on, and I've got respect for you. You know that anyway, lad. I've never disrespected none of you, lads. We've done many things together, yeah. And even your mate trying to see one of them there as well. What about we done that for him? How come he's forgot about that? Your mate threw the glass at me, lads. That's what just spiraled it, lads. It didn't need to be like that. So, okay, yeah, here's what we're gonna do, lad. Now, I trust you, and you know, I hope you're not going to start setting me up, lad, because I don't think that's what you like, but, you know, good to have him a strainer, yeah, simple as. Lad, if you start all that, because you're in your own ends, lad, we won't be mates no more, I promise you that right now, lad.
Sound them, bro. If if he said sorry to you and that, my lad, then obviously you two go away a long way back, do you know what I mean? So I respect you, do you know, I can respect that, my lad, so fucking, but yeah, a straightener's definitely got to happen, mate, and obviously we'll go from there, mate, and move forward, bro, you John.
So it's on then, yeah, it's on. It's going to be Marky, one-on-one staying there with that kid from Steele's firm. Me and Marky going to go down, yeah, Marky will meet me at mine, we'll fly up, one-on-one staying, no weapons, you know what I mean, we'll sort it. Now, if Steele wants to start, I don't think he will, because he's not really like that. If he had something to say, he'd say, you know, he's cheeky, he's one of them cheeky Wiganers, mate, little piter, do you know what I mean? So he's one of them cheeky Wiganers, mate, so there's no way he wouldn't, so, you know, I'm confident, so I thought, you know what, everyone's going to think I'm put to bed now, so I'll ring Rav, and I'll see what Rav thinks, yeah? So rings Rav.
Oh, alright, Scouser. I heard the wedding went with a bang. Or 5. You're supposed to be dead. Everybody up here thinks you're fucking dead. Honest to God, man. How did you pull that off? You kidding me on? But the hacker thinks you're dead. We all thought you were dead. What the fuck's going on? Honestly, man. No. Mental. I'm just glad. I'm glad you're still alive. I've got stuff to tell you. Your wee pal, Robbie De Quiro, he's been fucking talking out of school. And he was talking out of school to one of my pals. He's talking shite about you, honestly. He's needing spoken to, at the very least. And I don't know why he was doing it, but he thought he was talking to somebody he could confide in. Just try to make himself out to be one of the boys. The guy's come back and told me. So you'll need to watch him. And this, the hacker and all, the hitman they've got, he's a has-been. You're well bigger than him. Well bigger. It's not a problem. And I'll tell you now, if you want us to take care of the 2 wee problems, not a problem. We can do it for you. You've been good to us. And it gives you a bit of scope up here as well. I'm telling you, you need to speak to Robbie. He's getting out of line, right out of line. I just don't want anything else to happen to you. I'm just glad that you're still here.
So Rav has just told me that they'll deal with them 2 little problems for me, yeah? Think about that. Think about how much he's putting it out there now. They're no one that has been. Like, now, Rav knows, yeah. So, this is, man, when I was speaking to the other firm, that other firm from the hard part, they were old school, so they mightn't be, you know, in touch with what's going on with him now and that, but as far, I go with Rav knows, Rav's got eyes and ears everywhere, he knows everything, yeah. So if he's telling me that they're absolutely no one, then they're absolutely no one, yeah. Alright, Rav, do me a favour, lads, deal with it for me, lads, and I'll box it off, lads. Whatever the dough is, however much it is, whatever it comes to, I'll box it off, yeah, and let's move forward, lads, because now you're in charge up there. I've got firms, lads, from all over the UK who are all ready to stand on with us, lads. Let's go, yeah, lads, let's go, let's team together, let's just all team together. I trust you and I love you, lad, you know, you've done a lot for me, and I know, we all know what's going on, but you must have known about that, lad, you must have known it was going to happen.
I guarantee you, I didn't know about that. If I'd have known about that, it would never have happened. And see, because you're thinking like that, I'm going to pay for it. You're not paying any money, we're doing it for you. That's how much we need this to work. It'll not just be taking all this gaff. We can go out to Europe, Spain, everywhere. We're going to be massive, man. You've got everybody behind us. Everybody. Every firm in Britain's got your back, including us. And I'm telling you now, the hacker, he can be dealt with as well. I can take care of that for you, I know. Guarantee you that. Guarantee you. There's I'm not a dog either. We are pals now. We are good pals now. Even all that shit with Levy and all that. Come on. We got it all sorted out. Didn't take long. There was no hassle. It's been dealt with, do you know what I mean? I'm with you, Scouse. We're all going to be together. And we're going to make this work. We are going to smash it right across Europe. I guarantee you that. Guarantee you.
So I thought, I don't need skins, so I thought I was going to have to go to the shop. So flying down to the shop, by mine, it was shut. I was like, weird, right? That's just I'm flying down the road, just who's to see. Remember me mate who was seeing the dam when he was with his bird, he was meant to come over and didn't. What's happening, lads?
Oh, what's happening, lad? Fucking hell, I had fucking murder trying to get out. You know, I wanted to come out, but it fucking just wasn't happening. She was giving me pure shit. Julie's having fucking kids, eh? Proper pussy whipped. Yeah, so we need to have a fucking proper catch up, lad. I haven't fucking spoke to you fucking properly for ages away.
So I'm like, go on, lad, see you later, take care, lad, yeah, and all the best to baby, that, and you know, don't be a stranger, lad, don't be a stranger. And then I thought, you know what, I need to ring Troy, I need to just ring Troy and see what he thinks about this.
Oh, well, Scouse.
Sorry, what's happening, lads? Yeah, I get on this for a bit of a change in things, lads. I've just been on the phone to Rav, right, and they all thought I was brown bread, obviously, yeah. So I've mentioned this hitman who everyone's going on about. Lad, he said he's has been muppet, and they're going to deal with him and the Aka for us, yeah. So get on that, because I was saying to him, well, lad, it must have been something to do with you, and he was like, no. He said, that wouldn't have happened if it was anything to do with me. He said, no. He said, they done it without me knowing, lad. He said, I just had a feeling, that's why I told you. He said, but don't worry about it, yeah. Leave it with me. I'll put the pair them to bed, I'll get them put to bed, and it won't even cost you a penny. I'll just do it, because you think it was me who was in on it. Lads, what a result. So lie low for a bit, yeah, and just let these deal with it, innit, lads? And that's it, job done, lads, without even moving a muscle.
That's easier for everyone all round, innit? It's a shame I don't get the job, though.
So Marky's on the phone, blowing my phone up, lad, Wednesday straight, you know, it's eating away at him. And I'm like, lad, sound, don't worry about it. I said, don't worry about it. I said, listen anyway. I said, here's what we're going to do, right? I said, because that lad now who did that, he'll be on to Steo, and Steo will be like, listen, you're getting it, these will give it to you, you know, heavy. So I've just said to Steo then, lad, go and get some dough off him. Yeah, go and get some dough for Marky. Yeah, he wants dough for stabbing him. Simple as that. If he doesn't pay it, lads, we're all going to come down and just drag him out the house and smash his head in. And he was like,
yeah, you're right, mate. Completely out of hand. Too much lemo and brandy, innit? Listen, leave him to me. I'll sort that. I'm on my way to see him now. I'm going to give him a bit of a slap, and I'm going to grab some dough off him to pass to you, lad.
See, so as far as I'm concerned, right, it sounds, you know, it's not really Steo's, you know, Steo's reacted how I react, do you know what I mean? That's just how it is, right? So I get back onto Marky, I'm like, listen, lad, I said, listen, I don't really want it to go heavy with these, lads. I said, you know, I might end up blathering Steo, but I doubt it, but you know, you're going to have to have a mistake, and it is what it is, but he's got dough for you there, lad, so sounds, yeah, sounds. And in the future, we can make dough with them, lad, do you know what I mean? They're a good division to know, lad, you know, some of them are bellends, lad, but look at Levy and that, lad, Levy's a bellend sometimes, you know what I mean? We've all got bellends in our frame, lad. So it's your call, lad, I'm with you, whatever you want to do, lad, so it's your call, lad.
Scouse, mate, I'm good either way, bro. As long as I get my straightener, my lad, I'll be happy with that. Do you know what I mean? My pride comes before anything else, bro. But if they've got a good thing going and we can make some nice fucking dough, lad, do you know what I mean? I'm good either way, bro. But if you end up pagging that mushroom and me and you do end up having to fucking scran do you know what I mean, bro? Like, fucking, yeah, I'm good. I'm good either way, bro. Fucking, I'm down with you, whatever you want to do, my lad.
So now signing, yeah, the day's getting on, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to go home, I'm going to have a nice little chill, I'm just going to, you know, just wind down, because look at the events, what's going on today. We've now got the two main problems under control of Rav, yeah. We've got all the divisions getting on me, everyone's getting on me, so we're like, because of this damn thing, it's like brought everyone closer, do you get what I mean? It's like reignited, everyone's like, what's happening, lad? So I get in and all that, thought, you know what, I'm going to get a shower and I'm going to get changed and I'm just going to turn my phones off and I'm just going to send a thought, you know what, I'll just have a little stripe, because I haven't had a stripe all day. I'll have a little stripe, I'll have a brandy, and then we'll see what time. So runs up, puts the shower on, gets all ready, do you know what I mean? Because, you know, it's nice when it's like all warm and that, do you know what I mean? So it comes down, so I'm having a stripe, has a brandy, and my phone starts ringing. And it's only Taylor. Remember Taylor off the door in the damn bar? Yes, lad.
Hello, Scouse, how are you, mate? Yeah, that was fucking mental the other day. You proper give it to them though, didn't you, lad? Hey, they won't be wanting no more of that if they know what's fucking good for them. How's Marky? Is he alright, lad, anyway? Good to hear that it weren't too fucking serious. Yeah, mate, I'm back next week. I'm coming back, so as soon as I get back, I'll hit you up and we'll go for the scran, Dad, and have a little chat, and hopefully, if there's something you can bend me onto, lad, and we can make a little bit of money, mate, that'd be fucking brilliant. But anyway, stay safe, Scouse, and I'll see you soon. I'll get on you as soon as I land next week.
So speaking to Degs on the phone for a bit as well. He's just like, lads, he's like made up and all that. He's going, lads, I knew it was to go for a bang and all that, but, and I said, no, I said, so I told him about Rav and all that. He's just like, no way. He's like, how have you done this? How have you done this? I said, lads, I don't know, it's just done it. It's just like, just happened, you know what I mean? I said, the Marky's going for the staying with that kid tomorrow from Steo's firm. And he's just like, what's going to happen there? I said, no. I said, Steo's like not happy about it, lad. So I told him, I said, yeah, he's got a bit of dough for him and all this and all this and all that. He's going, yeah, he's going, why would the lad turn up though? I said, lad, it's pride, innit? I said, he's got to turn up, because if he doesn't turn up, he just looks like a mushroom, lad. Now, you know, if you're whipping all things out like that, you're taking it to another level, yeah? It should have just been straighteners, lad, and I know that, Steo knows that, we all know that, lad. What's he doing that for? Yeah, do you know what I mean? And the reason why he got it off Levy with the glasses is because he did that. Do you know what I mean? So it is what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean, lad? It is what it is. It's own fault. So goes to bed next morning. I can hear the door going. I'm like, who's that talks out the top window? I'm like, Levy, what, lad? He's like, what's happening? I'm like, lad, why are you knocking on mine this early, lad? He's like, comes down on the door. I'm like, lad. So he comes down on the door. He's like, do you want a brew? He's like, go ahead. I said, what's happening? He said, have you heard about Chris? I said, Chris? I said, what happened to Chris, lad? He went, lad, he ends up getting 6 months. I said, well, they couldn't let him buy him out. He went, no. So he's been slammed with 6 months. I was like, no way, that's heavy. That's proper heavy. That's what it was, mate. He's like, I know, lad. He said, there's no fault. I was like, yeah, not half, lad. So I was just laughing about that. And then I phones Robbie, and I'm like, listen, you need to stop talking. He went, what do you mean? I said, you've been talking to some kid thinking he's all your best mate, throwing all our names in. Like, you know, as if he's some big top G. I said, lad, it's got back to me. And he goes, what? I said, lad, that's how they knew where the wedding was. And he just went, oh my gosh. I said, there you go. I said, you know what I'm on about, don't you? And he's like, oh, lad. I said, get to mine now. He's like, are you going to do something? I said, shut up, you divvy. I said, get to mine. I said, what's done's done. So he comes to mine. So where's Tosh? No one's seen him. What do you mean no one's seen him? So I'm phoning, phones just ringing out. I'm like, where's he gone anyway? Mad, Dad, where's he? What's he doing? So I sees a text off Steve, what I didn't see. He sent me it last night, I didn't see it. So I've looked at it, it's like, lad, he doesn't want a mistake there. He said he's sorry and all that, he's got Joe and all that. He just wants to leave it, lad. And I'm thinking, you little shit house, but it is what it is. You can't start terrorising people, you know, he's paid the dough, it is what it is. So Mark, he's not going to be happy about it, but maybe he'll bump into him one day, won't he? So I thought, I'll just tell Mark. So phones Mark up, he's like, what's that? I said, lad, I said, this kid doesn't want you to stay, you know. He's like, what? He said, lad, I said, lad, listen, he doesn't want you to stay there. I said, I don't know where he lives, I don't know. No one's going to tell me nothing, lad, you know, they're not going to wait. I said, but he's got a nice parcel for you there, lad, you know, he's got a good few quid for you, mate. So it is what it is, lad. So I'm going to go and grab that off Steel, and then I'll phone you, and then you can come to mine and grab the dough, yeah. So Tad gets on, he goes to meet Steel gives me the dough, all sounds, handshake, hug, stripe, sound, yeah, everyone's happy. And I'm just getting on all the divisions, so I thought, well, I'll phone Stewie, so I phone Stewie, like, what's that, lad? Do you want to come and meet me on Saturday? He's like, where? So I told him, he's like, yeah. So I phoned Zizo, do you want to come meet me on Saturday? He's like, yeah, where? So I told him, phone Marky back, lad, come and see me on Saturday, yeah. So I've got all the divisions, I phoned Ethan, what's happening, lad? He's like, what's happening? I said, can you get over to Liverpool? He's like, what for? I said, just a little thing I'm doing, lad, like a little, you know. And he's like, yeah, he went, I'll make a point. He said, bring everyone. He's like, I will. I said, all right, sounds. So we've just got loads of people, it's all good. And what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to get everyone in the same place, right? Just to see and gauge how big and how much we reach this firm's got combined, do you know what I mean? So phones Rav, I'm like, Rav, what time? I said, do you want to get to Liverpool? He's like, yeah. He said, listen, that's going to be done. He said, within 48 hours, that's going to be done, defo. He said, it's game on. And I'm like, defo? He went, yeah. I said, all right, so I thought, you know what? I said, we'll have a little week off. Everyone just have a little week off, yeah. And we'll get back to it and see what happens. So it's all been quiet on our front, because we're just like staying where we normally go. We're not going out the way, no one's doing levy. So everyone's just like listening to me for once. Because if someone gets caught slipping, yeah, then what? It's curtains, and we need to get out of this, right, without any one of us getting hands in any way at all. And then we're just going to see what happens, yeah, because we've now got a proper heavy firm. So it's like 3 days later now, right? 3 days later, we've all just been quiet, all just had our heads down, just like see what's going on. Rav phones me, job done. I went, done. He went, done. He went, job done. I said, 100%. He went, 100%. He said, the boat gone. He said, so now where does that leave us? I said, there's where it leaves us. Get down on Saturday to where I told you, and let's all mingle together, one big firm, yeah? And he's like, go on, sound, I'll be there. So now let's just recap on what's happened, right? If you think about it, what did I actually do wrong at the beginning? Nothing. It was Levy. So Levy and Rav caused all that. Look at the absolute mess and sale destruction that's being left behind there. All for just saying some words to someone, yeah? It was unnecessary. People have gone night, you know, tried to do me. It's just been a nightmare. So do you know what it is, what we're going to do now, right? We're going into this venue now, right? And everyone's in there, and it's banging, right? So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to network with all of them, right? And we are going to take over.
Gangland! From the heart of Liverpool, where the cold winds blow, built my empire from the ground, watch the legacy grow. Levy, Tosh, Robbie, Chris by my side, and Dads keeps me straight when the tempers collide. Scouse blood runs deep, but don't lose your head. Power means nothing if your brothers end up dead. This life ain't a game, but we play it so well. From the docks to the clubs, we got stories to tell. We run the streets, we make the rules. One big family, we never lose. From Liverpool to Leeds, from Dublin to Wales, Gangland rises, we tip the scales. Silent but deadly, I don't miss my shot. If you cross the crew, you'll be left to rot. Leads to the core, I hold my ground. We stack that paper, we run this town. Manchester Steel, got the muscle to prove. One call to the boys and we make the move. Scotland's finest blades, sharp like my mind. We expand the business, we stay hard to find. We run the streets, we make the rules. One big family, we never lose. From Liverpool to Leeds, from Dublin to Wales, Gangland rises, we tip the scale.